A man takes the hunter qualification exam and shocks the world's top S-rank powerhouses, simply because he destroyed a level 50 monster with a single punch. This scene even made the hunter headquarters commander-in-chief unable to sit still. He must be invited to join. All his conditions will be met. But what they didn't know was that the man had been trapped in the abyss for 500 years, eating monsters he hunted every day for survival, until the level of the monsters he hunted grew higher and higher, and his own strength grew stronger through battle. After 50 years in the abyss, he could easily handle low-level monsters. By 300 years, even the high-level monsters of the abyss couldn't withstand his punch. By the 400th year, he could no longer remember his family's faces, leaving only endless battles and countless scars. The 500th year, he finally became the strongest king of the abyss. No monster in the abyss dared to touch him anymore. But even as the strongest, he could never find the way back. It turns out he once had a happy family, but at some point, he began to have the same dream every day. The scene in the dream was a floating island shrouded in mist, with dilapidated Western-style buildings standing on the island, as if no sign of life had ever existed there. But I saw a human figure within one of the ruins. That person also seemed to be waiting for my arrival. "Come, my child. I am waiting for you at the edge of the abyss." I would wake up every time the dream reached this point. Although that dream haunted me for a long time, I never mentioned it to anyone. I didn't know if it was because of the recent academic pressure that caused a slight mental breakdown. My father patted my head from behind. "Why have you been so absent-minded these past few days? Hurry up and get ready for school." After washing up, I sat down to eat with my family. My dream was to join the self-defense force after graduation. By the time that happened, I figured I'd have less and less time to see my parents. But I never expected that on this day, a giant shadow would envelop the entire world. And this shadow came from towers that appeared out of nowhere. I knew nothing at that time, but shortly after, the appearance of these giant towers would change human history. From the first day they appeared, we received a call from my brother. He told us not to worry too much about it, that it was very safe. However, the voice coming through the phone was an incredibly weak sound. That day, our family lost contact with my brother. We knew there was a high chance he wouldn't return. At first, the news told us staying home would avoid any danger. But as time passed, more than 20 such towers appeared worldwide. Before long, even the news stopped broadcasting entirely. No information from the outside could reach us. Then the government notified us to pack our things and prepare to evacuate to a safe zone. Before leaving, my mother left a letter for my brother, a letter that said, "If you can come back, you must come find us." Then our family began the journey of flight. Along the way, I witnessed many things. I saw looks of despair on the soldiers' faces. Their armored vehicles were covered in terrifying marks. Soon, we arrived at a temporary shelter. Everyone here was terrifyingly quiet. It was as if they were waiting for death to arrive. There was no desire for life in their eyes. Just then, an argument broke out in the shelter. An adult man snatched a piece of bread from a child. "You brat, you're just a kid. It's no big deal. It should be fine to give this bread to me, right?" How could a child withstand his threats? He was about to give the bread to him. But right at that moment, my meddlesome father couldn't stand it anymore. "You know exactly what our situation is right now. Why would you still do this?" But the man didn't seem to care about my father at all. "You old geezer, you should just mind your own business." My father's gaze turned cold. "Please give the bread back to that child." Hearing this, the man laughed out loud, and swung a punch at my father. But in the next second, my father knocked him down with a single kick. Then my father gave the bread back to the boy, completely ignoring the man lying on the ground. My father gave him a sharp look. The man who stole the bread immediately stopped talking. Then he left after spitting out a threat. I'll remember this. And I knew the person my father had just beaten. He was my classmate. I was bullied by him almost every day during school. I wished that one day I could kill that piece of trash. Right then, a non-commissioned officer rushed in frantically. He told us all that we must evacuate the shelter immediately, and board one of the trucks. Some arrogant guy questioned the soldier about why they had to do this, but the soldier had no authority to disclose that. "Anyway, just do as you're told." While they were arguing, a loud noise came from outside the door behind them. The soldier spoke rapidly. "Run. Quickly, don't worry about anything else." Seeing this, I hurriedly urged my parents to leave this place first. I had a bad feeling in my heart. At that moment, the the shelter door was smashed open. Several white-haired monsters rushed in. The people who were shouting just now were now fleeing in panic, because the creatures before them were monsters they had never seen before. Even a fool could tell how dangerous they were. I was also shocked seeing this. What on earth is going on? Soon everyone ran to the trucks outside. I told my parents to get on the truck quickly. I'll see if there's room in other vehicles. After saying that, I turned and ran in another direction. But the other vehicles were also overcrowded. There was no room for me to get on. However, I soon found a half-empty truck. I leaped up and landed on the truck. Just then, a large hand quickly reached out to me. I quickly said thank you, but a sinister smile appeared on that person's lips. Isn't it a bit too early to say thank you? This gave me a bad feeling. I looked up. That person was actually the one my father had beaten up. Why did it have to be him who pulled me up? The next second, he waved his hand and pushed me down. At this moment, I felt everything was over. My life was over. My dreams were over too. Countless people stepped over my body. But I didn't want to die. I hoped someone would come to save me. I opened my eyes and saw a crystal clear horn appearing before me. Looking closer, that figure was the old man from my dream. He said the same words as in the dream again. I will be waiting for you at the edge of the abyss. The next moment, the scene changed. Everyone around me disappeared. But just then, something sharp slammed into the ground beside me. I looked up. It was a goblin attacking me. I was stunned by this sight. So I turned around, wanting to flee this place. The experiences of these few days made the anger in my heart reach its peak. The giant tower that suddenly appeared, and the bastard who pushed me off the truck, and that mysterious old man, and now this goblin monster attacking me. I knew I had to fight back. Otherwise, I would definitely die here. The next second, I picked up a stone from the ground, turned and rushed toward the goblin. Kill me if you can. If you can't kill me, you'll die. After a fight, I killed the goblin. I didn't expect something that only exists in games to actually appear before my eyes. And there was a black number on its chest. Maybe it's its level. A moment later, on the goblin's chest, a black crystal emerged. I was stunned in place by this sight, having no idea what to do. However, the crystal seemed to have eyes, and flew straight toward me. The next second, it moved at an extremely fast speed and rushed into my body. That lightning speed left me unable to react. After I calmed down, I found that my wounds were healing, and I also felt that a powerful force erupted within my body. It seems that after killing a goblin, absorbing the crystal inside makes you stronger. Realizing this, I picked up the goblin's weapon. On this small island, there must be many more monsters like him. I must hide first, to avoid being ambushed. But after looking around, I was surprised to find that besides that one goblin, no other monsters had appeared. All clues pointed to the door ahead. This island is floating in midair. At the edge, there is a set of stairs. I peeked over and found there were no monsters at all. I walked down the stairs step by step. This scene felt somewhat familiar, similar to clearing levels in a game. A skeleton might suddenly appear and push me down. Maybe after falling, would respawn back at the original spot. But I didn't intend to take that risk. After reaching the end of the stairs, I arrived in a room. The inside was a bit different from what I imagined. The walls here were very ancient. Suddenly, a flame ignited in this room. Behind the flame, there was a door. I didn't understand what this meant. Could it be that I'm supposed to enter the door? I looked at the text on the stone tablet. I'm sure I've never seen such writing before, but their meaning flowed into my mind. It read, fragile fragments and their holders. That will grant me the. It says, fragile shards and their holders. The opening page says, fragile shards and their holders. The right to open this place everything. That will grant me the right to leave this place. I smiled after seeing this message. To get out, I must collect all the shards. It seems I still have hope. Now I am full of motivation. Thinking calmly, that monster isn't actually that strong. With this thought in mind, I slowly pushed open the stone door. As the door opened, a chilly aura enveloped my entire body. The first floor of the abyss is a region with an area of 900 square meters. The number carved on the monster inside is 1. The second floor has an area of 1,800 square meters. One of the monsters there is carved with the number 2. The third floor has an area of 3,600 square meters. Among 4 monsters, one is carved with the number 3. Shards only exist inside monsters carved with numbers. These shards are the key to entering the next floor, and the larger the number, the stronger the monster's power. But as I descended further, the problem I feared appeared. Namely, these keys became harder and harder to find, because with every floor I crossed, the area and the number of monsters would double. In this abyss, I also became stronger after hunting monsters, but what surprised me was that my physical age didn't seem to change much. I don't know how much time has passed, maybe 10 years, or maybe 100 years. Anyway, I can now blow up high-level monsters with one punch. As I continued to climb, the variety of monsters continued to increase. When I reached the 15th floor, there were over 1 million monsters on this floor. But I didn't fall because of the terrifying numbers. Instead, I fought even more fiercely. When I reached the 30th floor, the number of monsters had reached 500 million. At this point, searching for keys was like finding a needle in a haystack, because the monsters on each floor seemed to value the keys, and kept them well protected. Some monsters, knowing they couldn't beat me, hid underground, but no matter where they hid, I would wipe them all out, until I reached the 99th floor. With firm determination, I continued to move forward. The number of monsters on this floor had reached over 2 trillion. I laughed loudly, since I still haven't found the key to get out. I'll kill to my heart's content today. The super dragon soaring in the sky was gnawed down to its bones in an instant. I don't know if the flow of time here is the same as on Earth. I have been here for a full 500 years. The walls are covered in marks I've left. At this moment, I am truly tired. I have even forgotten the faces of my family. But even so, I must get out. This is my only conviction. Even if my parents are no longer in this world. In these 500 years, I have become incredibly powerful. I can't find any opponent in the abyss. But it seems fate has played a huge joke on me. I simply cannot find a way out. There are only endless islands to conquer. What I didn't know was that while I was trapped in the abyss, the outside world had also undergone massive changes. Over 20 towers appeared in this world. Before people had time to understand them, something unexpected happened. Countless monsters poured out from them, and began to slaughter humans indiscriminately. And this day was known as the Day of Judgment. A few survivors awakened and gained access to a mysterious system. As time passed, more and more awakened were granted overwhelming power. Thus, humanity was able to rebuild, and the awakened founded the Hunters Guild. Meanwhile, I was chasing a demon wolf in the abyss. I told it to stop running. Let me see if there's a number on your body. But just then, a chain locked onto the demon wolf, and I heard a human voice. She just used a high-grade teleportation scroll. Stop her quickly. Don't let that thing complete the summoning. The next moment, the demon wolf soared into the air, wrapped in a massive teleportation light. This scene completely stunned me. Could that teleportation array be the exit? Seeing this, I kicked off the ground violently. After waiting for so long, how could I possibly give up this chance? With a whoosh, I leaped up and followed the wolf into the array. But just then, a warning came from the abyss. The abyss cannot summon 2 living beings at once. This made me curse under my breath. I won't let anyone stand in my way. Then, I followed the magic wolf ahead closely. I absolutely cannot let it teleport out before me. Meanwhile, in the outside world, a woman was being surrounded by several hunters. They wanted to seize the level 60 scroll in her hand. One of the hunters said maliciously, "Hand it over quickly. Otherwise, I won't show any mercy." The woman screamed in terror. "Combat between players is forbidden. You are violating the rules." The level 38 barbarian laughed. "Rules are meant to be broken, not to bind us." Then, he took the long blade in his hand, and held it upright in front of the woman. This scared her so much that tears streamed down her face. The barbarian said viciously, "As long as you hand over the scroll, I might let you leave here alive and intact from this place." Seeing this, she gripped the scroll behind her. "Since you treat me this way, then I won't be polite either." Seeing this, the hunter's expressions instantly turned grim. "She's going to force a summoning. Let's stop her quickly." The barbarian stopped holding back, preparing to unleash his full combat power, to kill the woman and seize the scroll. Then, a terrifying aura emanated from him. Bolts of lightning swirled around him. Just as his weapon was about to strike the woman's head, the woman quickly dodged his attack, and forced the summoning. This made the hunters feel afraid. "If she summons it, I'm afraid no one can defeat this high-level monster. We're doomed." Then they saw a bolt of lightning fly out from the scroll. The woman shouted, "Die, all of you. Even if I don't survive today, I'll take you all down with me." A powerful vortex appeared in the sky. From within this vortex, a bolt of lightning struck the woman's summoning scroll. All the hunters present were blown away by this aura. Cold sweat poured down the barbarian's forehead. Such overwhelming energy is bad news for us. We should get out of here quickly. After a moment, a creature slowly emerged from the lightning. They looked at the summoned creature with extreme tension. But when they saw the summoned creature, they were completely stunned. It was actually a level 3 hell magic wolf. Seeing this, a hunter even threw a bone over. They almost died laughing at this scene. Even the woman didn't know what was happening. The scroll she had risked her life to protect had actually only summoned such a low-level monster. God had truly played a huge joke on her. But the next second, a hand suddenly pierced the wolf's body. Then, with a slight exertion of force, I instantly tore the magic wolf's body in half. Now, the hunters were all shaken. This was actually a humanoid monster. They had never heard of such a thing. By now, the female summoner was speechless. She probably didn't expect this scene. At that moment, I slowly said, I've finally escaped. For a full 500 years. That damn hell. Just thinking about it makes me want to vomit. The next second, I laughed wildly toward the sky. I've finally escaped that place. I've finally gained my freedom. The aura emanating from my body made these hunters tremble with fear. Just hearing my laughter made their whole bodies stiffen. This strength is probably more terrifying than S-rank hunters perhaps. A female hunter stared at me blankly. What on earth are you? Why did you come out of the teleportation array? Hearing her question, I stopped laughing. I took one step and instantly appeared before her. My speed was so fast that it left afterimages. This female hunter probably had no idea what I was thinking. It's been 500 years. I've never seen a human, so I find them very endearing. I immediately grabbed her shoulders and asked, "Is this Earth?" The woman answered, "This is Earth." Hearing her confirmation, I laughed loudly again. I'm finally back. I looked at the two people beside me. Their clothes seemed a bit strange. You're not doing some kind of cosplay, are you? This made their expressions look quite sour. The next second, the two of them instantly rushed behind me to launch a sneak attack. However, what they didn't expect was, I didn't move or run at all. I just stood right here and let their attacks hit my body. But the moment their weapons touched my body, they snapped. A man was trapped in the abyss for 500 years. When he returned to Earth, he discovered that Earth had become a chaotic mess of ruins. Fortunately, time flows differently in the abyss than on Earth. 500 years converted means only 5 years have passed on Earth. It seems I still have hope. My parents and brother must still be alive. You must wait for me to find you. Just now, 2 members of the Tiger Roar Guild ambushed me from behind. However, I completely ignored their attacks. Both of their blades shattered one after another. My eyes revealed a murderous intent. What do you two brats want? When the barbarian locked eyes with me, he became utterly terrified. What kind of monster are you? By then, I could already see his afterimage. You actually called me a monster. You're asking for death. The next second, my mind drifted for a moment, and I mistook the barbarian for a monster from the abyss. Then, I grabbed him by the throat, and pinned him there tightly. I show no mercy to monsters of the abyss. Then, I slowly said, "Show me your number. I will seize the crystal inside you." The barbarian was very confused by my words. What number are you talking about? We have no idea what you're talking about. It was his shout that snapped me back to reality. I almost killed the wrong person. I slowly released my grip. The barbarian's body immediately fell. The barbarian had peed himself in fear. He really did, because my aura was simply too terrifying. He even suspected that even the strongest S-rank powerhouse in the country would be no match for me. Realizing I was not someone they could handle, they immediately thought of fleeing. But the barbarian's legs had gone weak. He could barely even stand up. Then, I slowly said, "The 4 of you, get lost now. I don't feel like killing anyone right now. If you don't leave, I will start killing." The group fled in panic, their eyes filled with terror. After they left, I turned my gaze toward the summoner. The female summoner saw the scars on my back, and was utterly shocked. Such immense power, and those terrifying scars. What on earth has this man been through? Regardless of where he came from, she was certain of one thing. He was definitely not a monster summoned from the abyss via a scroll, because she had never heard of a human being able to be summoned from the abyss. While she was lost in thought, I turned to look at her. "Please tell me, how many years have these towers been here?" The woman froze for a moment, before reacting. "These towers have been here for 5 years. This should be common knowledge. There's no way you wouldn't know." I didn't quite believe her. After all, I spent 500 years in the abyss. If this really is Earth, then what's the deal with that scroll? And why are you dressed like this? Many doubts left me deeply perplexed. Fearing she might provoke me, the woman quickly answered. Since these towers appeared, a system appeared before humanity. 1/3 of the cities have fallen not long after. 1/3 of the cities had already fallen. Since the towers appeared 5 years ago, 1/3 of the cities have fallen. Then she showed me the recorded footage in the system. The 5th city suffered 7 large-scale invasions. I escaped from here. I was shocked when I saw the information. This is actually S City. This is where I was born. This made me extremely anxious. I immediately grabbed her arm and asked how the city is doing now. The girl explained that S City has become a wasteland. Most of the areas have been destroyed. However, powerful warriors have already been sent there for support. The monsters should be eliminated soon. Hearing that the situation is so critical, I want to get to S City quickly. Tell me the shortest route to S City. The woman raised her finger and pointed in a direction. Right as she pointed the way, my figure, like a phantom, dashed out like a bolt of lightning. I was so fast that she couldn't even see me. This left the woman completely bewildered. This guy is definitely not a summoned beast, because summoned beasts cannot act on their own. She must tell her sister about what happened today. A mysterious man actually appeared from the summoning circle. This is truly unbelievable. Meanwhile, on the other side, the barbarian was so terrified by me that he wet himself, so 2 of his companions had to carry him. But not long after they had walked a short distance, a black mist suddenly appeared ahead. This black mist blocked the path of the 4 people. One of the 4 asked who was approaching. However, when the newcomer turned around, it gave them a huge fright. Today is truly unlucky. To think they encountered another murderous powerhouse again. This aura is far too terrifying. The darkness emanating from the cloak made them tremble with fear. The gap in strength between the 2 sides was far too vast. They didn't stand a chance in a fight. This terrifying surge of aura really had their hearts in their throats. I'll be merciful today, so I'll give you 3 seconds to tell me where he is. Remember, you only have 3 seconds to answer. The barbarian was incredibly furious. Today they really stumbled into a nest of powerhouses. One powerhouse after another kept appearing before them. Even he didn't know what to do. But who would have known that in the next second, the group instantly turned into a mist of blood. With just a wave of his hand, the cloaked powerhouse easily killed the 4 hunters. The 3 seconds are up. You can't blame me for not seizing the opportunity. Level 30 barbarian warrior. Then 3 or 4 prompts appeared. These dead members were all elites of the Tiger Roar Guild. Meanwhile, at the Tiger Roar Guild headquarters, in an exquisite office, a woman slowly said, "Several of our master level elites no longer show signs of life. Also, that girl's scroll is missing." Hearing the report from his subordinate, the man sitting there crushed the wine glass with his fingers. Although the man seemed polite on the surface, the woman knew he was already furious. The guys you recommended couldn't even beat a level 19 summoner. And their signals disappeared simultaneously. How on earth are you doing your job? But what concerned him was that they were all killed. That means the 4 of them were one-shot. But in this world, who could possibly achieve such a feat? The man before us is Richter, the Storm Priest, level 118. He immediately ordered his subordinates to find out who was interfering with this. If the opponent isn't strong, then just kill them. Then he went to the window and looked down. Anyone who dares to touch his people, he will kill. But soon, he had a strange illusion. A long-haired white-haired man was flying in the sky. How is that possible? This made the S-class powerhouse give a sinister look. This staggering scent of blood is too powerful. Who on earth is this? This must be investigated immediately. There can be no one in country H who is beyond his control. However, he was surprised when he saw the direction I was flying. Isn't there a fallen zone over there? Why is this person going there? Even if they are seeking death, it's not usually in this manner. Since the scale of this invasion is completely different, there is undoubtedly a powerful force manipulating it from behind. The tower that had slept for 5 years has finally moved. Then he ordered all search teams to retreat. Not a single one left behind. They must escape that dangerous place as quickly as possible. Otherwise, the losses will be devastating. At this time, I didn't know the direction I flew was dangerous. I only thought about getting to S City quickly. After 10 minutes, I finally arrived at S City. But the sight here left me speechless. I slowly landed on a rooftop, looking at the scene below. I couldn't imagine so many demonic beasts flying around freely here. And S-City had long since become ruins. It seems this place has already fallen. I was trapped in the abyss for 500 years. And I didn't expect that only 10 years had passed outside. This news makes me very happy, but this place makes me very anxious, because it has already become hell. I don't know if my parents are still alive. I spent so many years in the abyss, all for the sake of returning to Earth to reunite with my family. I thought this would be achieved quickly, but I didn't expect 500 years to have passed. The person who was once weak has become a powerhouse who dominates the abyss. In the abyss, no magical beasts dare to lay a hand on me. It's only me hunting them down. After experiencing over 200 years, I was almost in despair. After all, during these 200 years, my parents must have long passed away, and every day I could only eat some monster organs to keep myself full. I grew tired of eating those things long ago, but whenever I thought of my family, I secretly vowed that regardless of whether my parents are alive, I must go back. This is the obsession in my heart. Just then, an oblivious bat monster charged at me. At the same time, I readied myself to attack. The next moment, the bat monster was sent flying. This kind of low-level monster probably couldn't even withstand the aura I released and died instantly. The good news now is that 500 years are equivalent to 5 years on Earth. My father, mother, and brother might still be alive. I hope they hold on until my arrival. Soon, I arrived at my old residential area. The once bustling scene was gone. Every building was like the ruins after a massive earthquake, shattered to pieces. However, there were no signs of monsters killing people here. It seems these monsters only target crowded places. Soon, I arrived at the door of my home. My heart was pounding. My eyes showed great nervousness. After all, so many years have passed. Opening the door calmly was absolutely impossible. With a loud crack, I accidentally broke the door open. But that was also due to the door's damage. My figure slowly entered the room of the past. Sunlight shone on my body as I stepped inside. That tall figure looked incredibly lonely and desolate. After entering, I looked around. I found that no one was there. Actually, I knew long ago that no one was here. But I still came, because this place is filled with my happy memories. But after entering the room, I still gained something else. There was a note on this table. Rage, pure rage. I actually, while searching for my parents, encountered a former enemy on the way. During my student days, I was constantly bullied and extorted by him. 5 years ago, he personally pushed me off the escape truck. It was because of him that I was trapped in the abyss for 500 years. And today, I will settle all grievances and avenge all grudges. I picked up the note and sat down to read it carefully. It read, "Dear son, everyone says you are dead, but your mother and father absolutely believe you are not. We gathered your things and arranged them exactly like your old room. We firmly believe you will come back. You must find us. We even prepared clothes for you from size S to large. These are all your favorite clothes." By the time I finished reading, I was in tears. I can't believe they risked their lives to come back here and write me a letter. Then, following my mother's instructions, I opened the cabinet in my room. Sure enough, I found several sets of clothes inside. Besides that, my mother also left me a map to shelter number 6. There was also a photo of us inside. I don't know why my mother believed so strongly that I could return. But this time, I was lucky. My mother was right. I held the photo album and wept bitterly. 500 years. By the 200th year, I had already forgotten what my family looked like. But when I saw this photo, I remembered everything. The next second, I found a dagger in the house. My eyes were reflected in the blade of the dagger. I don't know how powerful I am now. If I can suppress all the magical beasts in this world, can I end this apocalypse? I used the dagger I found at home to cut off my long hair, and I changed into new clothes. In just a few minutes, I seemed like a completely different person. Perhaps I can reclaim the lost time. It's only been 5 years. I can still afford to wait. And the cut hair is like my past. Just like that. I hope a new life is waiting for me to start over. At this moment, I have gone from a wretched person to a handsome youth. Aside from the scar on my face, I still look quite handsome. And my current goal is shelter number 6, where my parents went. I will head east, heading straight for shelter number 6 as marked on the map. But the road has already become a wasteland. Trying to take the original path is definitely not feasible. Such a small thing cannot possibly stop me. In the abyss, I have walked all sorts of strange paths. Moreover, this is a ruin. Since I can't take the original path, then I will carve out my own way. The next moment, I kicked off the ground forcefully, launching my body into the air. I felt that the path I created would actually lead me to Shelter 6 faster. Suddenly, a giant bird monster seemed to target me, its incredibly sharp claws instantly striking toward me. However, what it didn't expect was that with a light grip of my fingers, I tore its body directly in half. A low-level magic beast dares to block my way, truly seeking death. Whoosh 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 whoosh. I kept racing across the ruined buildings, smashing through structures wherever I passed. My speed had reached its absolute limit. Just then, 2 young men were drinking here. They seemed to hear a loud commotion. The companion beside him thought he must be drunk and hallucinating, hearing things. Standing guard here is boring enough already. How could there be any noise? The next second, they were completely stunned. They saw something like a bolt of lightning, whistling right over their heads. They couldn't even see what it was, let alone a human figure. The man on the left pointed his hand. "Brother, did you see what that thing was?" But the other person saw nothing, only feeling a gust of wind that made his face sting. Fortunately, another companion happened to be recording a video, capturing the scene that had just occurred. Their phones seemed very advanced, actually capable of 300x slow motion. Then they saw me in the video, discovering it was actually a person flying in the air. As I rushed frantically toward Shelter 6, I heard a woman screaming below. In front of this woman were several hunters. "Please forgive me, I just came here to look for food. I never expected there to still be survivors in this wasteland. We haven't seen a woman in a long time." The leader instantly began to drool with desire. "Don't worry, we are good people." But what kind of good person has an expression like that? Even a fool would know he's a bad person. The man claimed he wouldn't hurt the girl, and would instead take good care of her. But by now, the girl was already terrified. She hoped those hunters wouldn't come to hurt her. The hunters suddenly pinned her down. "Don't be afraid, we really mean no harm." Then he made an incredibly disgusting expression. "We'll be very gentle." But just then, a crack sounded from behind. It was the sound of the floor shattering. Some things truly never change. "You pieces of scum." My eyes were filled with murderous intent, staring intently at the 3 people behind me. The man seemed startled by this scene. "Playing tricks? Who on earth is there? Step out right now. If you dare interfere, don't think you'll get away easily." As the hunter finished speaking, 2 figures behind him rushed forward quickly. One companion held dual blades. The other seemed to be a knight, holding a shield in one hand and a sword in the other. "Don't be too arrogant, you white-haired brat." The next second, the 2 figures rushed toward me at high speed. However, I stood up calmly. With a slight flick of my arm, I slapped one of them directly across the face. With a loud thud, the man was slapped straight to the ground. He didn't even have a chance to resist. I sneered in my heart. "A small fry like you. I don't even need to try to deal with you." Just then, the other hunter thrust his sword toward me, but I dodged it easily. His movements were simply too slow. As he leaned forward from inertia, I grabbed his arm. Terror appeared on the man's face, because he felt a sharp pain radiating from his arm. Then, with a slight exert of force, I pressed his body down. As his body fell, my left knee slammed into his face. This made the hunter furious. "Who the hell are you?" "I am a member of the Tiger Roar Guild. If you dare touch a single hair on my head, the guild will never let you go." What he didn't know was that I had just dealt with 4 members of his Tiger Roar Guild. I slowly called out his name. "Su Ing-han. Have you forgotten me so soon? It's only been 5 short years." Having said that, so that he could recognize me more easily, I brushed my hair aside. "You were the one who personally ruined me. Have you already forgotten the face of the person you killed?" The man was utterly shocked. "How could you possibly be here? You can't be Chui Ludao, can you?" By now, Su Ing-han was completely terrified, constantly crawling on the ground, trying to escape, muttering the words, "Impossible." Yet for every step he retreated, I took one forward. I just wanted to scare him to death. Su Ing-han screamed in disbelief. "You bastard, stay away. Why are you still alive and appearing here?" I chuckled. "Do you not allow me to be here?" As I spoke, I slowly reached out my palm. Then, I grabbed Su Ing-han by the throat. Like picking up a chick, I lifted him up effortlessly. 5 years ago, you probably haven't forgotten, right? You pushed me off the truck. It was because you pushed me that I spent hundreds of years in the abyss. Do you know how I spent those hundreds of years? Su Ing-han's eyes were filled with terror. With just a little force, he would die on the spot. My knuckles cracked. I stayed in the abyss for so long. It was like hell. Now it's his turn to spend some time in hell. This guy deserves to die. He extorted me constantly back in school. Last time, he almost got me killed. So I will tear all his dignity to shreds. With my current power, I am practically invincible. A demon appearing behind me kept telling me to kill him. And that thought was in my mind too. But I felt that killing him might be too easy on him. Everything he did to me during school was torture to me. I could never forget that humiliation and helplessness. Even after so many years in the abyss, I still remembered that helplessness. So today, I'll make it all count and pay him back in full. The things this guy did in the past. He left absolutely no way back for himself. Every time, he crushed my dignity into pieces and then made me swallow them. The next second, I let go and threw him to the ground. Now, I'm not planning to kill him anymore, because I have a better way. As he breathed in the fresh air, Su Inghan gasped for air heavily. He felt like he had almost died just now. I rubbed my eyes. I stayed in the abyss for so many years. I felt as if I were being assimilated by those monsters. But I absolutely cannot become like that. But the person in front of me is also scum. Not only did he bully me, he also wanted to bully that girl just now. I wonder how many people he has bullied. So I made a decision. I'm going to cripple him. Make it so he can only breathe through his mouth, and can't do anything else. Because wherever he is, there will always be victims. Su Inghan, you once tried to kill me but failed. But I won't kill you. But I can't just let you go like this. Su Inghan didn't quite understand what I wanted to do. In the previous 2 years, I was bullied by him every day at school. Those days were like hell. I remember that back then, for the sake of a piece of bread, he even beat up a child. I told him we were now even. Now, you just need to take 4 of my punches and I'll let you go. After being saved, the man seemed to grab a lifeline and begged me, if you use this amount of force and kill me, then you will also be hunted by the Hunter Association. The man only exerted a little effort, yet it left the lieutenant of the Hunter branch stunned, simply because he had just stepped on and crushed a level 45 high-rank monster to death. You should know that previously, even with bullet cover, they couldn't damage the octopus monster's armor. Even fire bombs were ineffective against the octopus monster. But now, this mysterious hunter was actually able to kill it easily. Just now, I ran into an old enemy while on my way. You're unlucky to have run into me today. I grabbed him by the collar. I told him not to worry about my safety. Those people from your guilds can't do anything to me. Then, under his astonished gaze, my first punch swung toward him. I didn't use my full strength for this punch, but the power of this punch was still too much for him to bear. His body was sent flying straight to the ground. His chest crushed the ground beneath him. Then came the second punch. The consecutive 2-punch attack left the 2 people beside him stunned. With a splat, blood sprayed violently from his body. The third punch, I struck his body hard again. These punches are the interest for bullying me in school. By now, he was already on the verge of collapsing. But I told him to stand up. I haven't had enough of hitting you yet. As long as you can endure one last attack, then I'll let you go and stop bothering you. Su Inghan told me to just kill him and get it over with. Anyway, after these 3 punches, his body is pretty much ruined. There's no point in him staying alive. I didn't tell him to stand up just to listen to his nonsense. I stepped directly onto his head. Remember this. This is the price for everything you did to me. With a loud crash, my foot slammed his head into the ground and crushed it with all my might. I keep my word. As long as he survived 4 moves, would absolutely stop bothering him. After these few punches, Su Inghan's eyes had been beaten blind. Intense pain pierced every cell of his body. Now, his limbs are severed and he is completely blind. If left alone, he probably wouldn't last much longer. But I won't let him die so easily. I ordered the 2 companions behind me to take him to the hospital. If Su Inghan dies, then I'll make sure those 2 suffer the same fate. I hope Su Inghan is smart enough to behave. Never show your face before me again. Otherwise, I'll beat you every time I see you. After saying this, I leaped and vanished from the spot instantly. The most urgent thing now is to head to Shelter 6. I must hurry. Otherwise, my parents could be in danger at any moment. A whistling sound streaked through the air, so fast that no figure could be seen. Meanwhile, in the S-City buffer zone, 3 soldiers were chatting. They would rather be on the city walls than fight monsters here. Just then, a soldier who looked like an officer walked over. Don't be such cowards. If a monster appears, don't you dare pee your pants. Also, you must remain vigilant at all times, because we cannot predict when the monsters will appear next. The speaker was a first lieutenant, named Lee Han-jun. His subordinates told him not to worry. This is the buffer zone. Monsters from Area X rarely appear here. We just need to stay alert. But no one expected that. The moment he finished speaking, a monster's tentacle wrapped around his entire body. Before the other soldiers could react, they found their comrade was already dead. The monster that appeared was called the Son of Kraken, level 45, a carapace-type monster. The lieutenant told them to maintain formation. Do not panic, or we'll all die. Then they opened fire continuously. But unfortunately, their bullets couldn't penetrate the monster's hide at all. The monster's eyes were filled with rage, scanning the soldiers below, preparing to kill a few more for fun. The soldiers began to panic. This monster's level was simply too high. Their weapons were completely ineffective. If they stayed any longer, it would be suicide. With a loud boom, the monster leaped into the air and quickly left the spot. That massive dark shadow felt incredibly oppressive. Seeing this, the lieutenant immediately ordered his men to scatter. Do not huddle together and give it a chance. Little did he know, the soldiers had already lost their nerve, and their legs were shaking. As the monster descended, its attack lunged at the soldiers, claiming a life with a single swipe of its claw. While the soldiers were under threat, a brave soldier stepped forward, shouting, "Everyone, get back." He was holding a large pack of explosives. "You damn bastard. Today I'll take you down with me." As soon as he spoke, he rushed quickly toward the octopus monster head-on. His comrades provided covering fire from behind. Before long, under the covering fire, the octopus monster slowed its pace down significantly. The soldier finally reached the monster. When the soldier stood before the octopus monster, he looked for a weakness to deliver a fatal blow. But unexpectedly, the octopus monster actually stopped attacking on its own. Not only that, the monster's eyes were filled with terror. Because of this, one soldier's life was spared. However, he was still curious why the octopus monster suddenly stopped attacking. Everyone heard a sound clicking from the monster's body. Everyone was very surprised. They should have been facing a ruthless slaughter. But unexpectedly, the monster stopped on its own. All the team members were utterly shocked. What on earth is happening? Even the squad leader looked terrified. He didn't understand what was going on. The octopus monster's eyes were filled with fear. This left us even more confused. We didn't know what the monster was afraid of. But the brave soldier prepared to seize the chance and throw the explosives into its eye. This was also his only chance. With a gentle toss like this, he threw the explosive pack in his hand. Immediately, a terrifying explosion occurred here. Massive flames engulfed that octopus monster, burning its entire body. But they soon discovered to their shock that such a huge explosion still couldn't harm the octopus monster. Actually, the reason was simple. Because the octopus monster's tentacles had tightly protected its eyes. So as long as the eyes weren't injured, this octopus monster wouldn't die. The octopus monster moved forward slowly, coming before a soldier. Veins were visible in its eyeballs. This left the soldier who threw the bomb completely stunned. Such immense power, yet it's unscathed. How is this possible? The other soldiers had already fled in terror, while the octopus monster's tentacles targeted the soldier who had just thrown the bomb. But just then, my figure suddenly appeared, crushing the octopus monster's eye with a single stomp. The octopus monster, which was just arrogant, instantly became a corpse. This scene left the soldier speechless. The lieutenant was also full of disbelief. Could it be that the clicking sounds the octopus monster made were because it feared his arrival? At this moment, I slowly stood up, my eyes filled with killing intent. I didn't expect to encounter government troops here. Just in time to ask how far Shelter 6 is. Even now, the lieutenant found it hard to believe that this man killed the monster that survived the explosion in a single blow. His gaze instantly became sharp. He had never seen someone like me. Definitely possesses S-class destructive power, perhaps even exceeding S-class. So the lieutenant decided he must uncover my identity, no matter what price he had to pay. But soon he received a system prompt. Special ability, investigation, cannot be used. Likely due to a large difference in levels. The lieutenant was shocked. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. I've been in this world for a few hours now. I've learned some basic things, but I still can't open my system. At this time, the lieutenant had consumed a lot of stamina, because activating that ability might shorten one's own lifespan, and I just gave a faint glance. In that instant, I seemed to feel someone watching me. Then I slowly walked toward the soldier from before. I had something to ask him. I wanted to ask him how far Shelter 6 is from here. The soldier kindly reminded me, go 5 kilometers north from here to arrive. But you must endure the X zone to pass through. This left me completely confused. What on earth is this guy talking about? And what is X zone? It turns out this is where they block the monster tide. Monsters are concentrated here to minimize the damage caused by battle. Many hunters fight monsters there. Just as I was listening to the soldier, I heard the voices of other soldiers. Wow. Today's catches are all rare drops. Killing monsters in the abyss yields black crystals. But I didn't expect that in the real world. Defeating monsters could also drop treasures. It's just like a game. Having just left the abyss, I have no idea about my own strength. I asked the soldier how strong that monster was to him. Hearing this, the soldier broke into a cold sweat. A level 45 monster is quite troublesome. Not something he could handle at all. I reckon even if a whole regiment came, they might not be able to deal with it. So the low-level monsters from the abyss have already put them in such a predicament? I asked again how many level 45 plus monsters were in the monster tide. The soldier's expression immediately soured. There are probably no more than 100 there. If such monsters were everywhere, humanity would have perished long ago. After asking what I wanted, I prepared to leave. This left the soldier speechless for a moment. Just how powerful must one be to have such confidence? As I was about to leave, the soldier hurried to catch up. Wait a moment. I stopped and looked back at him, signaling him to speak. If it's not too difficult, I might agree. He bowed respectfully to me. I hope you can visit X Zone. I know it's very dangerous there, but if there's a powerful hunter like you, I believe many people could be saved. If I remember correctly, he said the shortest route to the shelter is to go through X Zone. I agreed very readily. I'll help you clear X Zone. Although X Zone isn't my goal, but I'll pass through it on my way to Shelter 6. So I'll just wipe out those monsters along the way. Not just X Zone, but everything I encounter on my way. The monsters will all kill them. 10 minutes passed. Military camp behind the front line. The lieutenant who suffered a backlash just now slowly woke up. Seeing him wake up, the soldiers under him were incredibly excited. Lieutenant, you're finally awake. The first thing the lieutenant did upon waking was ask how long he had been unconscious. You were unconscious for about 10 minutes, but thanks to the recovery item dropped by the monster, it took effect immediately. Otherwise, sir, you might have been out for a long time. The lieutenant didn't respond to the NCO's words. Don't worry about my condition for now. I want to know where the hunter who saved us went. The soldier told the truth, and told the lieutenant everything about me heading north. The lieutenant instinctively held his head. His head still hurt a bit. He muttered the words, the north. But suddenly, he felt something was wrong. What did you just say, you brat? Say it again. The soldier also seemed to notice something was off. That mysterious hunter is now heading to Shelter 6. The lieutenant's voice instantly became low. Did he say he would cross Area X? The soldier nodded to this, but from his expression, he seemed completely indifferent to the monsters in Area X. So he left this place without hesitation. After hearing this, the officer turned his head angrily. He was absolutely furious to finally meet such a powerful hunter, only for him to die so soon. Contact the Central Command Center immediately. The soldier seemed startled. Central Command Center? Lieutenant, are you sure you're not mistaken? The lieutenant was extremely anxious. There are about 10 minutes left. Maybe there's still time. During these few minutes, the lieutenant checked his watch countless times. Suddenly, another soldier walked in. I've sent the message via emergency radio. We should get a response soon. However, the soldier had a question. Why the Central Command Center? Is there something we don't know about? The lieutenant said slowly. This operation is different from previous ones. This information is top secret. That's why you weren't informed. Area X, the base for this operation, is not within the area where we block the monsters. But this area is extremely dangerous, because we've already designated it as a bombing zone. Meanwhile, at the Central Command Center, a woman spoke quickly. Emergency call from the BZZ area. The fat man sitting in the central chair said slowly. Connect. He was the central commander, Huang Taeyong. He was a level 58 fire mage. Immediately upon receiving the order, the woman quickly connected the call. Combat. Combat. Facing the level 45 Abyss monster in Area X, I tore its body apart with a single punch. At this moment, the Central Command received Lieutenant Lee Han Jun's emergency combat report. After receiving the order to accept, the woman typed rapidly on the keyboard. Soon, the communication was connected. Communication code WB3422. I am Lieutenant Lee Han Jun. I have a very urgent special situation to report. Then the lieutenant narrated the encounter with me. Just now, a mysterious hunter has entered the bombing zone. He is unaware of this operation. Huang Taeyong stared at him coldly. So you're just here to report your mistake? If that's the case, I will have to punish you. Hearing Huang Taeyong's attitude, he couldn't help but lower his head. Even as a lieutenant, he couldn't afford to offend Huang Taeyong. The lieutenant felt it necessary to issue an emergency broadcast to notify him of the upcoming bombing. The reason the lieutenant insisted so much was that he felt I was very strong. He didn't want me to die just like that. The lieutenant's words were transmitted exactly as said. His words piqued Huang Taeyong's interest. You actually claim he is a very powerful hunter? Then Huang Taeyong asked a crucial question. If he is a very powerful hunter, then may I ask what his level is? To this, the lieutenant didn't know my strength level, because when he checked at the time, he couldn't detect any information about me. Hearing this, Huang Taeyong almost burst out laughing. Is this how you do things, Lieutenant? A hunter of unknown level entered the bombing zone without following rules, and you want me to issue an emergency broadcast for him? Are you joking? Then the woman beside him said, that hunter most likely died before the message was even sent. The two of them continued to mock the lieutenant. You might not have a brain, but you certainly have a talent for comedy. To think you contacted us specifically for such a trivial matter. After saying this, he glanced at the woman beside him. It seems they haven't been taught enough to stand on their own. What kind of teacher are you? At this moment, they seem to be chatting casually. Although I have no standing to interfere with your subordinate's actions, but this subordinate of yours is just too ridiculous. And one more thing, if I report to my superiors that you hindered the operation's progress, then all responsibility will fall on you. Now, make a decision. In Park Soo-jin's eyes, facing such a powerful enemy, does he really want to drag others down with him? She felt the fat man beside her was an idiot, completely lacking any command ability. If this fat man didn't have a bit of talent, and the power behind him, he would never have reached this position. Then Park Soo-jin turned her gaze to her subordinate. The lieutenant I carefully trained is now trying to save a complete stranger, even if it means abandoning the operation. She had known the lieutenant for a long time. He wasn't a fool. On the contrary, he was a very smart person. Now that he's doing his best to protect that strange hunter, that's enough to prove how powerful that guy is. The lieutenant didn't dare meet Park Soo-jin's eyes. He could only silently lower his head. After thinking for a long time, Park Soo-jin finally made a decision. She couldn't offend the fat man, but she also wanted to give the lieutenant a chance. Then she slowly spoke. I believe you certainly didn't intend to interfere with our plan. There must be a reason for this, so I'll give you a chance to give me a convincing reason. Otherwise, this operation will proceed, and I will personally send you to a military court. This answer had a double meaning. It gave him a chance, without offending the power behind the fat man. But at this moment, the lieutenant was speechless. He had only known me for a few minutes. He didn't know how to make a judgment. Moreover, if he were sent to a military court, he'd be finished. Wouldn't the people in power just decide everything? The woman glanced at Huang Taeyong beside her. You should be satisfied with this answer, right? You should listen to his reason first. This made Huang Taeyong very displeased, but he didn't dare challenge Park Soo-jin. After all, she was an S-rank hunter. Then he took all his frustration and vented it all on the lieutenant. Lieutenant Lee Han Jun, please give me an acceptable reason right now. Otherwise, I will, together with Park Soo-jin, send you to a military court. Hearing this, the lieutenant knew there was no way back. So he told everything directly. The person I mentioned killed with a single blow, a level 45 baby kraken. Hearing her subordinate report this, Soo-jin's eyes were filled with shock. This is simply too exaggerated. If it's truly as the subordinate said, wouldn't he be even stronger than an A-rank hunter? Could he be an S-rank hunter from the military? If he really is from the military, then we'll have to save him. But her words words were interrupted by Huang Taeyong beside her. What you're saying is absolutely impossible. Because all S-rank personnel are currently on missions. And there's no confirmation signal from the BZ side. He's likely just a wild hunter. Although Park Soo-jin was shocked, her rationality remained. Why don't you know his level? Don't you have the insight ability? This doesn't quite add up. The lieutenant was speechless at Park Soo-jin's question. He didn't know what was happening at the time either. Anyway, after using the skill, he couldn't see my level. Losing a bit of lifespan for nothing. Most importantly, I was actually backlashed for checking his information. This is something that has never happened to me. At this point, Park Soo-yeon was completely stunned. You have to know that the lieutenant had checked his information before. Although it wasn't easy, he still managed to find some of the information. That's enough to explain the hunter's strength. The level difference is too great, so he couldn't check it. The lieutenant spoke again. This person is truly formidable. If it weren't for me checking his information and losing consciousness, I would never have let him enter the bombing zone. At this point, even Huang Taeyong was rattled. If you can't check his information, he must be at least level 100. The entire command center fell silent. So silent you could hear a pin drop. Because they needed to process the information they had just received. Huang Taeyong's hand kept tapping on the chair. This situation is indeed extremely rare. Then Huang Taeyong made a decision. I know that unnamed hunter is strong, but that cannot be a reason to stop the operation. Just as he finished speaking, another person stepped forward. He is the Eastern Commander, Su Inghao, level 44, a mage. He also agreed with Huang Taeyong's decision. We cannot, for such an uncertain reason, abandon our military responsibility. This operation involves thousands of soldiers from 4 different legions. There are enough forces to completely surround the bombing and buffer zones. The original plan was that after the bombing, soldiers in the defense zone would clear the scattered monsters. But if an emergency broadcast is issued, the monsters will also react to that sound. If that happens, all monsters will swarm to the same location at once. If this happens, the area will completely fall. These are the lives of thousands of soldiers. Trading one hunter's life for thousands of soldiers is something he simply cannot do. Then, a look of sadness appeared on his face. Even if he is an S-rank hunter, we absolutely cannot take this risk. I'm truly sorry. After hearing this news, Lieutenant Lee Han-jun's heart sank. He really couldn't bear to see such an excellent hunter die in the bombing zone. But the final decision rests with the boss. He wanted to hear the boss's answer. At this moment, Park Soo-jin also looked pained. Then, she opened her mouth slightly, thinking that 2 high-ranking commanders had both rejected her opinion. If this continues, the situation may get worse and worse. So Park Soo-jin rejected the lieutenant's request. We absolutely cannot for one person waste the efforts of so many people. This decision is final. No objections allowed. Then, in front of Lee Han-jun, the video call slowly disappeared. No matter how Lee Han-jun shouted, no sound came from the phone anymore. At this moment, the 3 people in the tent all hung their heads. Lee Han-jun was so angry he crushed the device with a crack. Does even the boss not understand him? Does he look like a fool? A soldier beside him patted his shoulder. Lieutenant, you've done your best. Please don't blame yourself. At this moment, Lee Han-jun was incredibly furious. He hated himself for why he had so little power that he couldn't even help a little. The country is about to lose such a powerful hunter. Although his face was full of reluctance, but he absolutely cannot disobey the decision made by the superiors. Just then, a soldier nearby's eyes flashed, seeing a Ho-pe. Just now, he had inadvertently glanced at the key on the lieutenant's waist. Without a moment's hesitation, the soldier snatched the key away. Noticing this, the lieutenant was very confused. What do you want to do? Why are you taking my keys? It turned out the soldier had thought of a way, which was to drive to the bombing zone to warn that S-rank Hun. There are still 6 minutes until the bombing. Maybe he can still make it in time. The soldier moved swiftly, quickly opened the car door and turned the ignition. He prayed continuously in his heart. Please let me make it. The lieutenant was furious seeing this. You young punk, also want to be sent to a military court? Come back here immediately. If anyone should go, it should be me. But the soldier didn't listen to him at all, and just floored the gas and sped off. Seeing this, another soldier hurriedly said, Lieutenant, order them to bring him back quickly. Otherwise, he really won't be coming back. But the lieutenant only lowered his cap and did not stop the soldier. Since he has the heart for it, then let him go. Even if he didn't go, I would have gone myself. Now the only thing we can do is pray, hoping that the decision he made won't betray him. But you must come back alive. You damn brat. At the same time, the soldier sped along rapidly. There are less than 5 minutes left until the bombing. Driving might be a bit too late. At this moment, the young officer didn't know that what he was doing now would change a world, because the person he was about to save would become the hope of all mankind. The man simply made a gesture of touching his chin, which left the high-ranking officials of the Hunter Command Center shocked on the spot, simply because they dropped hundreds of bombs on Zone X. And in the center of the blast zone, a man actually blocked them with one hand. If I hadn't considered my own lack of understanding of my strength, I probably wouldn't have even bothered to lift a hand. At this moment, a young soldier is constantly searching for my trace. He is incredibly anxious, not knowing where on earth I've gone. The road he's taking now is the fastest route to the east, and he's floored the accelerator. But if he still can't find any sign of me along the way, then it means my movement speed is even faster than his car. Soon, the car reached the vicinity of Zone X. The soldier couldn't help but think, if he turned on the loudspeaker, he should be able to hear the sound. But he didn't have the courage, because if he turned on the loudspeaker, then all the monsters would lock onto him. In that case, there would be no escape for him. Time passed silently amidst his hesitation and struggle. There are 2 minutes left before the indiscriminate attack begins. Thinking of this, the young soldier slowly raised his hand to the loudspeaker in front. It's okay. My life is worthless anyway. If he can save that hunter, it's definitely more useful than his own life. The next moment, he no longer hesitated. He gripped the loudspeaker tightly, put it to his mouth and spoke slowly. But just as he was about to speak, his voice started trembling uncontrollably. No matter how he tried, he couldn't scream. 10 seconds passed like this. His vehicle continued to drive forward. He felt like a disgrace to the army. Such a coward who fears death does not deserve to be a member of the army. But is he really a coward? If he were truly afraid of death, he wouldn't have come here. He took a deep breath, concentrated all his strength and shouted loudly, "Mysterious hunter, I am the soldier you helped before. I don't know if you are nearby, or if this voice can reach you, but if you hear this, please leave this place immediately, because this area is about to be bombed. Our boss couldn't stop it in time. This long-planned operation, so I've come to tell you to evacuate quickly. Otherwise, you will surely die in this explosion." His voice echoed throughout the street, repeating the words he just said over and over. And I stopped after hearing his voice. So it was him coming to find me. I checked my surroundings. No wonder there wasn't a single hunter around. It turns out this place is about to be bombed. I cracked my knuckles. The monsters in the city can't harm me at all. But I don't know if my own strength can withstand the high temperature. After all, I don't understand the state's high technology. Since they are confident that using these bombs can kill these monsters, then maybe my body might not be able to withstand it either. Even if I can, I might be severely injured. The next second, my figure began to flicker, searching for the direction of the sound. This young officer came to such a dangerous place, just to inform me about the bombing. So I absolutely cannot let him die here. On the other side, the officer was so anxious he almost cried. He had already reached the central zone, but still couldn't find any sign of me. At the same time, at 4 minutes 59 seconds and 25 hundredths, a swarm of monsters flew toward the sound. At 4 minutes 59 seconds and 32 hundredths, these monsters had already arrived in front of the soldier. The soldier's face was full of terror. Now it's really over. I didn't expect my voice, just as I suspected, would attract the monsters. At 4 minutes 59 seconds and 38 hundredths, the soldier quickly jerked the steering wheel. He had to leave this place immediately. At 4 minutes 59 seconds and 49 hundredths, his right foot stepped on the brake again. The reason he braked was because he thought of me. I am still outside right now, and haven't evacuated to the safe zone. If he just left like this, no one would be left to notify the hunter. But just as he prepared to use the loudspeaker again, to convey information to me while driving, a giant monster dropped right in front of him. By now, the soldier was terrified senseless, not noticing at all that beside him, I was knocking on his car window. By the time he reacted, he saw me looking at him with a puzzled expression. "Thank God. You, the mysterious hunter, are actually alive." I asked him what he meant by those words. Is this area really about to be bombed? However, the soldier had no time to answer my question, because the time had reached 16 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. In just one more second, it will be bombed. With a beep, the time hit exactly 1700 hours. Bombs flew from headquarters to the bombing zone. In the blink of an eye, those bombs all flew towards the monsters and the city's buildings. The place completely turned into a battlefield of fire. When the bombs hit the buildings, the airflow from the explosions sent some stones flying in our direction. At that moment, I stomped the ground hard. Immediately, many stone walls rose from the ground. The flying debris from before was all blocked by me with one hand. The vehicle and the soldier behind me were unscathed. Meanwhile, the command center on the other side was closely monitoring all the actions here. They bombed Area X from 5 directions simultaneously. The bombing is now complete. Many monsters should have been eliminated. Huang Taeyong said with a serious expression. Use drones to evaluate how many monsters were eliminated this time, and in which direction the survivors are moving. But to their surprise, the drones currently detected no signs of life. The people at the command center were very curious. Where on earth did those monsters go? But just a few seconds later, the woman showed a shocked expression. These monsters are actually still in the bombing zone. Not only that, the monsters at the center of the bombing were also unscathed. This gave the 2 people in the command center a huge shock. How is this possible? There couldn't possibly be any problem with our weapons. Monsters below level 50 shouldn't be able to withstand this fierce attack. Park Soo-jin spoke slowly. Switch to the drone footage first, and see what the scene looks like there. Then, the woman quickly operated the remote drone on the keyboard. She synchronized the footage from the drone entirely to the command center's big screen. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the big screen. Soon, the drone footage appeared on the big screen. There was a red protective shield around those monsters. No one knew how this shield was formed. Generally, monsters shouldn't have such a skill. But just at this moment, they noticed that on the monster's shoulder, a cloaked man was actually standing, and he had white hair. Everyone seemed to have their doubts resolved. This shield must have been emitted by this man. The next second, the image cut off abruptly. Because the drone was attacked by a monster. They were about to deploy another drone, but as soon as it flew above the monster, it was locked onto as a target. Then, the other drone also lost its signal. A monster's palm gave a light squeeze, and crushed the drone into a ball. At this point, the command center had completely lost contact with Area X, because all of their drones had been destroyed. Park Soo-jin's expression was extremely grim. They said this attack would be different. But what on earth was that just now? A bold guess emerged in Park Soo-jin's mind. Could it be that these monsters have gained intelligence, and know we are using drones to scout them? This gave the high-ranking commander a huge shock. If that's really the case, it'll be terrible. He immediately ordered to begin evacuation from the garrison area. All soldiers are to evacuate. At the same time, Park Soo-jin also gave an order. Everyone retreat. Hold the city wall. This is the final line of defense. We absolutely cannot let these monsters break out of Area X. However, the receiver's next sentence left them all shocked on the spot. The target of these monsters doesn't seem to be the civilians, but rather they are heading to Area B-22. It seems something there is attracting them. Got the treasure. Got the treasure. Got a great weapon on the first day of returning to Earth. The aura of this sword and the Abyss power are simply identical. And the owner of this sword shocked me even more. He actually looks exactly like me. Just 10 minutes ago, the Hunter Command Center determined that the monster's target was not the city wall. This news shocked the commanders present immensely. Since their target isn't the city wall, then where is their target? Looking at the display on the equipment, they seem to be entering Area B-22. Park Soo-jin immediately thought of something. That seems to be where the mysterious person went. But why do those monsters also want to go there? Park Soo-jin immediately ordered to dispatch all remaining drones to Area B-22. We must find out what is stopping the monsters' advance. By now, the bombing in Area B-22 had stopped, but the place had already become a ruin. After the explosion stopped, the soldier finally dared to get out of the car. He truly couldn't believe that he actually survived this explosion. Just as he was excitedly trying to talk to me, he found me staring intently ahead. I turned my head and told him to leave this place quickly. Because you're alive, it means the monsters are still alive too, and they are heading right toward us. But just then, something caught my eye. I saw an attack flying toward us. Just as the attack was about to hit the soldier, I shoved him to the ground. But when we looked closer, it was actually a military drone. This left the soldier utterly shocked. The monsters actually attacked the drone? How is that possible? This has never happened before. I told him not to be surprised just yet. There's an even bigger surprise waiting for you. Looking up, I saw hundreds of monsters slowly walking toward us. The soldier was beyond shocked. What on earth is going on? Monsters have never gathered like this before, and their levels are terrifyingly high. They're all level 50. There are even level 60 monsters. They are the highest level group among this horde. Their leader is level 90. Seeing this, the soldier collapsed onto the ground. We're doomed. There's no way we're getting out of here alive. I told him not to be so discouraged. If even bombing can't kill them, then I still have other ways. And my method is much simpler than bombing. That is to beat every single one of these monsters to death until the end. As soon as I spoke, I leaped forward, and told the soldier to hide in the jeep quickly. Everywhere I passed, every monster was crushed under my foot, and my final goal was this highest level monster. There seemed to be a figure standing on its shoulder. I want to see who's playing God here. Just as I was about to rush over, a monster blocked my path, and swung the iron hammer in its hand. But to its surprise, I blocked the hammer with a single hand. I sneered inwardly. You think this simple attack can hurt me? How ridiculous. The next second, the level 60 monster leaped into the air. Then, I slammed my hand down hard, smashing its body into the ground. Then, without stopping, I rushed toward the figure on the monster's shoulder. Its aura was terrifyingly oppressive. Seeing my attack, the monster instantly raised its shield to block my strike. But I didn't care about its so-called defense. I slowly raised my fist and gathered my strength. With a thunderous boom, this nearly level 60 monster was completely shattered by my punch. Its entire head was smashed. In an instant, its head turned into a ruin of blood mist, and I arrived in front of the figure on its shoulder. When I stood before him, I was inwardly shocked, because I couldn't feel the aura emanating from him. If I hadn't seen the figure with my own eyes, I might not have noticed him at all. This made things feel tricky. This guy's strength is absolutely not comparable to those monsters. The man's crisp voice spoke slowly. I've finally waited for you. The next second, the head I had just smashed seemed to be healing. In just a moment, the head returned to its place. It seemed my previous attack hadn't caused him much damage. Not only that, but to my surprise, the monster actually spoke. You thief, give me back my things. I looked at him, speechless. What on earth are you talking about? When did I steal anything from you? To this, the man let out a creepy laugh. At the same time, in the palm of his hand, a red energy erupted. He said, since I stole his things, I must pay for it with my life. A moment later, black sharp swords appeared behind me. This seemed to be his ability, to summon weapons. The next second, I crushed the weapon in his hand with a snap. This little thing can't hurt me. He can't even break through my body's defense. I stared intently at the man. If this is all you've got, then you will die. With that, I pointed the summoned weapon back at him. Take off your cloak first, so I can see your true face. The giant beast then clawed toward me. With a loud thud, its massive hand slammed onto my shoulder, trying to crush me to death with sheer force. At the same time, there was a drone flying in the sky monitoring our scene. The man just gave it a faint glance. Isn't that a surveillance device made by humans? Did they come specifically to monitor me? Meanwhile, on the other side, just as the giant's hand was slamming down, in an instant, I pushed it back up. I quickly dashed toward the man. If you really want to kill me, then you'd better get serious. But this cloaked man, toward me, seemed completely dismissive of my attack. I sneered inwardly. To think I became the strongest in the abyss for 500 years. Yet on my first day back on Earth, I'm being looked down upon. The next second, I thought my attack would hit the man. But unexpectedly, he suddenly vanished, turning into a cloud of smoke and flying away. And the weapon I had just aimed at him ended up stabbing into the monster's shoulder. This left me very confused. How could he have vanished? Then, the man's figure slowly appeared beneath the monster's feet. Being watched by such a despicable human is truly nauseating. The next second, the cloaked man slowly raised his hand, with currents of air swirling around it. It turns out he was controlling the monsters to obey him, and ordering them to destroy the drones, as well as eliminate the remaining human observers. Meanwhile, inside a ruined building. Inside this building, a man was remotely controlling a drone to observe the action outside. A moment later, he discovered his drone had been destroyed. Fortunately, he had completed his mission, and recorded video fragments. In the footage, he saw my figure. He guessed this might be why the monsters changed direction. His eyes were filled with shock. Could he be the hunter who faced the beast tied alone? As expected, his stance alone reveals his strength. Just as he was preparing to report his situation to the commander, a monster's hand quietly appeared behind him. However, the monster didn't attack him. Instead, it helped him close the door, perhaps preparing to trap him like a turtle. This left the soldier feeling completely helpless. He never expected to be discovered so quickly. The next second, I turned my head and saw several octopus monsters climbing up the building. The man laughed loudly. "My servants, kill them all." At that moment, I remembered what the soldier told me before. If there were a powerful hunter, I believe many people could be saved. That's why the soldier ignored his own safety to tell me to escape this place quickly, all to let me save more people. At the same time, the soldier's car was trapped by some rubble, and couldn't drive out at all. This made me make up my mind. The next second, I leaped down from above. To hunt the enemy, you must first take out their leader, because only then will the enemy leader be unable to hunt our people. Shortly after, I arrived below. If I want to save as many people as possible, I must eliminate my enemy as quickly as possible. At the same time, that giant monster also launched an attack at me. I instantly retreated to dodge its attack. I felt something was slightly off. After that monster merged with that man, its attack power seemed to have increased. Meanwhile, while my clone countered the monster's attack, the mysterious man also attacked me. Seeing his figure approach, I didn't panic. "You really are persistent, aren't you? Do you want my life that badly?" And it was at this moment that I discovered something absolutely shocking. This guy in front of me actually looks exactly like me. But I didn't have much time to think, because that guy had already summoned a black long sword. This was definitely not good news for me, because I could feel on that sword an extremely powerful energy fluctuation. Only then did the man slowly speak. "I will kill you. You, from the abyss. I will take back everything I lost." Without a word, he quickly thrust the sword toward me, but I had long since seen through his attack path. As he attacked, I also swung my fist. With a loud crack, I landed a heavy punch on his wrist. The violent impact forced him to drop the sword, and it was at this moment that my left hand snatched the sword. I gave him no time to react. The moment I grabbed the sword, I swung it. He absolutely couldn't dodge this strike. A look of terror appeared on the man's face. With a loud bang, I quickly swung the sword in my hand, but I felt no sensation of piercing. I didn't expect him to evade my attack again. His ability is very strange. Even I have never heard of it. To be able to make his body intangible. Then, I carefully examined the energy of the sword. I don't know if it's just my imagination, but the energy of this sword feels very familiar. I felt it once more. There's no mistake. This blade contains the power of the abyss. This really gives me a bit of a surprise. I didn't expect Earth to have this kind of aura. I really snatched a great treasure this time. The man, while fighting, made a move to carry the vehicle, which made the enemy look incredibly excited. Because in that vehicle was someone he cared about. No need to be afraid. Because in that vehicle was someone he cared for. However, the cloaked man immediately launched spikes that killed the soldier inside, and turned that soldier into a necromantic puppet. With a loud snap, I snapped his attack right off. Today, it's either you die or I do. Just 10 minutes ago, I was still glad that I had snatched a sharp weapon. The cloaked man looked furious. "Is stealing other people's weapons all you can do, you brat?" The next second, he lightly waved his claw, and then the weapon in my hand vanished completely like ash. So this is the power of the abyss. It seems there are many uses I have yet to discover. The upcoming battle will likely be even more intense. I must first get that soldier to a safe place. Then I asked him if he was afraid of heights. He said he wasn't. Hearing this, I lifted the entire vehicle up. I told him to hold on tight. "We are flying. Because there will definitely be violent shaking while running. I'll send you back to headquarters first." But unexpectedly, the cloaked man revealed an arrogant smile. "You idiot, I've found your weakness, haven't I? You want to protect him, then I'll go ahead and kill him." As soon as he spoke, on his palm, a massive abyss power appeared. The strong do not exist to protect the weak. Their existence is to become the strongest. As the cloaked man swung his palm, an attack appeared behind me. This made me feel that he was really quite persistent. Even if I run away now, this black sphere will still catch up. So, I slowly placed the vehicle on the ground. In that case, I'll blow him up first. The next moment, I leaped up. Once I crushed this sphere, I'll take the soldier back. Then I concentrated all my power into my right fist, preparing to blow it up with one punch. Then, my fist struck the black sphere. I thought I had succeeded, but I quickly realized that there was no sense of impact at all. It turns out the real black sphere was behind the black mist. But just at this moment, I heard the soldiers scream from below. I thought to myself, this is bad. Damn, what a perfect lure the tiger from the mountain trick. At this moment, I have no cloning technique, and the cloaked man's attack had already controlled the entire vehicle. I could only shout for him to jump out of the car quickly. Even if he breaks a bone, it's better than dying inside. Many black vines also appeared. The cloaked man's voice sounded in the soldier's ear. You don't have to be afraid. You poor little lamb. I'll take you home in a moment. Then, I witnessed an infuriating scene. I saw those soft vines from before instantly turn into spikes and pierce through the entire vehicle. This meant the soldier died inside the vehicle. My body rushed toward the vehicle, wanting to see if the soldier could be saved. The cloaked man seemed very happy seeing this. Are you angry now? Don't be so agitated. But the angrier you get, the happier I become. With a snap, I snapped his spike attack right off. By now, the soldier's corpse had been hung up by him. Open your eyes and look at this video. His corpse is still moving. And this move is a very evil ability, called necromancy, which can make the corpses of the dead move again. The cloaked man was like a victor, constantly gloating from above. I just want to watch you. See everyone you care about die before your eyes. This feeling is truly wonderful. What he didn't know was that his actions had completely enraged me. Today, it's either you die or I do. I opened my mouth slightly and said, do you also find pleasure in trampling on others' dignity? This reminded me of when I was in school, how I was bullied by those people. After seeing my angry expression, the cloaked man became even more excited. Please, don't say such obvious things out loud, okay? Otherwise, where's the fun in that? Then he began to launch an attack on me. Countless sharp stones from his palm flew out rapidly. Facing these attacks, I didn't dodge, but instead let them strike my body, because I knew these attacks weren't fatal to me. After hearing his answer, I appeared very calm, but the anger in my heart had already reached the level of a volcanic eruption. Then, my figure instantly vanished from the spot. By the time I reappeared, I had already reached the ground, and I struck an aggressive posture. Scum like you shouldn't exist in this world. The next second, I took a deep breath, pouring all my strength into my fist. If you've got the guts, don't run away today. Come and have a fight to the death with me. I guarantee, I will see this through to the end with you. The next second, the man on the vehicle, the cloaked man instantly vanished from the spot. Facing such a powerful attack, he wouldn't be stupid enough to take it head on. Not running would be an act of a fool. With a loud boom, I threw a punch, as if I were about to tear the space apart. Just the airflow from the swing shattered all of his spikes. I glared at him, gritting my teeth. You'd better pray I don't get a chance, or I'll definitely blow his head off with one punch. Then, I caught the falling soldier. He is already dead. I cannot let his body be attacked further. The violent collision sent debris flying across the ground. But unfortunately, even though this soldier is dead, regarding this soldier, the guilt in my heart is incredibly heavy. I am truly sorry for dragging this soldier into this turmoil. Then, I quickly placed him inside the vehicle. My brother, I swear to the heavens that I will avenge you today. After dealing with the soldier, it's his turn. A life for a life, blood for blood. The next second, my speed exploded to the limit. In the blink of an eye, I appeared right in front of him. I was so fast that he couldn't react in time. But what puzzled me was, my fist actually couldn't hit his body. Did he use the abyssal power to dodge my attack? Then, I don't know what happened, but he suddenly appeared behind me. A rookie who can't even master the abyssal power dares to fight me? You're asking for death. I sneered in my heart. You've finally fallen for it. Then, I threw a backhand punch right into his cheek, caving in his face instantly. After being hit by my punch, the cloaked man was sent flying backward. Then, he crashed onto the ground with a thud. I flicked the blood off my hand. You are simply no match for me. Why were you so arrogant in front of me? Honestly, you had to get beaten to realize my power. At this moment, the cloaked man actually controlled monsters to block my path. He probably wanted to buy himself some time to escape. He asked me with a look of astonishment, "How on earth did you manage to hurt me?" Facing his question, I moved like a teleport and appeared before him. You idiot. People grow and learn. How could I not learn anything? Just die here quietly today. Be buried along with my brother. Now, the cloaked man was completely terrified. He had never seen someone with such a strong ability to learn. If the fight continued, he would undoubtedly die. Then, he jumped onto the monster's shoulder to escape. But how could I, from below, let him succeed? I leaped up to the same height as him. You think you can run after killing my brother? There's no way it'll be that easy. But this guy was much craftier than I thought. While I was jumping midair, he quickly escaped downwards. At this moment, the cloaked man was completely terrified. You're more tenacious than I imagined. I stared at him with eyes full of killing intent. You might escape from my hands, but I want to see how you dodge this move. The next moment, a massive amount of energy was smashed down by my fist. This time, I used an attack of abyssal power. You bastard. I will definitely kill you today. It's here. It's here. The latest chapter of Return of the Abyss is finally here. Just now, I relentlessly pursued the cloaked man, and while on the monster's shoulder, I quickly unleashed a strike of abyssal power at him. The power of this punch directly shattered the monster's body. But to my surprise, the monster's body actually began to reconnect. But this time, I won't let him succeed. My hands instantly grabbed the fractures of the wounds, and directly tore out all of the monster's abyssal power. The monster stared at me with fear in its eyes. How on earth did you do it? Without the support of the abyssal power, its body began to burn to ashes. Then I leaped down and caught up with the cloaked man. You won't escape my grasp today. This scene infuriated the cloaked man. Left with no choice, he unleashed his ultimate move. He shouted loudly, "Shadow Union!" From all the monsters around, he extracted the abyssal power. In that instant, a terrifying aura erupted from the cloaked man. The cloaked man sent half of his abyssal power attacking toward me, making it hard for me to keep my eyes open. Just then, I seemed to see a figure flash past before my eyes. A moment later, where I stood returned to silence. The cloaked man had also vanished. This left me stunned. It turns out he used such a powerful skill just to escape. I threw my torn clothes directly onto the ground. Although my clothes were damaged, fortunately, the photo of my parents was still intact. Opening the car door, I saw the soldier inside had become a corpse. It seems the necromancy had been released from him. I ripped the pendant from his neck, then dug a hole and buried the soldier here. It was all because of me that this soldier died here. At least I should bring some of his things back. The thought of that cloaked man who looks exactly like me makes me incredibly angry. This cannot end like this. He absorbed so many shadows earlier. He could launch an attack at any moment. And there's one thing he said that really bothers me. That is, watching the people I care about die before my eyes. It seems I must hurry to the shelter. I absolutely cannot let him arrive before me. In the next moment, I pushed off, and quickly left the area. My body, like a bolt of lightning, continued toward Shelter 6. What I didn't know was, everything that had just happened was captured by the drone on the ground. In the following 15 minutes, Park Soo-jin also arrived at this place. She ordered her subordinates to search thoroughly, ensuring that not even a mouse is missed. A soldier, upon seeing the drone's footage, was greatly shocked. The footage showed that all the monsters had been annihilated. Even Park Soo-jin, an S-class hunter, felt a chill. She ordered her subordinates to check the drone data and report all the information. She saw obvious signs of battle here. The powerful hunter mentioned by Lee Han-jun not only survived the bombing, but also wiped out the entire monster tide. Such a feat is likely impossible even for an S-class. Just then, Park Soo-jin's subordinate made a new discovery. There was an intact drone on the ground. His expression was sinister. The SD card in this drone is in great condition. I can digitize the data right now. 1 minute later, Park Soo-jin saw the footage from the drone. Park Soo-jin watched the footage from the drone from start to finish, not missing a single suspicious detail. She saw the soldier who had reported me, and beside him was a white-haired man. This must be that mysterious hunter. While Park Soo-jin was reviewing the footage, the soldiers were collecting treasures dropped by the monster. Soon, a soldier found a treasure, emitting a purple glow on the ground. There was information on it. This white bottle is a special energy potion, permanently increasing the user's magic power. And the white sword is an A-rank weapon, the Ancient Royal Dagger. A-rank weapon, Ancient Royal Dagger. What intrigued him most was the golden box. The information on this item was unrecognizable. Just as he was about to pick these things up, a soldier behind him suddenly asked, what did you find? He immediately clutched the treasures to his chest, claiming he hadn't found anything. Then, before he could react, the man from above jumped down, letting out a strange laugh. This startled the soldier, fearing he would expose his actions. As for the value of the box, the man could tell at a glance. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a drop from the raid boss. It looks like a rare item, since even its information is obscured. Then, a smirk curled on his lips. Appropriating items obtained by a unit is a crime. You know what to do, right? The soldier's heart instantly sank. Is he really going to expose me? If so, I'm finished. Left with no choice, he could only suggest splitting the treasures. If you expose me, you won't be able to get these treasures either. The man seemed satisfied with this proposal. He directly chose this golden box. The soldier said this was impossible. This box clearly looks like it could contain legendary items. How could it be given to you so easily? At this, the man grabbed his shoulder. You have no choice. You have to let me choose first. Otherwise, I'll expose you. The soldier had no choice but to give this golden box to him. After getting this golden box, the man wore an evil expression. I finally got this puppet relic. On the other side, after a long sprint, I finally arrived at Shelter 6. I carefully observed the surroundings. It seems there haven't been any monster ambushes recently. Moreover, the security here is tight. There are even heavy weapons stationed behind. The people coming and going also seem quite normal. Shelter 6 must have some experts here. Then I went down, preparing to enter the shelter. I kept thinking about that cloaked person. I couldn't feel any of his aura at all. In fact, I couldn't feel the aura of any powerful person. But if there were no experts stepping up to protect this place, it would have been destroyed long ago. Just then, a man wearing a bamboo hat appeared in front of me. This made me a bit puzzled. Is this man blind? Doesn't he know how to walk around people? However, he seemed to be looking for me specifically. Your blood is so thick. You must be from the outside, right? I gave a soft hum of affirmation. Do you have some business? I'm very busy right now. I don't have time for nonsense. The man laughed. In that case, let's make a deal. He pulled out a stack of money from his chest. I would like to buy some information about the outside world from you. The man simply asked a woman if she had seen the couple in the photo, but it terrified her, leaving her shocked on the spot. The woman left in a hurry, stating she had never seen them. This left me completely confused. Her reaction was as if I had shown her a ghost. Just then, a man walked over from behind, grumbling. I immediately blocked his path, staring at him with an unfriendly gaze. Then I asked him the same question as the woman. Have you seen the couple in the photo? To my surprise, his expression was exactly the same as the woman's. Why do you have their photo? Flashback to 3 hours ago. I was stopped by a man wearing a bamboo hat. He pulled out a stack of money from his chest, wanting to buy some information about the outside world. I said no problem. I can certainly tell you what I know. Just as the man was feeling pleased, I made a request. Before that, I have a question I want to ask you first. You're a monk, yet you call me Your Excellency. You must be a fake. The man laughed loudly. I didn't expect you to see through me at a glance. This outfit is just my preference. Then I pointed to his eyes. Is covering your eyes also your preference? This made the man look flustered, thinking to himself, you really are a troublesome fellow. Then he pulled down the covering, revealing closed eyes. He recently suffered from an eye condition, where he couldn't open his eyes. But his words could only fool a ghost, because I could feel his eyes. This guy in front of me is definitely not as simple as he seems. He must have a reason for hiding his power. It seems there's a wolf in sheep's clothing hiding in this shelter. Then I stopped dwelling on it, and asked what information he wanted from me. Now it was finally the man's turn to ask. The man had been in the city for a long time. He now really wanted to know what was happening outside. Moreover, he saw armed soldiers gathering by the wall. It was obvious they had entered a state of war readiness. He was sure that ordinary citizens hadn't noticed this. But this monk had heard the explosions outside, which piqued his curiosity. He wanted to know exactly what was happening outside. After listening to him, I fell into thought for a moment. This guy is probably not as simple as I imagined. I'd better hide my true self for now. Then I laughed loudly. To be honest, I'm not quite sure what exactly happened outside. I just heard a loud bang coming from the southwest. I was terrified at the time, and I dropped all the letters. I had to use my shirt as a temporary map. This surprised the man greatly. He said, so that's how it is. But what he was thinking was, this guy is hiding his strength too. Even so, he still paid me for the information. As long as he knew the direction, that was enough. You really helped me a lot. He actually headed off alone, toward such a vague direction. I had no idea what he was trying to do. I didn't know how many warriors like him were in the city, so I absolutely couldn't cause too much noise. Otherwise, it might hinder my search. There was one more thing worth noting. A suspicious person like me could actually move freely in the city. That proved this city must have powerful people guarding it. But it was also possible we shared a common enemy, so they were less wary of other humans. Night soon arrived. I entered a clothing store and bought some clothes. With the money the monk gave me, I bought a trench coat. The coat looked pretty cool. Wearing it made me feel like someone else. I think his name was Sung Jin-woo. But the priority was finding my parents quickly. I checked the surroundings, and found the city was far bigger than I expected. It seemed I could only use the most traditional method. I hoped everything would go smoothly, so I gently tapped a woman's shoulder. "Hello. I wanted to ask, have you seen the couple in this photo?" But to my surprise, the woman looked shocked. She hurriedly waved her hands, saying she had never seen them before. Then she left in a panic. This left me speechless. Wasn't her reaction a bit too intense? It felt like I had shown her a ghost. Just then, a man behind me came over cursing. His loud voice immediately caught my attention. But what I didn't expect was, he walked up to me with an annoyed face and said, "Are you still hitting on people this late at night? That's so pathetic." Hearing this, I instantly appeared in front of him, staring at him with an unfriendly gaze. "You'd better watch your mouth." When his eyes met mine, sweat clearly slid down his face. "You don't look like a local," he said while pointing at the photo in my hand. "What era is this already? Who still uses a photo to hit on people at midnight? That's way too lame." I casually raised the photo for him to see. "Have you seen the two people in this photo?" The man was speechless. "Are you hitting on everyone you meet?" But his voice suddenly stopped, and terror appeared on his face. "How do you have their photo?" Then he looked up and asked me, "What is your relationship with the two people in this photo?" This made me overjoyed. It seemed I had finally found news of my parents. I quickly said I was their son. The afro-haired man carefully compared my face with the child in the photo. "These don't match at all." This made him angry. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to beat me up. "Are you messing with me?" At the same time, a truck carrying monsters happened to drive over. The driver on the truck was panicking, and slammed the brakes desperately. But I completely ignored all of this. The next moment, the truck slammed into my body. But I didn't even move a single step. This completely stunned the afro-haired man. "Am I seeing a human or a ghost today?" I patted the dust off my shoulder. "I'm really sorry. I didn't hear what you said clearly. Could you say it again?" The man no longer had his earlier arrogance, and instantly became an honest young man. Then he even pretended to know me. "So it's you. It's really been a long time." He pointed out a road for me. "Follow this road straight ahead, and you'll find your home. I even held you when you were little. Do you still remember?" I ignored what he said, and walked in the direction he pointed. "Thank you for this. When I find my parents, I'll give you a reward." The afro-haired man smiled and waved at me. "You don't need to be so polite. I don't need any reward." But right after that, he moved fast, and ran in another direction. Looks like I stirred up big trouble. I have to gather everyone quickly. At this moment, I also felt a little puzzled. Even a small-time thug knew my home address. That was really unbelievable. But thinking about it, it seemed normal. Dad was always kind to everyone he met. Maybe because of this habit of Dad's, everyone had a very deep impression of him. Mom was the same too. She was also very kind to the neighbors. People as good as them. In this world, I'll only be used by others. My fists tighten with hidden power. My parents are both good people, but I can hardly be called a good person. Now that I'm here, I can protect my parents. No one will ever be able to bully them in my presence. After walking for a while, I stopped at a corner. The path the Afro guy pointed out should be here. But what I didn't expect was that there wasn't a single passerby here. And there was a very long wall at the entrance. Could it be that my parents live inside here? This is way too extravagant. I can tell just from the entrance that my parents are doing quite well in this city. It seems they haven't suffered much. So, I couldn't wait to knock on the door. Then, a look of joy appeared on my face, because I heard a voice inside, both familiar and strange. 500 years. For 500 whole years, I haven't heard this voice. This is my father's voice. He might be talking to my mother. "Did your work end so early today?" Then, my father opened the door to welcome my mother home. But instead, he saw me with white hair standing in front of him. But when I saw him, my expression also changed. My father's change was greater than I imagined. After opening the door, my father had a puzzled expression. Then, his expression became incredibly angry. "Who the hell are you? How dare you get in the way of me welcoming my wife home?" Father stared at me for a long time, but he still didn't recognize me. I can't blame him for that, because my changes over these 500 years have been too great. Although I haven't aged, compared to my former self, I'm a completely different person. "Father, I am Lu Dao. Have you really forgotten me?" Hearing this, my father was instantly shocked. "Do you think I'm an idiot? Since when does my son have white hair? We've finally met. I've finally found the parents I've longed for." This scene left the leader of the dark department shocked, because the man crying in front of him was a super strong individual comparable to a god of war. "Just now, I met the father I've missed so much, but he didn't believe at all that I was his son. Afterward, I was brought to the hall by my father. After we both sat down, not a word was spoken. At that moment, my mother walked in carrying tea. Only after my mother sat down did my father slowly speak. I simply can't believe it. He is like a completely different person from our son. So, we should perform some tests now." I chuckled. What did father mean by tests? Father said I had changed too much from before. So we must exchange secrets known only to father and son, to make him believe that I am indeed his son. At this point, father glanced at the dark department agents on the ceiling. "If I say anything suspicious, the agents above will deal with me." Little did he know, I saw everything he did. It seems he is still wary of me. However, the strictness of the security put me at ease. It seems father has done quite well for himself these years. Now comes the secret exclusive to us father and son. I truly feel sorry for father's subordinates, because they are about to hear things they shouldn't. And so the first round began. Every weekend, father goes to a housekeeping group for cooking classes. Father had a look of shock on his face. How does he know about this? The leader of the dark department was stunned upon hearing this. He never imagined the boss would go to a housekeeping group to learn cooking. This was only the first thing I exposed about father. Next is the bombshell. Father sneaks off every week to take ballet classes. The dark department leader clinging to the ceiling wanted to die. He really wondered if he could make it out alive today. He simply couldn't imagine the boss in a ballet class. Father glared menacingly at the agents on the ceiling, as if saying, "If you dare imagine things, I'll kill you." Meeting father's gaze, the dark department leader felt as if his neck was locked by a sword's edge, sending a chill down his spine. The entire room was filled with an awkward atmosphere. Father still seemed to be wary of me. "Even if you know these things, it doesn't prove you are my son." To this, I laughed out loud. "Why don't I tell you some things about our family?" There was some surprise in father's eyes. "Since you know, why don't you go ahead and speak?" "Of course I know these things, but don't say I didn't warn you. Are you really okay with letting others hear what I'm about to say?" I clearly saw sweat breaking out on father's face. He even stuttered a bit. "Just go ahead and say it." Then I turned and pointed to the two swords placed there. Father's katana is just a replica. Hearing the word replica, the dark department leader broke into a cold sweat. A hint of panic flashed in father's eyes, but he continued to make excuses. "Stop joking around. What evidence do you have to prove it's a fake?" To find the evidence my father mentioned, I stood up and took one of the knives. "There are my brother's teeth marks on this hilt." The dark unit leader was shocked. He knew he was definitely going to die here today, because he discovered the leader's great secret. He had heard the boss mention it before, that this knife was used when his hands were tied by enemies, and he fought using the blade held in his mouth, leaving teeth marks after killing 38 people. With a sharp shing sound, I drew the knife in my hand. At the same time, the dark unit leader was ready to attack, because he felt I might take this opportunity to strike their boss. However, I pressed the knife against my own palm. If I remember correctly, this knife is retractable, right? Did you see that? I was right, wasn't I? Just then, my dad suddenly scolded me from behind with a shout. "You brat." The next second, he threw himself into my arms and started sobbing uncontrollably. "We all thought you were dead. We searched for so many years and couldn't find you." Right now, Dad was like a child, constantly shedding tears. This is an expression only seen when crying for joy. Our son is really back. Ever since I disappeared, Mom and Dad never gave up searching for me. Dad even searched every landmark for information about me. Unknowingly, he actually became the boss. And now, this boss is crying his eyes out. How pathetic. Can you bring the person up there down? At this moment, the dark unit leader was also shocked. It was his first time seeing the boss like this. The boss, who once lived in a world of blood and wind, was a ruthless killer, A figure who could be called a god of war. Things from the past kept flashing back in the leader's mind. He suddenly remembered something. In all these years, it seemed he had never seen the boss shed a single tear. I bet even if he told people about this scene now, not a single person would believe him. As he watched, he suddenly felt something was off. Sweat poured down his forehead like water. He felt this was more dangerous than hell. He had to leave immediately. He only prayed that we wouldn't kill him to silence him. Just then, a hand suddenly smashed through the ceiling and grabbed his leg. I stared at the dark unit leader with a smile. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. My father wants to have a word with you. Could you do us a favor and come down? Then, the four of us sat around the table. My father spoke to the dark unit member. Of all my subordinates, you have the loosest lips by far. You know what to do, right? And right then, I followed up on my dad's words. If you leak this matter, then you will bear the consequences. This sentence was spoken by my dad and me simultaneously. The dark unit leader was probably scared witless by now. I promise I won't say a single word. I hope you can let me go. Now, even a blind man could see clearly that these two were carved from the same mold. If they aren't father and son, what are they? Compared to the threats from me and my dad, my mother's voice was like an angel descending in his ear. You two fathers and sons have had your fun. Stop threatening him. This made the dark unit leader look touched. It seemed the lady was the only gentle one in the family. However, although Mom was smiling, her expression was eerie and terrifying. You must not say a single word. Otherwise, even I cannot save your life. The dark unit leader nodded repeatedly. He promised he would definitely not remember this. I'll forget it the moment I walk out the door. My father said to my mother with a face of anger. I'm so glad he didn't mention me farting or snoring in my sleep. Hubby, why did you expose your own embarrassing secrets? Seeing such a heartwarming scene, I couldn't help but smile. This is the life I longed for during my 500 years in the abyss. Now it has finally arrived. Now that I'm back, and my family is still alive, the next thing to do is to protect them. Just then, I keenly sensed movement outside the house. The next second, with a loud crash, my front door was flung open by a guy with an afro. Behind him were several fierce-looking lackeys. Boss, there's a white-haired kid looking for you. He looks very powerful. He even smashed a truck to pieces. But when he opened the door, he was stunned. He didn't expect me to be sitting here quietly with my parents right here. I glanced slightly backward. The white-haired kid you mentioned, were you talking about me? Hearing my words, he was utterly shocked. He looked at me closely, and found I was exactly like the white-haired kid in his memory. Suddenly, he was pale with fear. Boss, he's the one I was talking about. This kid is incredibly powerful. Even the truck that hit him was smashed to pieces. Then he said tremblingly, even if you are strong, we have the numbers on our side. You can't beat us. Little did he know, his legs were shaking as he spoke. In contrast, I was much calmer, as if I didn't care about him at all. That Afro guy kept shouting, what do you plan to do to our boss? Are you from the Tiger Roar gang? Then I grabbed his shaking knees with both hands. You're really something. Stop your legs from shaking while you talk. When I stood up, an incredibly powerful aura erupted from my eyes, making him shudder just by looking at me. I patted his shoulder gently, feeling that he seemed to be my father's subordinate. Dad, why don't you introduce your subordinates to me? Dad laughed heartily. Don't be too nervous, you guys. He is my son, named Chui Ludao. After being missing for 5 years, he's finally back. His current level is... Just as he said this, Dad's voice came to an abrupt halt. He remembered something, which was that he knew nothing about my level. As a father, he had been truly negligent, not knowing his son's situation for so long. But since his subordinates were all here, he couldn't let this show. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. At that moment, I picked up where Dad left off, saying something that nearly scared everyone to death. I don't have the system you're talking about at all, so I don't know what my level is right now. This left the lackeys behind him looking shocked. You survived in the fallen zone for 5 years, and you actually didn't have a system during those 5 years? Then how on earth did you survive? The Afro guy from before was also left speechless with shock. If you don't have a system, then no matter how you train, you can't break past level 10. I chuckled at the Afro guy, although I didn't know what kind of abilities this system could give them. But could a level 10 withstand a truck collision? I felt that was a bit unrealistic. The long-haired guy behind the Afro guy said slowly, didn't you say he was strong before? But how is he just a rookie without a system? The Afro guy was also speechless. Maybe he just got it wrong. Although he said that, in his heart, He knew that I was definitely not normally strong, but he also wondered why I didn't have a system. I had just returned to Earth from the Abyss. I didn't know what the system they mentioned looked like, so I asked the Afro guy to use the system to check my level. The woman simply mentioned her skill, but it left the son beside her stunned on the spot, because his mother had the priest class, and unlike ordinary priests, she had awakened the complete priest inheritance. The complete inheritance has a terrifying skill, which is the ability to foresee the future. That's why she firmly believed her missing son would definitely return. This is the heaven-defying power of precognition. Just 3 minutes ago, I asked the Afro guy if he could use the system to check my level. This left him completely stunned. Then he began to explain to me, there's something you might not know yet. Since you don't have a system, you obviously don't know the basic information. If you had a system, you could see the monster's levels and related info, but you cannot see other people's levels. Without a reconnaissance skill, you cannot see other people's information. This reconnaissance info is extremely rare, but my father happens to have this skill. I looked toward my father. In that case, I'll have to trouble Dad to check for me. I wondered if Dad's skill could see some information about the Abyss. A moment later, everyone present watched Dad gesturing in the air. That was because they couldn't see other people's system interfaces. I asked Mom, aren't you going to check? Mom shook her head. Right now, I just want to be by your side. Anyway, I already know what I need to know. Just as Mom finished speaking, Dad's exclamation rang out in the room. What on earth is going on? On Dad's system panel, there were several question marks. He couldn't find a single bit of information about me. Regarding this, he seemed very confused. No matter how many times he tried, the result was always the same. Dad had 2 guesses about this situation. The first guess was that it was because I didn't have a system, but the second guess gave Dad a huge shock. That was that my level was far higher than his, to the point where he couldn't check my info. As soon as he spoke, all the underlings in the room were stunned. The boss was already a war godlike figure, yet his son was actually even more powerful. This was simply unbelievable. According to Dad's explanation, the system interface couldn't display my abilities or personal info, but it could show my name. This meant the second guess was very likely true. More importantly, my son survived outside for 5 years. If he were a novice, he'd probably have died long ago, and there's no way he'd be here. So your level must far exceed mine. Hearing Dad ask what I'd been through these 5 years, I couldn't help but recall some bad memories, and my face immediately fell. Mom spoke up to bail me out. You guy, stop pestering your son with questions. He's back safely now. Shouldn't we be happy about that? In Mom's heart, she always believed I was a strong child. No matter what problem I faced, I could overcome the difficulties. Moreover, Mom knew that I must have endured many hardships to return. It was truly wonderful to see me safe and sound now. Hearing Mom's words, my eyes grew moist. I've missed Mom so much over these 500 years. The various experiences in the Abyss flashed through my mind. But after going through so much, this moment of reunion made it all worth it. My tears flowed uncontrollably. I told Mom not to worry, that I would never wander off again. I would always stay by your side, and that I could protect you both. At this moment, Mom was sobbing uncontrollably in my arms, her tears flowing like a waterfall. Seeing this touching scene, Dad also shed some tears. Then, he drove all his underlings out. You guys, don't get in the way of a mother and son's reunion. Now get lost. He ordered that today, regardless of what happened, no one should disturb him. Tonight, he wanted to prepare a feast for his son's welcome banquet. After everyone had left, only Mom and I remained in the room chatting. By the way, Mom, where is my older brother? I hadn't seen my brother since I entered the room, which gave me a bad feeling. Mom told me not to overthink it. Your brother is doing just fine. He doesn't come home often because he's serving in the army. Now that you're back, should I call him to come home for dinner? At that moment, I saw my brother's picture on the phone. According to Mom, my brother had been fighting on the front lines, almost as if he were trying to avenge me. I hadn't seen him for a long time. My brother used to always stand in front of me to protect me. From childhood until now, I had never been bullied while my brother was around. I chatted with Mom for a long time, before I finally asked about my doubt. Mom, is your status here very high? Mom nodded. My status here is exceptionally high, because I awakened the complete inheritance of a priest. So those guys are willing to follow my orders. Moreover, I am a healer with many healing abilities, capable of providing powerful support. The most important point is that I have a prophecy skill. Hearing Mom's words, I looked incredibly shocked. Since Mom was a priest, could she tell what was wrong with me? But Mom said she couldn't see through it, because she didn't have a discernment skill. Then how did you know I would definitely return? And even left clothes and a letter in my room? Then, Mom touched my face with her hand. You silly boy. Didn't I just tell you that I have the power of prophecy? That's because I saw a vision of your return in the future. Mom laughed heartily. I told your father before that you would definitely return, but he still didn't believe it, leaving early and returning late every day to search for you. As a result, he became the boss of this place. Unfortunately, a prophet cannot predict their own fate. Otherwise, they will suffer a backlash. And the power of prophecy has many limitations. Certain conditions must be met before predicting again. Meanwhile, a group of uninvited guests arrived at my door. The leader surprisingly had a scar on his face. After Dad saw them arrive, he led his underlings forward to greet them. Welcome back, my good brother. This person was the vice president of the United Guild. Seeing his expression, Dad couldn't help but wonder. Why the long face, you guy? Did something happen? Dad quietly approached his side, asked in a low voice. What exactly happened to you? I privately sent people to investigate some things before. What did they find? Han Taishan spoke in a deep voice. Just as you suspected. Tiger Roar is connected to the military. Boss, should we take some action? We handed over the monster corpses to the military as usual. But that guy with the notebook started nitpicking during the inspection. He said the monsters we hunted were too badly damaged, that they couldn't be accepted. They always have various excuses and reasons to give us only a small fraction of the points, and then reported the full amount to his boss. After verification, all the injustices pointed to Tiger Roar. Hearing Han Taishan say this, Dad had a look of sudden realization. So that's how it is. This is pretty much what I guessed. If the supposedly neutral Tiger Roar is also playing these tricks, then things get tricky. But we can't just sit back and let them trample us. This will affect the town's future. Dad didn't seem to take this matter too seriously. The worst case scenario is just a fight. Now the most important thing is to get my brothers something to eat. In the next moment, Dad opened his hand. A sword instantly appeared in his palm. After eating, Dad will personally go to Tiger Roar to resolve this matter completely. At this moment, Dad's eyes were full of murderous intent. We must let them see that the United Guild is not a pushover for anyone to bully. Hearing about the Tiger Roar Guild, my eyes also turned cold. Thanks to that black fragment, all my abilities have entered an overloaded state. Not only has my strength increased, but my senses have also become sharper. Now I can capture sounds from afar. It seems the bandits I encountered before were also related to Tiger Roar. I turned my head toward where Dad was. Now that Dad is going to negotiate with them, I'm still a bit worried, because I don't know the extent of Dad's strength. In the next moment, I pushed open the door and stopped Dad. You're going to eat, right? I happen to be hungry too. How about I go eat with you? And after eating, I want to go to the Tiger Roar Guild with Dad. I want to see who exactly dares to bully us. The young man simply mentioned wanting to go to the S-rank guild with his father, which left everyone around him shocked, because they felt this might be the time to witness the young man's true strength. However, Han Taishan beside him was full of doubt. This white-haired youth before him gave him a sense of pressure. But he had never seen me in the city. Dad quickly stepped forward to explain. This is my son who disappeared for 5 years, named Choi Yuk-do. But unfortunately, my son hasn't awakened a system. This shocked Han Taishan immensely. Surviving outside for 5 years without a system. How on earth did he do it? His surprised gaze met mine. Since he has no system, it means he's just an ordinary person. People without systems outside might not last 3 days before kicking the bucket. If he has elite attributes and top-tier survival skills, it's not entirely impossible to survive. But without professional skills, once the situation turns into a fight, he'll become a burden. Han Taishan didn't say these thoughts aloud. Instead, he laughed loudly. This is actually great news. But since you just returned, don't participate in this action. You need to get some good rest. Dad agreed with Han Taishan's words, telling me to just stay home with Mom. Mom chuckled. Just listen to your father. I haven't had the chance to show you around our home yet. I couldn't help but think. It seems they think I should be an ordinary person. But this was expected. To anyone who possesses a system, I am just an ordinary person. Thinking about it carefully, I haven't fully grasped the layout of this shelter yet. If monsters like the ones I imagined really exist, I must hide my true power, to avoid involving my parents. So I nodded and agreed. In that case, then let the uncles go with Dad. But the subordinate behind him looked disappointed. He was feeling quite annoyed. It seems I've missed a great chance to show my abilities. It's all because Han Taishan opened his mouth. He had already cursed him countless times in his head. So Dad and his group set off in grand fashion toward the Tiger Roar Guild, ready to demand justice. Watching their departing figures, I was still a bit worried, because I just got home. I didn't want Dad to be in danger. Mom told me not to worry. Your father is very powerful. Not letting you go this time is for your own sake. Just stay home and behave. Actually, my current thoughts are the same as Mom's. We finally reunited after so much difficulty. Neither of us wants to put the other in danger. Mom patted my head at that moment. Just trust what Mom says. Actually, your father is truly powerful. Moreover, she uses precognition every month to check on your father's safety. Every time, she can see your father in the coming month, so you don't have to worry anymore. I stopped Mom from continuing to pat my head. I'm not a child anymore. Patting my head like this makes me feel quite embarrassed. Although Mom can indeed predict danger, Tiger Roar has established ties with the military. My dad will only have more frequent conflicts with them from now on. I turned and asked Mom a question. What is the current situation in the shelter? Why is Tiger Roar on bad terms with us? Mom said that since Judgment Day, the Hunter Guild established by Awakeners joined forces with the military to manage the shelter. Then your father founded the United Guild and cooperated with the military in shelter number 6, hoping to find you. The reason the United Guild grew so large is that everyone was moved by your father's vow to help each other find their families. The United Guild is responsible for maintaining order, searching for supplies in the wild, and fighting monsters, while the military handles rifts and tower raids. Your father is a kind person. That's exactly why he doesn't want his people to enter the rifts. This was how your father and I maintained peace over the past 4 years, while avoiding danger as much as possible, allowing his people to grow stronger gradually. But a few months ago, the Tiger Roar Guild from shelter number 4 came to build a branch. It was from this moment on that your father's side began to have constant conflicts with them. Whether it was big or small matters, the conflicts never stopped. This left me somewhat puzzled, since the shelter has a relationship with the military. It turns out that because the enemies kept getting stronger, the army was no longer able to stop them. But Tiger Roar was established to conquer the high towers. Since their power was so overwhelming, the military had no choice but to rely on them. Intelligence regarding tower raids is of great value, so the military couldn't just ignore it. Moreover, the Tiger Roar organization possesses an awakener chosen by the Tower God. This awakener is named Esla. He is the one chosen by the Tower God. He is the true ace of Tiger Roar. His strength is terrifying. Hearing Mom mention the Tower God, I looked confused. It was my first time hearing that a god actually existed in this tower. The so-called Tower God is the master of the tower. To us humans, his power is almost equivalent to a deity. If one passes the Tower God's trial, they can become an Esla and obtain God-given power. Outside the tower, they are called messengers of God, and inside the tower, they become guardians. Currently, Tiger Roar possesses many Esla. Since every Esla harbors absurd power, Tiger Roar quickly annexed all neighboring guilds. Your father's guild is deeply loved by the locals, but they have never conquered a single tower. We are the only guild in the alliance without any Esla struggling to survive. This made me feel that the situation was quite dire, but I felt something was slightly off. If people love the United Guild so much, why do they act like a triad organization? Mom gave a little chuckle. What you're talking about is just a personal quirk of mine. This made me suddenly realize. It turns out Mom actually admires triad gangsters. To think the guild she founded still has the shadow of a triad. Mom told me not to worry about it so much. What does it matter? As long as everyone is happy, that's enough. Then Mom pushed my back, telling me to hurry up, take a shower, and get some rest. We can continue talking about anything tomorrow. If you need help scrubbing your back, just call me. But how could I let someone scrub my back? After Mom left, I stood alone in the room, but I couldn't settle my mind. I activated my perception to check Mom's location. A surge of abyss power spread from within my body. In my perception, Mom had indeed left. Previously, I agreed to let Dad rest at home, because I didn't expect the situation to be so severe. But now, it's necessary for me to go to Dad's side. Otherwise, I'll never be at ease. Then, I flung open the window. If I go now, I should still be able to catch up with Dad. With a sudden whoosh, I leaped up and instantly left the spot. Just then, Mom also saw my figure from the house. A complex expression appeared on Mom's face. Everyone told you to go rest, and yet you're just such a disobedient child. It seems you're still as headache-inducing as when you were little. On the other side, Dad was leading people toward the Tiger Roar Guild with murderous intent. It's starting. I didn't expect Dad to merely draw his blade and make the guild members so excited, because it had been a long time since their boss last drew his blade. I heard that last time, he cut a wound 20 meters long across an enemy. Of course, I didn't believe their claims. I knew my dad best. He loved using exaggerated words to describe his own actions. That so-called 20-meter wound was probably just a nick on the enemy's clothes. In my memory, Dad could never do something like that. The next moment, the blade in Dad's hand suddenly left its sheath. Park Tae-jun, I've personally come to your guild's gate. It's about time you came out. As soon as he finished speaking, Dad swung his sword. Although the sword was still in his hand, the blade aura released from it shot straight toward the guild building ahead. In that instant, the guild building was split in half by Dad's slash. At this moment, Dad was full of murderous intent. Today, he would make the Tiger Roar Guild answer for this. But this scene left me completely dumbfounded. So what Mom said was true. Dad's strength really was powerful. Just 10 minutes earlier, Dad had led a group toward the Tiger Roar Guild. At the same time, I followed from home. I climbed higher to check Dad's group, because everywhere except the central area was pitch black. I easily found Dad, but at that moment, double vision appeared in my eyes, and my head felt dizzy. This made me feel something was wrong. Ever since I was strengthened by the Abyss fragment, I couldn't even catch a cold, so how could I feel dizzy? But then, I heard a familiar voice. Seed of the Abyss, you can't hide. I immediately turned to search for the cloaked man, but this guy was extremely cunning. He completely concealed his aura, and I couldn't sense him at all. This made me furious. I never thought he had followed me to shelter number 6. While I was still angry, I suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. Then I heard his voice again. I won't let you escape, Seed of the Abyss, because your soul has already been locked by me. Anything marked by me cannot hide from my sight. Soon, I saw his head right on my shoulder. The next second, I swung my fist violently, and directly smashed the cloaked man's head apart. But my fist couldn't actually hit him. It passed straight through his head. It seemed this was not his real body. The cloaked man laughed wildly. Your soul has already been marked by me. You will never escape from my grasp. When I carefully sensed his head, I realized it seemed to be something like a string of code, only repeating these few sentences. And that damned expression. My shout attracted the attention of people nearby. What are you doing up there so late? Are you trying to jump off the building? The powerful flashlights in their hands made it hard for me to open my eyes. The next second, I leaped up and vanished from where I stood. As I flew through the air, I found that the face from earlier had disappeared again, so I immediately stopped to check again. If that guy was nearby, he was definitely a dangerous existence. But what I didn't expect was, the instant I stopped, I saw the cloaked man again. He repeated the same words once more. This gave me a guess. Could he have disappeared because of the strong flashlight? Thinking of this, I felt I needed to test it, so I came under a streetlight, and aimed my arm at the light. In my view, if I stayed in darkness for 7 seconds, the soul mark would activate. If I lost my calm, it might also activate the soul mark. I didn't expect this thing to be so troublesome. Thinking this, I used my other hand to gently cover the soul mark, and left it in darkness for 7 seconds. Sure enough, just as I guessed, that damned head appeared again. But this time, I made the same expression as him, and even said the same words to him. Your soul has already been marked by me. You cannot escape, Seed of the Abyss. After a passerby saw this, he cursed me as a delusional edgelord. It seemed only I could see that face. When I walked under the light, a piercing noise began ringing in my mind. But after a while, the mark disappeared, and I could no longer see that damned head. He must have planted the soul mark on me long ago. Could it be that when I was at home? Is it because of the sunlight and the lights in the room that I didn't experience these things sooner? My guess should be correct. It must be like this. This makes things a bit troublesome for me. How should I deal with this head? The reason the hooded man planted this soul mark on me was likely to make it easier to find my location. It seems he could launch a surprise attack at any moment, so I absolutely cannot let my guard down. This guy is a very dangerous existence. First, I have to find my father. As for this punchable face, I'll just ignore it if I can. When light hits me, that face will vanish. It seems my guess was correct. It won't appear when there is light. If it's really as Mom said, that the joint guild is now useless to the military, then Father's life might be in danger. Then I thought of the monk I met that day. I don't know how many strong people are in the sanctuary, but with the military allied with the Tiger War Guild, they definitely won't just stay quiet. They are likely trying to destroy the joint guild. If that's the case, even if I have to kill everyone, I will protect Father and Mother. Everyone who threatens our lives must die. At this moment, my expression is somewhat lonely. I really want to go back to the peaceful society of the past, so that our family could live in peace every day. Soon, I arrived where Father was. They were standing in front of the Tiger War Guild building. However, I didn't follow them. Instead, I hid behind a pillar and watched the movement ahead. I really wanted to know how Father would negotiate with the Tiger War Guild. When conflicts arise with others, violence is actually the last resort. This is the truth Father once told me. But back then, I only half understood it. Because I was still young then, I didn't know how to fight at all. I don't know if Father will come to blows with the people of the Tiger War Guild. If they fight, I'll have to step in. Right then, I heard some commotion among the crowd. Could it be that the negotiations are starting? Turning around to look, I found that two members in front seemed very excited. They couldn't hide the smiles on their faces. Then I saw Father make a motion to draw his blade. Father's aura at this moment was incredibly terrifying. His member said, "That last time, Father left a scar nearly 20 meters long on his opponent." Then Father spoke, his eyes full of killing intent. "I've already come to the gates of your guild. Are you still not coming out to greet me?" The next moment, the blade in Father's hand was instantly unsheathed. The moment the blade was drawn, I felt a terrifying power erupting from the blade. With a sharp shring, a loud ring of the sword quickly surged toward the building ahead. Besides that, I also saw the sword art. The next second, debris flew everywhere. The entire building was sliced in two. At this moment, Father's expression was completely devoid of the kindness he has at home. There was only endless killing intent and dominance. Beside him, Han Taishan watched all this expressionlessly. On the contrary, the underlings behind him were incredibly excited. This scene left me completely shocked on the spot. So everything Mom said was true. Father really is incredibly powerful. It seems my worries were a bit unnecessary. Then Father slowly sheathed his long blade. The building had been sliced diagonally in half. Then Father spoke slowly. "It's been a while since I've been active. Did you really think we were dead? How dare you bully our people so blatantly? We've been tricked. We've been tricked." Just after Dad cut down the guild building with killing intent, unexpectedly, from inside the building, hundreds emerged and surrounded us. And there was also an S-rank expert who pinned down Dad's combat power. The military teamed up with the Tiger War Guild without warning, specifically to wipe out the force Dad created in one go. And their actions completely infuriated me. Just 3 minutes ago, Dad gave the Tiger War Guild a show of strength, earning cheers from his men. And at this moment, I lightly tapped one of Dad's men. I wanted to ask him a question. Has the boss always been like this? He's actually this fierce. Hearing this, that man looked at me with absolute admiration. "Don't you know? The boss is famous for being the first to charge into a fight." I was incredibly surprised to hear this. I casually said, "Doesn't he always like to leave violence as the last resort?" Based on the subordinates' meaning, it seemed Dad had said this to them as well. But that was just an old philosophy. Back then, he still believed the army could solve problems. But now, things are different. What happened later was extremely interesting. Whenever our people went to the army's managed area, small conflicts would always break out. One conflict after another gradually changed the boss's philosophy. So solving problems with fists was the fastest way. If you can't win a fight, talking is useless. Anyway, beat them up first, then reason with them afterward. That became the boss's new philosophy, and also the philosophy we pursued. After hearing the subordinate's explanation, I felt Dad's actions were still a bit reckless. From what I saw of that monk, don't powerful people usually avoid trouble? Why did Dad charge straight into difficulty instead? I looked at Dad's back ahead. Could I have misunderstood him before? Or could someone with power like Dad's act domineeringly however he wanted? Maybe I had just been blinded by that monk before. He might also possess terrifying power and bully others everywhere. It seemed I still didn't understand this world well enough. Meanwhile, inside a certain building, a figure appeared on the rooftop, and he was watching the scene ahead. Several helicopters were handling a monster corpse. At this moment, the monk had removed his blindfold. A green light flashed across his eyes. This was his skill. Sharp Eye had been activated. He saw what looked like a torn-apart level 90 boss. Yet there were no burns or other wounds from heavy weapons. This scene was the monster I killed during the day. The monk covered his eyes with cloth again, and sighed that this world actually had so many strong people. It really was frightening. It seemed they had to be cautious, and even more cautious. On the other side, the building Dad had cut apart was still emitting wisps of white smoke. Dad and his group were waiting there for the Tiger Roar Guild's leader to come out and negotiate. Before long, a group walked out from inside. The person leading them was cursing loudly, calling Dad a bastard. That man said angrily, "Do you think the current situation is the same as when the shelter was first built?" Hearing this seemed to stir bad memories in Dad, and he responded with a furious face, "Of course the situation has changed. After all, trash like you appeared." As soon as he finished speaking, Dad lifted the blade in his hand. "Back then, I should have killed you directly, to prevent future trouble." That man seemed completely unfazed by Dad's provocation. "Then why don't you do it now? Are you scared?" After being provoked by him, veins bulged on Dad's face. "Do you think I can't kill you now?" The next second, Dad's long blade instantly left its sheath. Bolts of lightning danced around the sword. This scene made Park Tae-jun tremble in fear, afraid Dad would cut him down right there. Park Tae-jun was extremely anxious. "I've completely enraged him. Why aren't you people coming out already?" Could it be that his anger still isn't enough? Thinking this, Park Tae-jun insulted Dad again. "You can't even draw your sword. You coward. If you have the guts, come cut me down. I want to see whether you really have the courage." The more Park Tae-jun spoke, the more excited he became. "A coward like you isn't even worthy of carrying shoes for the Tiger Roar Guild." The next moment, Dad was completely enraged. He charged toward Park Tae-jun with his long blade, but at that moment, Park Tae-jun instantly released his shield and summoned divine power to block Dad's strike. In that instant, a dark shadow appeared. Dad and Park Tae-jun had the same thought at once. "You've finally taken the bait." The next moment, a man walked out from behind. "None of you are allowed to move." This cold-looking man was a level 63 assassin. He said angrily, "You really have guts, daring to start a fight inside the shelter." His appearance shocked the guild members. "He's from the military. But why would they appear here? Do they plan to join forces with the Tiger Roar Guild?" I glanced at the level 63 assassin. He must be the soldier backing the Tiger Roar Guild. But this definitely wasn't a coincidence. I locked my gaze on the building above. I could feel many people lying in ambush inside that building. It felt like Dad was definitely going to suffer this time. This person's appearance was definitely not accidental. It was inevitable. He must have set this trap long ago, waiting for Dad to jump in. This person's appearance brought the fight to a halt, but the scene was still locked in a stalemate. Dad also knew he had fallen into a trap today, but he hadn't expected the military to abandon the United Guild directly and turn around to cooperate with the Tiger Roar Guild. The assassin never stopped smiling. According to Article 15 of the Temporary Shelter Safety Act, duels inside the shelter are forbidden. Violators will be punished depending on the severity, with 15 days or more of imprisonment, and in serious cases, may even face execution. Will you follow our instructions? Now, Dad finally realized it. So this was their plan. First, provoke him. Then, when he fights back, use the law to arrest him. This is simply a top-tier open scheme. When Dad saw the assassin's calm expression, he couldn't help but feel confused. Isn't he worried about his own corruption being exposed? It's simply unbelievable. He actually dared to frame him so blatantly. Dad also knew that once he was imprisoned, they could extend his sentence indefinitely, or make him disappear in an unfortunate accident. So he absolutely cannot be caught by them. Otherwise, the Tiger Roar Guild would take advantage of his imprisonment to seize his territory and assets. Even his wife and children would be in danger. But why would the military go to such lengths to disrupt the balance? Could there be a power struggle within the military as well? If that's the case, it would be terrifying. Although Dad wasn't sure what these people were plotting, he knew one thing: he must absolutely not admit to any crimes. After realizing this, Dad gave the assassin a laugh. "I believe you must be mistaken. There is no conflict between him and me at all. As a supporter of the United Guild, I cannot admit to any crimes without any evidence." "Officer, don't you think I'm right?" The officer laughed. You're talking about evidence again, right? Then I'll show you. Do you see the sword marks on the wall above? You just made those yourself. Does that not count as evidence? Dad started playing dumb. You must be joking. Officer, how could this possibly be evidence? Dad frantically tried to argue with them. I was just trying to test the hardness of the building with those marks. If this is a dilapidated building, I should notify my good friend to repair it quickly. Then, the officer stepped forward in front of Dad's face, and said in a cold tone, "It seems you still don't quite understand. This place is no longer decided by you, but by me. If I say this is evidence, then it is evidence. Today, inside the shelter, you had a conflict with other guilds. If you're not satisfied, you can report me." At the same time, suddenly, over 100 hunters appeared in the building, pointing guns at us. The assassin revealed a triumphant smile. "From the moment you stepped foot here, you had already lost. You'd better surrender quietly. Otherwise, I'll order them to fire." This instantly gave Dad a sense of crisis. He wouldn't die in this shooting, but his subordinates might not be able to withstand such fierce gunfire. The group of lackeys behind my dad were also terrified. "You wretched bastards! How dare you set a trap to harm us?" Everyone was urging my dad not to surrender. "At worst, we die. We must fight them to the end." At this moment, Dad's expression was incredibly serious. He knew he was trapped in a desperate dilemma today. And all of this was because of the military's intervention. The guild members behind him were already prepared for a fight to the death. But Dad told them to stay calm, because they are also within range right now, so they won't open fire. The level 63 assassin chuckled. "Do you want to gamble your brother's lives with me? I don't mind a big gamble with you, but can you afford the price of the bet?" With a click, Dad's blade instantly left its sheath. The atmosphere at the scene had ignited the fuse. A great battle between the two sides was imminent. It's updated. The latest chapter of Abyss Return is finally updated. My dad has launched an all-out war against the military. The powerhouses in the guild unleashed their ultimate moves. Just as the military assassin was preparing to sneak attack my dad at that moment, my hands pressed directly onto the enemy leader's shoulders. "If you dare move an inch, I'll make your heads roll." I gripped their necks tightly like holding little chicks. Time goes back to 3 minutes ago. At that time, the military soldiers were still threatening my dad. Dad could no longer contain his anger. But facing the level 63 assassin, even Dad felt the pressure. So Dad locked his target on Park Tae-jun. "If I take him as a hostage, we can get through this crisis." Thinking this, Father quickly drew his blade. The assassin and Park Tae-jun instantly sharpened their focus. Is he finally making a move? Park Tae-jun immediately used his sword shield. He cannot be the weakest link. Agents' defense skills are different from other classes. They can analyze more information about incoming attacks. That's why Park Tae-ta felt that at this distance, he should be able to block his father's attack. Park Tae-ta deployed a sword shield defense, so it can only block sword attacks. But because of this, when facing a sword, it can unleash a performance that exceeds its own level. Park Tae-ta had tested the sword shield before. It could block the full power strike of a level 69 warrior. So he felt that his father, a level 65 warrior, wouldn't be much of a threat. At this moment, he was already imagining the sight of his father's sword breaking upon hitting the shield. Park Tae-ta shouted, "Try and break my shield if you can." On the other side, the military personnel were constantly pressuring Choi Jin-han. "Will you surrender quietly now, or do you want to be locked in a cell with all your comrades?" Choi Jin-han's expression was incredibly grim. Now was the time for him to make a decision. The devoted Han Tae-san urged his father not to surrender. He must never surrender, even if he dies in battle. Choi Jin-han was also very conflicted. He didn't want to drag down his brothers. Choi Jin-han's hand paused on the hilt of the blade for a moment. He made a decision in his heart. He handed the blade directly to the opponent. This action signified that he was giving up the fight. Han Tae-san was utterly shocked. He didn't expect the boss to make such a decision. Instead, the military personnel showed a triumphant smile. "It seems you've made the wise choice." All the team members looked furious. Seeing the military personnel openly mocking them, how could they not be angry? But little did they know, Han Tae-san had already prepared himself for battle. Because he and Choi Jin-han had a signal that when he raised his sword, it meant they were ready. If he let go, it meant the great battle was about to erupt. In the next second, a terrifying aura erupted from Han Tae-san. Those magic powers were circulating wildly within his body. Others didn't know about this move between him and Choi Jin-han, so they would definitely be careless. If they could launch a sneak attack in a moment, they might successfully kill the enemy's strongman. At this moment, the father threw the blade directly onto the ground. This meant the battle had begun. Park Tae-da was somewhat surprised. He didn't understand why Choi Jin-han's blade disappeared. But now he didn't have time to think much, because Choi Jin-han's body rushed toward him rapidly. This scared him into turning the shield's energy to the maximum. With this shield, Park Tae-da felt as if he had a reassurance pill. This shield is imbued with magic to block sword strikes. No one would be able to break through it. In the next moment, Choi Jin-han waved his hand again. The sword shadow suddenly appeared in his hand. Since you are so confident that your shield can block my attack, then I'll give it a try. Park Tae-da wasn't panicked at all. This is a shield that even a level 69 couldn't break. Why do you think you can do it? However, at that moment, Han Tae-san released the magic he had accumulated for a long time instantly. He controlled the rubble on the ground to float up slowly. The purpose of doing this was to let the rubble cover the sword tip. They also understood Park Tae-da's defense method. What he deployed was a sword shield, so it could only block sword strikes. Then, Choi Jin-han quickly swung his sword. He shattered Park Tae-da's shield directly. The power of this strike felt as if he had smashed his shield with a hammer, making his internal organs churn continuously. It really was a miscalculation. It wasn't a sword strike, but a hammer strike. In this case, even the hardest sword shield couldn't block his attack. At this moment, the father's attacks still didn't stop. Instead, he planned to deliver consecutive fatal blows. The soldier beside him laughed loudly. I know what your goal is. After saying that, he quickly turned and swung a short blade at the father. Now I can touch you, but you can't touch me. If you dare touch a single finger of mine, you're dead. But how could Han Tae-san behind him let him succeed? With a squeeze of his hand, he directly assisted the father's defense from a distance. A stone net suddenly shot up from the ground at that moment, preventing the assassin's arm from piercing through. The assassin felt it was becoming tricky. These floating stones restricted his movements. On the other side, Park Tae-da completely panicked. He felt Choi Jin-han had completely lost his mind. He ordered his subordinates to shoot him immediately. Show no mercy. Hearing the order, the soldiers kept pulling the triggers. Countless bullets emerged from the gun barrels. However, at the same time, Han Tae-san acted again. He brought his two fingers together and pointed upward. You dare dream of harming my boss in front of me. In the next second, a stone wall blocked Park Tae-da's retreat, and it also blocked the soldiers' gunfire. It could be said that Han Tae-san used the stone wall to create a chance for Choi Jin-han to kill him solo. Choi Jin-han was overjoyed at this moment. As long as they could catch Park Tae-da and use his life as leverage to make the brothers retreat, they could leave safely. Just as Choi Jin-han's palm was about to touch Park Tae-da, Park Tae-da's body was like a shadow, suddenly vanishing, leaving Dad grasping at thin air. Choi Jin-han was utterly shocked. It was his first time seeing such an eerie skill. The NCO let out a sinister cackle. The stone cage created by your ally trapped me within the shadows, and when Park Tae-da's shield shattered, I marked him with residual magic. Now, the conditions to unlock the assassin's skill have been met, called Shadow Maze. If anyone doesn't understand, they can refer to the yellow flashes flying thunder god technique. Now that you've lost the hostage, won't you surrender? The NCO wore an arrogant smile. With a wave of his hand, he ordered his subordinates to capture Choi Jin-han. This was a situation Choi Jin-han hadn't anticipated, and this failure could lead him to utter ruin. But Han Tae-san beside him looked terrified. He couldn't believe why that person would appear here. His eyes were filled with confusion and doubt. Besides Han Tae-san, even the soldiers present were shaken. The assassin didn't understand the meaning of their expressions. What's there to be surprised about? Why aren't you moving yet? As he finished speaking, I slowly spoke. You just said, move. Who do you want to move against? Is it my father? My voice carried an overwhelming killing intent, causing the assassin's expression to freeze. He was utterly shocked that someone could get behind him and approach him so silently. Was it another assassin like him? The assassin glanced at me instinctively. Although he didn't know who I was, he was certain of one thing, that I was his enemy. So he prepared to strike first. He had no choice but to use that move. With that, he slowly reached for the potion at his waist. At this moment, Park Tae saw his movement. This seemed to be a deadly poison prepared to defeat a level 90 boss. But this was their property. I wonder when this NCO stole it. After preparing everything, the assassin instantly exerted all his strength to break free from my grip. Now, my overwhelming killing intent filled my entire body, and I summoned the power of the abyss to envelop myself. The assassin's speed was incredibly fast. The moment he turned, he swung 3 short blades toward my vital points. Dad was panicked seeing this. "Lu Dao, get out of here quickly." At this moment, Park Tae didn't know how many times he had cursed that NCO in his heart. This action could drag everyone down with him, because no one present could withstand the erosion of this poison, including himself. Soon, the poison began to spread through the air. In just the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 soldiers were poisoned to death. Although Park Tae didn't want to do this, but with this bottle of poison, he could eliminate the allies of Shelter 6. He had to flee this toxic zone immediately. However, just as he thought this, a giant palm reached out for them. The 2 fleeing bodies were quickly snatched back by me, like picking up chicks, leaving them unable to move. Park Tae was utterly shocked. Why can he still move? This is a poison strong enough to kill a level 90 boss. Even the assassin NCO had a terrified expression. If there is anyone who could still move within this deadly poison, it could only be one kind of being, and that is a monster, so powerful that even a level 90 poison could not be fatal to them. Now, the 2 held in my palms simultaneously had the same thought. They had provoked someone they shouldn't have today. The attacks the assassin just launched were all caught in my mouth. With a light spit, I spat the blade handles onto the ground. It's almost laughable when I think about it, that the assassin actually thought he could kill me with such a simple attack. That's simply absurd. I told them both not to move. "If you dare move 1 more inch, I'll send you to see the King of Hell. Today's matter must be settled." The man simply threw a punch during the fight, leaving the level 65 assassin stunned on the spot, because that punch not only repelled him, but also blocked his lethal strike. This scene left Dad beside him deeply shocked. To think his son was actually this powerful. Just 3 minutes ago, I had subdued the NCO and Park Tae. Park Tae was utterly astonished. No matter what your profession is, every player has 5 attributes, which are intelligence, agility, and constitution. If he can withstand that toxin, then his constitution is equivalent to a level 100 player. I said to them angrily, "Order your men to put down their weapons." However, this NCO didn't listen to me at all. He suddenly grabbed my leg. Then, his body leaped into the air. He quickly locked my right arm, and told Park Tae-won to attack me quickly. A smirk appeared on Park Tae-won's lips. This was simply a golden opportunity. Park Tae-won planned to take advantage of me struggling to break the joint lock, and then launch a sneak attack on me. But from my perspective, his attack was slower than a tortoise. In the next second, I was completely enraged. I directly threw both of them away. 2 figures flashed past my father. With a loud boom, their bodies heavily smashed into the wall behind my father. After they hit the ground, a lot of dust flew up from the ground, but this attack almost knocked them unconscious. My father looked incredibly shocked. My son can actually take down 2 experts in an instant. But just then, the assassin's body slowly vanished. I snorted coldly in my heart. Trying to show off your petty tricks before me. The assassin used Shadow Shield and instantly appeared behind me. He believed I could never dodge this move. With a squelch, he stabbed the knife in his hand directly into my body. But to his surprise, the knife suddenly stopped dead, unable to penetrate my skin at all, leaving the assassin in disbelief. How is this possible? What shocked him even more was yet to come. That was, his knife was stuck. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull it out. I quickly turned around and threw a punch at him. As he retreated, I caught his dagger with my hand. With a spray, blood suddenly flowed from his nose. That punch of mine was just a gust of wind. Just brushing past his face injured him. So he had only one thought, which was to flee. But I wouldn't let him have his way. The moment he tried to run, I appeared before him, staring at him intensely. I didn't want to waste words with him. I directly pressed my hand on his head and crushed it down hard. Only one thought crossed the assassin's mind. This person's speed is unimaginably fast. Having dealt with the assassin, I slowly stood up. Since the crisis has been resolved, it's time to go back. At this moment, Han Tae-san and his squad were too shocked to know what to say. With every step I took, and their officer was in my hand. But they didn't dare come forward to take him back. One soldier wanted to stop me, but the soldier behind him shook his head frantically, signaling that he must not do that. Otherwise, we'd all die without knowing how. I spoke with my back to my father. I'll leave the other person to you. Let's go home quickly once you're done. My father's lip twitched. Luckily, my son came today. Otherwise, these people would have been in danger. The next day, we returned home. Father pushed the door open and entered. It seems the interrogation is over. Unfortunately, father didn't get any useful information out of them. But that's okay. At least we know Tiger's Roar's position. We must stay vigilant these few days. Besides that, there was something else my father was very concerned about. Putting Tiger's Roar's plan aside. Son, tell me about your situation. The three people present really wanted to know what I had actually gone through during these 5 years. To have grown to this extent in just 5 years. This left them utterly astonished. After seeing the conflict between my father and them, I realized my own actions. I felt it was time to explain everything to my father. Then, I told them about my experiences over the last 5 years. 5 years ago, I fell into a place called the Abyss. During that time, I spent my days hunting monsters. One of the towers must have trapped me inside. I told them everything that happened in the Abyss. I recounted it all to them, including the 500 years I spent inside. Until finally, a summoner teleported me back to Earth. This made my father stroke his chin. This absurd experience was truly hard to believe. There are 16 towers in total, but none of them match my description. If that's the case, it seems that tower is one that hasn't been recorded. And unfortunately for me, I was teleported inside. At this moment, Han Taishan spoke. If that tower is close to Shelter 6, we can prioritize clearing it. My dad sighed with emotion. Son, I'm already relieved that you've returned alive. Leave the rest to me. These words made Han Taishan beside him laugh out loud. Since your son returned, he's 1,000,000 times stronger than anyone. This is more than just being relieved, isn't it? If it were me, I'd probably wake up laughing in my dreams. Mom also touched my hand with a look of heartache. It doesn't matter what happened to you anymore, as long as you've returned safely. After I returned, a belief formed in my dad's heart, that he must never let this family fall apart again. So he will do everything in his power to protect this home. Just now, I saw that the back of Mom's hand was full of scars, and Dad was the same. It seems they are both like me. Their hands are filled with traces of battle. I secretly vowed in my heart, I can never leave them again. I will use all my strength to bring our family back to how we used to be. At that moment, the lights above our heads suddenly went out. As the lights went out, my mind seemed to daze for a moment. I knew that guy was coming out again. Dad and Han Taishan looked confused. What's going on? Could it be a power outage? The next second, just as I suspected, the cloaked man's face appeared beside me. This made me feel that this guy is truly annoying. The cloaked man repeated what he had said before. I won't let you escape, Seed of the Abyss. But I soon discovered that this time was different from before. He actually said something other than his fixed lines. I've finally found you. At this moment, Mom couldn't see this damn face at all. She was just puzzled by the extinguished light bulb. The cloaked man's eyes widened suddenly, and then he disappeared from my shoulder. Although it looked like he was dispelled, I felt that he had simply left my body. The moment the head disappeared, the cloaked man's figure appeared behind me. Long time no see, Seed of the Abyss. This made me feel that things were getting interesting. He had actually regained his self-awareness. I didn't know if he had an illusory body or a physical one. I carefully sensed the cloaked man's aura. Although I couldn't feel anything, I felt that he probably hadn't materialized. This must still be an illusion. I thought I'd deal with it after I was done. But unexpectedly, the cloaked man slowly reached out his hand. Are you pretending not to hear me? Do you think this is an illusion? Ordinary people really love to deceive themselves. Then, the cloaked man covered my eyes with both hands. Today, I'll let you taste the price of arrogance. When he took his hands away, my eyes had turned into a mass of black gas. I couldn't see anything. At this moment, that black gas continuously poured out of my eyes, enveloping my entire body. I can't see now, which proves he is not an illusion. What I didn't know was that this scene stunned the three people present. Mom hurriedly asked what was happening, why there was so much black gas on my body. Dad soon noticed something was wrong. Your eyes have turned into a mass of black gas. I can't see your sclera or pupils at all. What on earth happened? Mom immediately used her purification ability, wanting to clear the abnormality from my body. But she soon realized something was wrong, because her system prompted her. Your target is not under any curse. Therefore this skill is ineffective. But the situation before me was clearly wrong. I cursed myself for being a huge idiot. I was truly a bit careless just now, which led to me being blind now. Fortunately, my perception hadn't disappeared. In the next moment, I secretly put strength into my steps. I absolutely cannot let my parents be in danger. My figure instantly lunged forward and grabbed the cloaked man by the throat. The others were startled by my action. They could only see me swinging my fists in the air, seeing nothing else. The cloaked man laughed loudly. "Are you scared now? If you're capable, go ahead and strangle me." Dad's expression was incredibly anxious, and he was filled with confusion. Could there be an enemy nearby? Why can't I see anything? Mom couldn't see anything either. I didn't answer my parents' questions, but stared at the cloaked man with murderous intent. "You coward! Why do you keep pestering me?" Hearing the word, coward, the cloaked man almost burst out laughing. "Don't misunderstand. I am no coward. Come to think of it, I haven't introduced myself yet. I come from the noble Asa divine clan. I am Fodel, the god of darkness. And the reason he's pestering me is because I absorbed a black crystal in the abyss. That is the divine power the Asa clan left in the abyss. Strictly speaking, that is his domain of darkness. He's made a move. The hidden third powerhouse of shelter number 6 has finally acted. With just a simple hand seal, my blind eyes were instantly restored, and the cloaked man's body was rendered completely immobile. Just 3 minutes ago, the cloaked man explained his background and origins to me. The reason he was so obsessed with pestering me was because I absorbed the black crystal. That was the divine power his clan left in the abyss. In other words, I stole his power of darkness. While I was in the abyss, the messengers of the gods were monitoring me, because I left the abyss without permission. Those messengers have already begun to gather. He told me to hurry back to the abyss with him. After listening to his story, those so-called messengers of the gods are probably the Esla that Mom mentioned. At this moment, Dad was already prepared to draw his blade. Although he didn't know what was happening, he could feel that the cloaked man was a dangerous person, and was determined to kill him. But Mom stopped him. "Let's wait and see how things unfold first." A cold sneer escaped my lips. "Even a god like you was defeated by me. What right do you have to tell me to go back? Don't think a few Esla can do anything to me. If you push me too far, whether they are messengers or gods, I'll kill them all." My words truly infuriated the cloaked man. "Don't get carried away just because you got lucky and beat me once. Other Esla aren't even comparable to my current strength. You are seriously underestimating them. I could even take your power without breaking a sweat." His word surprised me a bit. I didn't expect such an arrogant guy to actually admit he's inferior to the Esla. But why should I believe his words? The cloaked man laughed loudly. "Don't blame me for not warning you. Everything I'm doing now is for your own good. You foolish commoner. You don't believe me, do you? When the blood rain begins to fall upon this land, you will regret everything you've done." His words made me hesitate. I had no reason to trust him, but trusting him might be the only thing I can do. Right now, I don't know what to do either. I'm still a bit unclear about my own strength, and I don't know if I can defeat the Esla. Just then, both of us heard a noise outside the door. It seemed someone was walking in. Before seeing the person, we heard the voice. A low chant, accompanied by golden light, resonated throughout the room. The next moment, a terrifying power seemed to erupt from outside the door, striking the figure of the cloaked man. This made him let out an involuntary scream. At the same time, the mist over my eyes was slowly dissipating. The cloaked man's figure seemed to be held by a kind of binding force that fixed him in place. No matter what technique he used, he could not escape from this restraint. The person who entered spoke slowly. "Everything said just now is true. I believe him." Upon seeing the newcomer, Father's face filled with pleasant surprise. "Xiao Chansi, how did you get here?" Meanwhile, when that light covered my eyes, my sight was already restored. Looking up, the person appearing before me was actually the monk from the shelter entrance. Just as I suspected, he is a hidden powerhouse. I looked at my father behind me. "Do you happen to know him?" Father nodded. "I not only know him, but I'm also very close with him, because he's the one who co-founded the United Guild with me. However, there's something he needs to discuss with us now, and the matter is extremely urgent." Dad stepped forward to ask what exactly had happened. "I'll tell you in a moment. I'll explain after I finish talking to your son." And so, 2.5 hours passed. After everyone had left, I asked Xiao Chauncey to tell me exactly what this urgent situation was. Xiao Chauncey pointed to his eyes. Although I am not an Esla, my eyes can see divine power, and because of this, I was able to use a forbidden technique to seal that god. That god referred to the cloaked man. Furthermore, although my divine power is of the same nature as the cloaked man's, its strength far exceeds that of any deity, no matter how I obtained his. But we no longer have time to investigate. Several massive divine powers are gathering here, so we must hurry and discuss a countermeasure. And the reason they came here is most likely because they covet my power, although I don't know what happened between you and that deity. What he said is true. However, you cannot return to the abyss, because the things lurking in the tower are far more troublesome than the threat of Esra. He is trying to deceive you, dragging you into the abyss just to reclaim your divine power. What you must do right now is to leave this place and join the military. Xiao Chauncey's words made me feel repulsed. You want me to join the military? Do you mean that group of people who once tried to blow me up? Hearing this, Xiao Chauncey laughed. The army today might indeed be like that, but there is one person among them worthy of your trust. As long as you officially join the army, Esra won't dare to touch you easily. Let's put the matter of joining the army aside for now. If I leave this place, how can I guarantee the safety of my parents? He told me not to worry. Esra follows an unwritten rule of not easily getting involved with ordinary civilians. It is because of this convention that the alliance has been able to survive. The next moment, Xiao Chauncey's aura erupted. Countless points of light spread from his body. Most importantly, with me present, they won't act rashly. After all, the power of the Loken people is equal to that of the Esra people. As long as they aren't stupid, they won't dare touch your parents, including anyone here. Meanwhile, in another place, inside the meeting room of Tiger Roar, several people were standing there gathered, looking displeased. What a meaningless mission. To think that the four of us are gathered here for someone who doesn't even possess a system. According to intelligence, that spontaneous youth is Cui Zhenhan's son who disappeared years ago. He probably entered the tower by sheer luck. Trash like this should be handled by Feilong alone. There's no need to gather the four of us. Bei's words made Feilong very annoyed. Why should I be the one to deal with this trash? You should just deal with it yourself. Just as the two of them were about to clash, a hand rested on Feilong's shoulder. The blue-haired woman shook her head, signaling him to stop arguing. Just follow the boss's arrangements. And this woman was Athena, also a member of Esra. The man sitting in front spoke slowly. I will also participate in this operation. This left them with expressions of shock. Is even the boss making a move? This is a direct order from Zeus. The child named Ludao must be eliminated. Furthermore, tower number 16 near the 6th shelter is about to activate. This is the benefit of clearly controlling a tower. The stubborn alliance rejected Tiger Roar's proposal and plans to push forward with their own plan. Therefore, this time, not only must Ludao be eliminated, but also his parents who formed the alliance. Endless killing intent erupted in the boss's eyes. No one can refuse Zeus's order, and the matter must be resolved perfectly. Did you hear me? And he is the leader of the Tiger Roar Guild, named Licht, level 118. The inherited divine office is the power of Zeus. We have also made full preparations, and planned the arrangements. Xiao Chauncey told me to find Park Soo-jin at the headquarters. He said Park Soo-jin is an old acquaintance of his. She will definitely take good care of me, so he told me to go find her without worry. Additionally, if war breaks out, please keep an eye on that sorcerer. Once the spell array is activated, even Tiger Roar will be unable to intervene. Mom smiled at me. The alliance is stationed here, so you can go with a peace of mind. Dad and I are also very strong. Nothing will happen. I nodded to show I understood, but there was always a feeling of unease in my heart. Is it because I just reunited with my parents that I don't want to leave? 15 minutes later, Xiao Chauncey sat quietly at the gate, waiting for the one who was meant to come. The next second, the leaves in the courtyard moved without wind. It sounded exceptionally eerie. This signified that the calm before the storm was about to be broken. At the same time, Xiao Chauncey immediately sensed something wrong. An extremely powerful divine power and killing intent spread from within this courtyard. It looks like they've arrived. Then, a pitch-black divine power burst in. Looking closely, 4 figures stood at the entrance. The aura of each person was incredibly massive. It seems they are all from Esra. Such a fierce attack rushed in from the outside. But Xiao Chauncey did not panic in the slightest. Supporting himself with one hand, he instantly released the golden bell barrier. The moment this black energy touched the barrier, it was all reflected back. I can't penetrate this barrier at all. Behind Zukansi were my parents and Han Taishan. They were all shocked by this overwhelming aura. After a brief greeting, the four Esla all walked in. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent. This scene terrified Zukansi. He really didn't expect the Tiger War Guild to actually send all four Esla. But that wasn't all. Another figure appeared behind them. Upon seeing this figure, they all bowed respectfully in greeting. It was clear that this figure's status in their hearts was incredibly high, and the person who appeared was the leader of Tiger Roar, Licht, also the strongest hunter in the world. This made Zukansi feel something was wrong. Even Licht has come. This time, things are likely to end badly. We're surrounded. The Tiger Roar Guild has mobilized its entire army to wage war on us. Zukansi thought everything was under control, but Athena simply waved her hand and teleported Zukansi and the others to the battlefield. Zukansi was petrified on the spot. This is truly a disaster. Just 3 minutes ago, Licht led all the guilds, Esla, into the United Guild. Zukansi looked shocked. He didn't expect such a big shot to come. Licht ordered Bai Yi to make his move. Bai Yi waved his hand, charging forward with black energy swirling around his hand. Everyone present was stunned by this aura. This black energy transformed into faces, like demons, and reached toward my father. Dad felt something was wrong. The positions of all Alliance members were detected by that ghost. Even stealth units were discovered by them. Such perfect detection. There is simply nowhere to hide. Then Dad activated the Eye of Detection. This detection left him utterly shocked. Every single one of them had surpassed level 100 Azuha, while our combat levels were mostly between level 60 and 75. LV-45 Monk is simply no match for the opponents. This level difference is no joke. If we're not careful, people will actually die. Zukansi said slowly. It's so late. What brings you all here? Bai Yi turned to look at their leader. According to the ghost's detection, that person doesn't seem to be here. Licht took a step forward. Stop playing dumb. Tell me where he is. But Zukansi continued to play dumb. What do you mean? You're suddenly mentioning him out of nowhere. I have no idea who this he is that you're talking about. This was too much for the hot-tempered Fei Long. He sneered and spoke. You damn bald monk. If you don't speak up, everyone here will die. I suggest you be more sensible. Facing Fei Long's verbal abuse, even Zukansi's great patience wore thin. It seems you lack proper upbringing. Let this humble monk educate you properly. This was exactly what Fei Long wanted. I've always hated how you bald monks act so superior. Today, I want to see how exactly you plan to teach me a lesson. At the same time, Mom was also ready here. Mom was no longer her usual gentle self. Her eyes were also filled with murderous intent. Activate barrier. Instantly, a cloud of black-green smoke enveloped all the enemies present. This is also one of Mom's skills, which can cast a curse on the opponent's body to weaken them. However, they didn't seem to feel anything. Instead, they looked at the system with interest. Fei Long really couldn't stand the monk in front of him, and decided to make him the first target. You despicable cowards, actually sneaking an attack to cast a curse. In the blink of an eye, Fei Long appeared right in front of the monk. A wildly arrogant smile appeared on his face. Even if I'm hit by some trash curse, I alone can crush your alliance. Just then, the tables turned. Zukansi quickly opened his palm, and caught Fei Long's punch. This left Fei Long utterly shocked. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Zukansi said with a smile, you seem to lack understanding of the alliance. Today, I'll show you how powerful the alliance is. Then Fei Long discovered in horror that his level had actually dropped from 100 to 70. A full drop of 30 levels. LV-75 ARHAI. Zukansi sneered. Am I right? Then, he slammed his palm heavily onto Fei Long's collarbone. In the next second, Fei Long's body was sent flying by Zukansi. Not even a chance to fight back. At the same time, not just Fei Long, everyone from the Tiger Roar Guild present has dropped 30 levels. This is the power of the E-Party. Entering the cursed zone, their level is reduced by 50% of the caster's level. I want to see how you'll win when the level gap isn't that large. But Licht didn't look scared at all. Instead, he gave a strange laugh. With a strange look on his face, he said, it seems things are getting interesting. Then he gestured to Athena behind him. It's time for your performance. Upon hearing his command, Athena waved her hand. Strands of magic gathered in her palm. At this moment, an all-out battle completely erupted. Licht wondered if Lu Dao, after learning about this, would rush back. A gust of dust swept over all of us. Teleportation power appeared around Dad and Zukansi. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in another place. And this place was Athena's arena, specifically used for dueling. This unbelievable power left Zukansi deeply shocked. This is truly a disaster. Meanwhile, Licht was still with the allied guild. It's been a long time since I've met an equal opponent. My heart is beating so fast. Waiting for Lu Dao to fall into their trap isn't actually boring. At the same time, other members of the allied guild shouted at Licht, "What did you do to our boss, you bastard?" And next, Licht was going to deal with the remnants of these guilds. Your time to die has come. Meanwhile, on the other side, I also found the direction where Park Soo-jin was. I leaped from the sky and landed in front of them. This entrance completely stunned them. Park Soo-jin looked shocked. Why would this mysterious lover appear here? After landing, I pulled a photo out of my pocket and compared it with the blonde woman in front of me. It shouldn't be wrong. She is Park Soo-jin. I quickly raised my hands to show I had no ill intentions. I am from the Alliance. I come seeking military protection. Park Soo-jin waved her hand, signaling her subordinates to lower their weapons. This person is not dangerous. Park Soo-jin had already received my basic information. You are Choi Lu Dao, right? Disappeared suddenly 5 years ago, and returned as a king after 5 years. However, she was very curious about something, and wanted to have a proper talk with me. Meanwhile, the duel began in the arena on the other side. Athena slammed her staff down onto the ground. She began to summon the gods. Please come forth and judge our battle. As she spoke, the staff in her hand gradually glowed red. The next second, the light from the staff soared into the sky. The light gradually condensed into a human figure. In just a moment, an angel appeared before our eyes. Father was greatly shocked. Is this the power of a god? He felt this duel would likely end badly. A blue barrier appeared below the angel. Inside this barrier was the space for the duel. Each side sends 5 warriors. The first to achieve 3 wins will receive the blessing of Olympus, and the losing side will be burned to death by the divine light. Feilong stared at us with an incredibly fierce gaze. You are destined to lose here, and await the burning that will descend upon you. Mother was somewhat worried. The difference in levels and combat ability was too great. Moreover, it happened too suddenly. She no longer had a way to foresee the future or view future scenes. There was some confusion in Father's eyes. It's clearly 5 warriors. But why do we only have 8 people in total here? Athena told Father not to worry. Since 5 warriors were mentioned, then 5 warriors will definitely appear. As for the remaining 2, they are probably on their way. Though they may be late, they will definitely not be absent. And they are also the protagonists of this final battle. At this moment, Feilong could not wait to teach our side a lesson. Who wants to be the first to come up and die? I'll accompany you. Everyone on our side received the notification. Now, as long as they step into the battlefield, the final battle can begin. Father glanced at Feilong opposite him. This brat really looks like he needs a beating. Let me handle him. However, Zukansi's figure blocked his path. The reason this situation happened was because of a lack of judgment on my part. Therefore, I must take responsibility for ensuring a win in this match. Dad patted him on the shoulder, telling him not to worry too much. Unexpected things happen in everything. There's nothing you can do about that. Just staying by my side is enough. This isn't your responsibility either, because my wife's curse lowered the opponent's level. Now in a one-on-one situation, we still have a chance. So, let me take this round. Even Han Taishan beside me felt the same. Besides, sister isn't suited for combat. We only need to ensure 3 victories. I believe in the boss's strength. He will definitely be able to defeat the opponent. However, Xiao Chansi only gave a chuckle. You guys probably don't know one thing. That guy opposite us named Feilong is not simple. When he looked up again, his eyes were very serious. That guy is the fiercest existence in the Tiger Roar Guild. Fighting someone of a higher level to him is simply as easy as eating and drinking. After he became the messenger of the gods, relying on the gods' overwhelming skills, he single-handedly defeated a guild that possessed 3 Azuras. And the most crucial point is, he actually didn't suffer any serious injuries. So it's best for him to fight this battle, because he has a strategy to win an arena match. Having said that, he stepped into the battlefield without looking back. Leave the first match to me with confidence. I definitely won't let you down. As he stepped into the battlefield, he found there was no strange sensation. Now, the first arena match is about to begin. The participants from both sides are the strongest inches. Xiao Chauncey's gaze was incredibly sharp. Let me have a go at you. Please don't disappoint me. He was provoking his opponent. Only by making the opponent lose their reason could he increase his chances. Just as Xiao Chauncey guessed. After hearing this, Fei Long showed a face full of fu-ri. You bastard. Don't be too arrogant. Goddess Athena in the sky waved her hand. Both sides take their positions. The first arena match officially begins. Everyone knows that Buddhism forbids killing. But if the opponent is a villain who does nothing but evil, then Buddhism also has the wrathful eyes of the Vajra. Today, let the Buddha's manifestation send you to the Western paradise to see the true Buddha. Just now, the first arena match officially began. The Phantom of Athena in the air announced that both contestants take their positions. The moment Athena announced the start of the match, a terrifying aura emanated from Fei Long. In the next second, he rushed towards Xiao Chauncey at high speed. Over. You stinking monk, stop talking nonsense. Let's see if you can block this punch of mine. However, all his attacks were blocked by the monk completely. No matter how fast Fei Long was, he could never reach the monk's vital points. The scene in the battlefield was all seen by the father's group clearly. The speed of the two almost made his eyes blur. At this moment, Fei Long seemed a bit overly excited. That move just now was just an appetizer. Next, you should use your full strength to block my attacks. Just as he finished speaking, his fist was caught by Xiao Chauncey. This made the father very excited. It seems Xiao Chauncey's speed is a cut above Fei Long's. Winning the first round seems to be no problem. But just at this moment, an eerie and terrifying aura emanated from Fei Long. The expression on his face showed no concern that his hand had been caught. Xiao Chauncey's expression changed drastically. This guy is a bit off. How did his combat power suddenly soar so much? Having said that, Xiao Chauncey suddenly waved his hand. No matter what, he must make the opponent take some damage first. With a palm strike, Xiao Chauncey's figure suddenly retreated over 10 meters. He now must maintain a certain distance from Fei Long. A strange, cackling laugh came from Fei Long's mouth. You're quite cautious, aren't you? Even Athena and Bai Yi outside marveled at Xiao Chauncey's caution, pulling back the distance after attacking. It seems he is very sensitive to danger. And as for Xiao Chauncey, when he struck out with his palm just now, his hand had already been injured by a backlash. Seeing this, Fei Long couldn't help but laugh wildly. He slowly reached out his hand. I told you before that you were a stupid donkey. It seems I really wasn't wrong. How does my Cadmus's tooth taste? Hearing this name, a shocked expression appeared on Xiao Chauncey's face. Cadmus is Fei Long's pet snake, possessing his body and fighting side by side with him. Fei Long told Xiao Chauncey not to be afraid. Just come and attack. His interest had just been piqued a bit. He didn't want it to end so abruptly. As Fei Long's voice fell, his figure disappeared from the spot. Since you won't attack, then I will. But whether you can block my attack depends on how your defense is. Fei Long's body quickly arrived in front of Xiao Chauncey and threw a punch toward his face. Xiao Chauncey had to dodge, because a snake was wrapped around Fei Long's arm. That snake's attack speed was also extremely fast. He had no idea what would happen next, whether he would be bitten by that huge mouth. Xiao Chauncey cursed inwardly. This snake is truly too troublesome. After just a few exchanges, Xiao Chauncey could clearly notice that in Fei Long's hand, the snake's speed seemed to have become even faster than before. Its biting force was also more terrifying than before. In a fit of rage, Xiao Chauncey snapped his eyes open. Do you really think a monk is easy to bully? The next second, Xiao Chauncey's other fist struck the tongue squarely. But at the same time, while the dragon used the snake to distract Xiao Chauncey, his figure began to move like a phantom. With a loud bang, Fei Long's punch knocked Xiao Chauncey back. It was only then that Xiao Chauncey had a chance to catch his breath. He felt something was wrong. The snake's speed increased. But why did Fei Long's speed increase as well? Then he realized he had been poisoned by the snake. All his attributes had decreased. He instantly understood that it was actually his own speed that had slowed down. At this moment, Fei Long was extremely arrogant. For a monk, the fact that you've lasted this long is already quite impressive. The poison dragon's fang enhanced his strength and restored health points. In Fei Long's eyes, this stinking monk had already reached his limit. Dad then began to assess Fei Long's state. If this battle continues, the gap between them will only widen. I wonder if Xiao Chauncey can survive this ordeal. Between Fei Long and Xiao Chauncey, the battle was raging on. For now, Fei Long held the upper hand. At that moment, Fei Long launched a kick, striking Xiao Chauncey's shoulder heavily. While attacking relentlessly, Fei Long laughed mockingly. How does it feel to have dragon poison permeate your body? I want to see how long you can hold out. The next moment, all of Fei Long's punches landed on Xiao Changxi. Xiao Changxi had no chance to fight back. He continued to chant sutras incessantly. Hearing these muttered scriptures, Fei Long laughed loudly. You stinking monk. Do you really think chanting is useful now? Do you expect the Buddhas to come and save you? However, what Fei Long didn't know was that Athena and Bai Yi noticed something. Am I seeing things? There really is divine power enveloping this monk. He isn't even an Ezra. At this moment, on Xiao Changxi's body, streaks of golden light began to cover him. Fei Long, caught in the heat of battle, didn't notice. While blocking Fei Long's attacks, Xiao Changxi continued chanting. Dad, watching from outside, was shocked. He witnessed an unbelievable scene. This move is extremely risky, but in this situation, he actually thought of such a breakthrough solution. We are really going to win this match. Because at this moment, Xiao Changxi is practically invincible. Then, Xiao Changxi pressed his palms together. All laws returned to one, casting a Dharma image within the Vajra realm. I bow before the incarnations of all Buddhas. Hear my summons. Only then did Fei Long realize something was off. This guy's aura is actually surging. In an instant, a giant golden Buddha appeared in the void. The eyes of this golden bodhisattva were full of contempt, as if he didn't consider Fei Long, this messenger of the outer god, worthy of notice. His majesty was unshakable. But this sight only left Fei Long shocked for a brief moment. He couldn't care less about any god. These are all just little tricks. Don't think you can block my attacks. Xiao Changxi's figure hovered in midair, controlling the great Buddha, preparing to counterattack. Suddenly, Xiao Changxi's figure lunged forward, with a speed that was unbelievable. But this was exactly what Fei Long wanted. You fool. You actually want to engage me in hand-to-hand combat? Your confidence must come from the divine armor forged upon your body. This reminded Fei Long of a certain time in the past. He had killed someone as foolish as Xiao Changxi before. That person thought he could rely on the condensed divine power to block the poison dragon's fangs. But what he didn't know was that divine power is a richer energy source than fresh blood. As a result, that person, in Fei Long's hands, didn't even last 2 rounds before being killed. And now, another equally foolish idiot had appeared before him. So Fei Long felt the outcome should be the same. But to Fei Long's utter surprise, Xiao Changxi's fist actually struck him in the face. The speed of the punch left him with no time to react. With a swing of Xiao Changxi's arm, the recoil of that power directly sent Fei Long flying, leaving him in utter disbelief. He actually used divine power to suppress the poison dragon's weakening effect, and restored his own speed. Then, Zhukanzi landed a heavy kick to his abdomen. Fei Long spat out a mouthful of blood. It seems not only his speed has returned, but his strength as well. Along with his reaction time, it looks like he has received a massive upgrade in every aspect. Having regained his strength, Zhukanzi brutally beat Fei Long, as if venting all the frustration he had been holding back. But Fei Long's pain tolerance is also immense. He is arguably the strongest tank in the guild. Tanking Zhukanzi's attacks head-on, he seized the moment to counterattack with the poison dragon. Fei Long's eyes were filled with excitement. You probably don't know this, but the divine power in your body is the perfect nourishment for my pet. You damn monk, just obediently become food for the poison dragon. This left Zhukanzi utterly shocked. How is this possible? His divine power was actually being absorbed by the poison dragon. Here it comes. The first match of the Athena tournament has already erupted into a fierce battle. Just now, Zhukanzi's arm was bitten by the poison dragon once again. He was deeply shocked. His divine power was being drained by the opponent. Fei Long laughed loudly. Your divine power is mine now. Therefore, I win this match. But Fei Long never expected that the surge of power he had just absorbed would restrict his movements. A look of terror appeared on his face. What on earth just happened? He had no idea, because at this moment, his ability to mobilize divine power was completely blocked. In other words, he could no longer control the divine power. Zhukanzi chuckled. You arrogant fellow, don't you think you're celebrating too early? As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a powerful punch at the poison dragon. You always call me a stupid donkey, but it turns out you're even stupider than I am. You probably don't know, but the Rakshasa power I carry puts a huge burden on the body. These words left Fei Long completely stunned. Is it possible that even my poison dragon cannot absorb your divine power? How is this possible? Zhukanzi looked at him as if he were an idiot. When did I ever say this was divine power? You are far too naive. Although he was talking to Feilong, Zukansi's attacks never stopped. With a loud bang, Feilong was sent flying after the attack. Who would have thought that the famous Feilong of the Tiger Roar Guild would be beaten by a monk? No one would believe it if it were told. Mama watched this scene calmly from outside. It seems Zukansi's victory over Feilong is secured. Mama previously couldn't understand Zukansi's feelings as to why he wanted to transform into a Rakshasa. This not only prevents him from ever becoming an Esla, but also means his power will be limited by the strength of his physical body. Moreover, the karmic power of that energy is immense and difficult to control. He must regularly accumulate merit to maintain this power. Only the power of Zen meditation can prevent the karma from consuming him. So-called karmic power is cause and effect. Feilong has absorbed karma beyond his control. For him, even moving a muscle has become exceptionally difficult. At this moment, Zukansi believed the outcome was decided, so he pressed his palms together and bowed. However, he wasn't polite in his words. It seems your frequent evil deeds have left you with no Zen power. That is why you cannot control my karma. Baba laughed loudly. I told you all not to worry. This guy Zukansi is very strong. If he says he can win, he will definitely win this round. On the other side, Athena and Bai Yi were also utterly shocked. They didn't know such a power existed. But this little trick alone is not enough for him to win this fight. If that's all there is to it, then they underestimate us Esla too much. At this moment, Feilong braced himself with one hand, trying to crawl up. The next second, using all his strength, he finally regained control over his own body. However, Feilong is now extremely weak, and his divine power is now insufficient to even maintain the poison dragon's form. His eyes erupted with overwhelming rage. In that case, I'll just fight to the death. Regardless, he absolutely cannot lose this match. Suddenly, Feilong grabbed the poison dragon on his shoulder with both hands, and ripped its jaws wide open. I will give it my all one last time. Just wait to die, you stinking monk. Then, Zukansi saw a large mass of something erupt from Feilong's body. Just a single drop of the poison dragon's blood falling onto the floor created a massive cloud of pink smoke. Seeing this, Xiao Chan-si immediately covered his nose and mouth and held his breath. This blood actually contains a deadly poison. This forced him to become cautious. He looked up. A vast amount of mist had gathered in this space. Xiao Chan-si heard a thunderous roar. This instantly made his gaze sharp. Outside the field, the father and Han Taishan were utterly shocked. That sound sounded like war drums. But how could that be possible? At this moment, Feilong was completely unharmed within the mist, as if he were performing some kind of ritual. General Ares, I offer the blood of the poison dragon. Please grant me the spear. As his voice fell, the mist slowly formed into a tornado. In an instant, a weapon of the same color appeared in midair, a spear. Feilong wanted to reach out and catch the spear. This was his final trump card. With this spear, he could continue fighting until this body turned to dust. There was no fear in Feilong's eyes, only an endless will to fight. Athena was stunned upon seeing this. This was actually a divine weapon. Even Esla cannot use it without a sacrifice, and can only wield it for a short time, but it carries the power of the gods, and can adapt to Esla's fighting style. Bai Yi laughed. This is probably the insurmountable gap between ordinary players and Esla. Xiao Chan-si might be finished today. At this moment, Athena felt some concern. Feilong offered the poison dragon given by Ares. If the gods see through this little trick, they will certainly be furious. But then again, with Ares' compassionate nature, if Feilong wins, he probably won't hold him accountable. But conversely, the same logic applies. If Feilong loses, then he will face unimaginable punishment. Obviously, Feilong doesn't care about any punishment right now. He only wants to win the battle before him. Athena quickly dismissed her concerns. An ordinary player absolutely cannot defeat Esla wielding a divine weapon. I was really worrying for nothing. After obtaining the spear, Feilong's confidence surged. He now completely looked down on Xiao Chan-si, and his strength had also increased to some extent. And now was the time for him to counterattack. Xiao Chan-si was startled. Could it be that he intends to attack in close quarters again? However, in the next second. Xiao Changxi actually couldn't see the spear in Fei Long's hand. Although he couldn't see Fei Long's weapon, Xiao Changxi understood one thing: he must maintain his distance from him. As long as he kept a certain distance, he shouldn't be able to reach him. But just as the thought crossed his mind, a spear attack slashed across his cheek. This left Xiao Changxi's expression utterly shocked. "Do you think it's over now? My next attacks will be even more fierce. You stinking monk, explode for me." As Fei Long's voice fell, indeed, a sound of explosion rang in Xiao Changxi's ear, ringing. The sound of the explosion caught Xiao Changxi off guard. Fortunately, he sensed something was wrong, and used a spell to block it in time. But he felt that the spear was also covered in a corrosion similar to the poison dragon. The system sent him a notification. Due to the corrosive effect of Ares' blood, his defense has decreased by 50%. That's 50%. In fact, Xiao Changxi's defense has now dropped by half. Now, Fei Long strolled leisurely toward Xiao Changxi. "I presume your armor must be broken by now. Let's see how you defend now." In the next moment, Fei Long was like a bolt of lightning, rapidly approaching Xiao Changxi. Upon reaching him, he quickly threw a punch, but it was skillfully dodged by Xiao Changxi. However, although he dodged the punch, this didn't mean that Xiao Changxi could dodge the spear's attack. Xiao Changxi's eyes were filled with shock. He could actually launch spear spikes from all over his body. How can he even fight this? The man only made the motion of punching. Yet the S-rank expert of the Joint Guild was stunned, simply because the man's fist was covered in spear spikes. With every punch thrown, a spear spike appeared, and each spike attacked Xiao Changxi, with an extremely complex trajectory. If he hadn't weakened Fei Long's ability earlier, he probably would have lost his life by now. Xiao Changxi seized the opportunity and quickly struck with a palm, but the power of this strike was completely negligible. It was easily dodged by Fei Long. However, Xiao Changxi also took this opportunity to quickly create distance from Fei Long. Right now, he still didn't know the limit of the spear's attack range. At this moment, Xiao Changxi slowly raised his hand, constantly chanting, "May the three realms be pure and all disputes be cleansed. Intense sinful karma is completely erased." Fei Long laughed wildly. "Is this really your limit?" Having said that, he used his fingernails to slash his palm, letting his blood spray out. In just a few seconds, a large amount of blood gushed from Fei Long's wound. "Don't think keeping your distance will save you. Now, I'm going to extend my attack range. Let's see how you handle it." To Fei Long's provocation, Xiao Changxi ignored it completely. He continued to silently chant the mantra. Soon, Fei Long saw something that shocked him immensely. A magic circle appeared above Fei Long, enveloping his entire body. That golden light seemed to imprison him. A massive pressure threatened to crush his body. This left Fei Long's eyes filled with disbelief. This was Xiao Changxi's silent mantra. "Anlin, this is a sacred spell that evolves and dispels obstacles. The poison dragon blood is mostly gone." But a wild smile spread across Fei Long's lips. He felt that he hadn't lost. "You want to use a spell to seal my movements and win from a distance? Don't be so naive." Then, an incredible scene unfolded. Fei Long actually forced himself up against that pressure. Moreover, a terrifying aura began to emanate from him. When Papa detected Fei Long's information, he was utterly shocked. He immediately warned Xiao Changxi to be careful. "He is extremely dangerous right now." With a sudden, shink sound, that crimson spike pierced straight through Xiao Changxi's head. Fortunately, it only hit his bamboo hat. It didn't cause any substantial harm, but it was still a very close call. It gave Xiao Changxi quite a scare. At the same time, Athena's figure appeared before Papa. Her entire body radiated a divine light, but her voice was utterly cold. "Interlopers shall be punished." With a thunderous boom, a golden punishment descended upon Papa. The pain was unbearable, and he fell directly to his knees. Mama, behind him, immediately began healing Papa. "Hubby, are you okay?" At this moment, Papa was terrified. Just the flames had already made him unable to stand. Just how powerful is that deity? And what disgusted Papa the most was that goddess Athena actually reduced a bit of his HP. He felt greatly insulted. Meanwhile, Fei Long's blood chi soared. Every blood streak was poison gas combined with spear spikes. "If someone hadn't warned you just now, you might have lost your life." Then, Fei Long glanced toward Papa. "It seems that person has received the punishment they deserve." By now, Cold sweat had formed on Xiao Chanxi's brow. Close combat is already fraught with risk, but his blood sword can even attack from a distance. This greatly increased the difficulty. He stood up and slowly performed a chi-gathering motion. Considering my remaining stamina, I probably only have 3 minutes left. Even so, I have no other choice. Now, there is only battle. Fai Long, on the other hand, was different. His patience was almost worn out. He just wanted to end this fight quickly, because continuing would be a waste of time. Both released their magic simultaneously. In that instant, in the air, streaks of lightning were crackling. Xiao Chanxi closed his eyes. The Arhat realms are divided into the Heavenly Eye, Wisdom Eye, Dharma Eye, and Buddha Eye. If I use the Wisdom Eye, I might be able to win. All laws return to one. Dharma Eye. At this moment, the monk was like a slaying Buddha, no longer harboring mercy in his heart, but instead a relentless path of slaughter. The ability of this wisdom I can greatly increase his combat level. At the same time, Fai Long also thrust his spear. Although he had activated the Dharma Eye now, the effect of the Dharma Eye wouldn't last long, so he had to find a breakthrough as quickly as possible. Otherwise, he would be the one to die. Xiao Chanxi locked his gaze on the spear. He discovered that the divine power condensed on the spear was not much. Not only that, that blood arrow from earlier was the same. There wasn't much divine power covering it. At this moment, Xiao Chanxi finally understood. So that's how it is. The person before him was already a toothless tiger. The next second, 3 Buddha seals appeared behind Xiao Chanxi, facing Fei Long's attack. Xiao Chanxi caught it directly. Fei Long's expression froze in astonishment. He actually saw through my attack. How is this possible? Can a stinking monk be this clever? Xiao Chanxi laughed out loud. Is this your blood spear? It's truly beyond my expectations. Seems like it's no big deal after all. Then, he applied a slight force with his hands, and directly shattered the spear in Fei Long's hand. You really are ridiculous. To actually use this blood spear as your ultimate weapon. In my eyes, your ultimate weapon is simply nothing at all. Fai Long exclaimed that it was impossible. How could his blood spear break so easily? This scene left Athena and the others outside utterly shocked. How did he block those bloodlines as thin as hair? Can human eyes even see something that thin? Looking at the other two, the father was secretly overjoyed. It seems everything Shizenji said before was true. He really has a countermeasure against Alsu Esla. Having such a person by one side is truly reliable. Shizenji glanced at the blood mist on his hand. With so much evil energy accumulated in the body, evil thoughts naturally arise as well. Thinking of this, Shizenji prepared to take this blood mist and purify all its evil energy. An unparalleled karmic power permeated his finger. The blood mist was instantly purified. Fai Long was still somewhat unwilling to accept it. So what if you saw through my attack? I can still keep fighting you. At this moment, Shizenji was also slightly shocked. The blood mist that was just purified actually emerged once again. Moreover, this blood mist could actually be controlled autonomously to attack. Athena, standing aside, slowly said, the divine power in the bloodline is unbalanced, and because the blood is too thin, it can actually penetrate the enemy's defense. This blood mist will become a lethal attack. Lunging frantically toward Shizenji, Athena and Bai Bei really wanted to know how Shizenji would handle this situation. Here it comes. Here it comes. The first arena match of Athena has finally reached a conclusion. Who would have thought that a seemingly ordinary monk could actually summon the Dharma image of Fudo Mayu? Just now, Fai Long, thinking victory was in his grasp, let out a wild laugh. You stinking monk, you have nowhere left to run today. In the next moment, Fai Long manipulated blood arrows, preparing to pierce through Shizenji's body. At this critical moment, Shizenji instantly released the Dharma Eye. A powerful sense of gravity pressed down on Fai Long, making it nearly impossible for him to stand up. Fai Long's expression became incredibly distorted. This damn stinking monk actually has another trump card. At this moment, Fai Long extended a hand. Suddenly, the blood splashes around him could not advance another inch. All living beings are bound by ignorance, bound by afflictions, falling into the 3 evil realms, enduring boundless suffering. Athena shouted anxiously from outside, watch out for that stinking monk's eyes. He can see the flow of divine power. Fai Long was very confused. What on earth are those eyes? Athena told Fai Long some very bad news, that all of Fei Long's current attacks are completely meaningless against the monk. Hearing this, Han Taishan's expression showed great shock. Damn Athena, to have seen through the monk's dharma eye so quickly. He immediately looked up at the phantom of the goddess Athena above. The Athena opposite is intending to interfere in this battle. Aren't you going to stop her? The phantom seemed to show a troubled expression. As the arbiter, she absolutely cannot just stand by and watch. Then, the phantom of the goddess Athena pointed at Athena with a warning. One warning. The next offense will result in punishment. Han Taishan cursed in anger. Isn't this blatant favoritism? Why was our boss punished, while that woman opposite only received a warning? However, the father directly stopped him. That's not important anymore. Quickly observe the monk's battle first. As long as Shuzenji wins this match, nothing else matters. At this time, within the battlefield, Shuzenji's hand still had not been lowered. Countless layers of gravity, like stacked sheets, pressed down on Fei Long's body, preventing him from standing up. Fei Long cursed. Athena, shut your mouth. I don't need your help. A mere stinking monk cannot possibly defeat me. But immediately after, he paid the price for those words, because he witnessed a terrifying sight. The monk's aura suddenly changed drastically, as he muttered scriptures under his breath. More importantly, a Dharma image appeared behind him. This Dharma image has a great origin. This is the phantom of the holy form of Fudomayu. Although it only possesses 10% of the original's power, it is still not something a mere Esla can handle. In his rage, Fei Long was now driven to the brink of despair. Damn stinking monk, why do you always have endless trump cards? Xiao Chansi ignored him, and continued chanting the scripture. If this scripture is recited, he shall appear before us to remove obstacles and grant peace. If all sentient beings sincerely chant my name. Thus, Xiao Chansi continued to piously chant the summoning scripture. This is the first scripture all monks learn. But that doesn't mean it's simple. By manifesting Fudomayu's attack power and defense, one can increase them by more than twofold. To achieve this, requires immense talent and perseverance. And as long as he finishes reciting this scripture, he can obtain a portion of the original power. But this chant takes 30 seconds. During this time, he must not be distracted in the slightest. Otherwise, all efforts will be in vain. Little did he know, Fei Long was already distorted with rage. His body began to exert hidden strength, attempting to break free from this gravity. But just as he was about to stand up, Xiao Chansi pressed down lightly. Fei Long was forced to kneel before him once again. Xiao Chansi felt an immense sense of satisfaction. When he looked at Fei Long, his eyes were filled with mockery. Chanting a scripture for 30 seconds in front of an enemy is simply the ultimate humiliation. The clever Fei Long came up with a desperate move, which was to tear his own flesh, letting the blood flow to launch a sneak attack on Xiao Chansi. As his blood flowed across the ground, it rushed toward Xiao Chansi at an incredible speed, attempting to interrupt his chanting. Seeing this, Athena couldn't help but worry. What a fool. He could have broken the seal to disrupt the scripture. But instead, he's doing something completely pointless. Fei Long's attacks now simply cannot harm Xiao Chansi, who has opened his heavenly eye. No matter how many blood arrows there were, Xiao Chansi could easily dodge them. Unfortunately, Fei Long had already lost his composure. Or rather, he had completely lost his mind. His only thought was to make that damn bald monk die right here. But Fei Long was destined for disappointment, because his attacks could never reach Xiao Chansi's face. This spell possesses the power to suppress the evil dragon lineage. Forcing it open would require a massive amount of spiritual energy. Therefore, Fei Long's attacks were completely meaningless before this Dharma eye. He couldn't even scratch him. Fei Long released several more blood arrows, but they were skillfully dodged by the monk's movements. Fei Long had now gone completely insane. Meanwhile, there were about 15 seconds left for Xiao Chansi to complete the scripture. Once the chant is finished, Fei Long's defeat will be certain. However, an accident occurred at that moment. Blood actually began to seep from Xiao Chansi's eyes. It seems his eyes had also reached their limit. He couldn't use the Dharma eye for too long in the first place. It seems both sides have reached their limits. Now it's just a matter of who can endure longer. Seeing this, Fei Long was overjoyed. Since the monk had also reached his limit, now was his only chance to counterattack. He slammed his hands heavily onto the ground. Countless streams of blood erupted, just as Fei Long prepared to release every single drop of blood in his body. The Dharma body of Fudomayu above became more solid. At most 10 seconds, and the monk could finish the chant. 9 seconds remaining. He already showed a smirk of success. When 6 seconds remained, Athena had already closed her eyes. She didn't think Fei Long had any other trump card to counter. Bai Yi, behind her, cursed loudly. This hothead really has no brain at all. 3 seconds remaining. His father and Han Taishan also felt victory was certain. There should be no more suspense in this duel. But no one present knew that Xiao Chauncey had already pushed beyond his limit. The Dharma Eye he was now using was sustained at the cost of his own lifespan. Yet, he still dared not be careless for a moment. Continued to chant the scripture. All things follow the heart, like the world-honored one. When Xiao Chauncey finished this sentence, the time had reached 0 seconds. As soon as he finished speaking, Fudo Mayu behind Xiao Chauncey began to move. His speed was incredibly fast, and contained a mysterious power pressing down on Fei Long, making it even more impossible for him to move. Fudo Mayu's strongest strike slammed heavily into Fei Long's body. The power of this punch instantly knocked him unconscious. With this, the S-Class hunter of the Tiger War Guild, Ezra, the guardian messenger, Fei Long, was completely defeated. The winner, vice president of the United Guild, and fellow S-Class hunter, Xiao Chauncey. Xiao Chauncey let out a long sigh of relief. He had reached his limit long ago. But fortunately, before he collapsed, he had taken down the strongest opponent, Fei Long. Athena, in midair, announced the winner as the Allied forces. After announcing the winner, the barrier begins to slowly disappear. Our group bursts into joyful cheers. Qiu Chan Temple bows to everyone. This humble monk is of mediocre talent. I was lucky to defeat Fei Long. I am truly ashamed. But fortunately, I did not disappoint everyone. They're coming. They're coming. The duel at the Athena Arena has begun. Representing the United Guild is the S-Class hunter, Choi Jin Han. Just 10 minutes ago, Qiu Chan Temple gave his all and finally won the first match. Athena's Phantom announced to the crowd, the winner of the first final match is the United Guild. After Fei Long was teleported away, Athena began treating his injuries. Fei Long's body is incredibly resilient. In just 10 minutes, he had healed his wounds. But just then, Athena said to him in a cold tone, "It's time for you to train harder." Unable to even defeat a monk. How embarrassing. But at that moment, they didn't notice a pair of feet appearing behind Fei Long. After sensing the aura of the two, Fei Long's eyes filled with shock. One held a long sword, the other a long whip. They felt ashamed of Fei Long's defeat, so they decided to give him a proper lesson this time. Fei Long kept apologizing, saying he would never lose again. However, his apologies were completely useless. A loud roar shouted him down. "Shut your mouth. A loss is a loss. Do not offer any reasons or excuses." Mockery appeared on their faces. Their father had sent them a message, saying he was deeply disappointed in your actions. Now, you have the honor of being executed by us. Let the weapons in our hands take away a portion of your power. Fei Long's eyes were filled with terror, but he was powerless now, forced to passively accept the punishment. The next moment, the figure behind him took the whip, and lashed it frantically across Fei Long's body. Those few lashes had already drawn blood. This made the father feel chilled to the bone. Is this how they treat their companions? The beating continued for 10 minutes, before they finally stopped. "Father is merciful. That's enough for today. If you disappoint father again, you shall return with your head severed." Fei Long was likely clinging to life by a thread. One must know that the weapons they held were divine artifacts. Before leaving, they left a word, "Take care of yourself," and then vanished from the space. After they left, Fei Long's eyes showed a look of resentment. "It's all that damn monk's fault. I will definitely kill him later." In contrast to him, the monk received everyone's praise for winning the match, while he had been brutally beaten. A laugh interrupted Fei Long's voice. "You probably won't have the chance to kill them, because I am the one appearing next." With a wave of his hand, a purple-black mist emerged in his palm, slowly condensing into a black scythe. The reason he said there was no chance was because the Tiger Roar Guild was destined to win, and the loser would be burned alive by Hades' eternal hellfire. And now, someone from our side will step up to fight him. Choi Jin Han pondered for a moment, feeling that this person's aura was not any weaker than Fei Long's. So, he would take charge of this match. As Choi Jin Han stepped into the arena, his mother handed him a sachet. "Husband, take this with you. You are facing the death god, Esla. He has likely inherited over 60% of the death god's power, so his attacks will certainly target the soul. Perhaps this item can help." The father accepted the item from the mother. "Since it's something you gave me, it must be very important." Behind him, Chiu Chan Temple and Han Taishan cheered. United Guild, victory. And Choi Jin-han would not fail their expectations. I will definitely take him down. And come back immediately. Choi Jin-han strode to the center of the battlefield. His back was like the wind howling at the Yi River, with the spirit of a hero who departs and never returns. As a warrior, Choi Jin-han could release sword chi to suppress distant enemies, but this required time to charge. In a one-on-one situation, close-quarters combat was his best choice. Choi Jin-han had already simulated the battle in his mind. First, he would use flash step to close the distance, then follow up with consecutive lethal strikes to prevent a counterattack. Third step, find the opponent's weakness and crush them in one blow. He named this plan the three-step assassination method. This method was the simplest and most effective tactic. At this moment, ghostly shadows have already emerged from Bai Ye's body, with streaks of ghost shadows swirling around him. In midair, Athena's phantom waved her hand. Warriors, take your positions. The match begins. The moment the match was declared started, Bai Yi quickly swung the scythe in his hand. All those countless ghost shadows rushed toward Choi Jin-han. At this moment, Choi Jin-han was fully alert. First, he would follow the first step of the three-step method. Use flash step to pass through his soul, and analyze his movements. Thinking of this, he quickly swung his blade left and right, forming a cross, carving a path through the swarm of evil ghosts. Seeing this, Bai Yi was slightly surprised. Seems he's just a cliché and tacky swordsman. As Bai Yi spoke these words, Choi Jin-han's figure had already appeared behind him, and he had already prepared a quick draw slash. But Bai Yi seemed completely indifferent, with an expression that everything was under control. With a sharp, shring sound, Choi Jin-han's blade slashed horizontally, cutting Bai Ye's body clean in half. The power of this strike was incredibly fierce, giving Bai Yi no time to react. But the result left Choi Jin-han utterly shocked, because he felt no sensation of hitting a physical body. This meant he had made a mistake. It turned out the figure he slashed was a ghost clone. It must be said that Choi Jin-han missed a golden opportunity, and exposed his trump card to the enemy. Choi Jin-han cursed under his breath, because dozens of evil ghosts appeared behind him and pounced. The ghosts instantly formed a misty tornado, enveloping Choi Jin-han's body within it. However, Bai Yi knew that this tornado could not possibly contain Choi Jin-han, so he kept retreating. Just as Bai Yi suspected, Choi Jin-han simply swung his blade, and carved a way out. After exiting the tornado, he did not stop, but charged straight for Bai Ye's real body. He had to finish this opponent quickly. A faint smile appeared on Bai Ye's face. I thought you would be smart, but you're even stupider than Fai Long. Seems this is all you're capable of. As soon as Bai Yi finished speaking, Choi Jin-han instantly struck with his sword, cutting his body in half once again. Unfortunately, Choi Jin-han fell for the same trick. His attack hit a ghost clone once more. In other words, both of his attacks failed to harm Bai Ye's real body. Choi Jin-han's hearing was extremely acute, constantly tracking Bai Ye's sound. Choi Jin-han soon locked onto the real body's direction again. Now, Choi Jin-han was like a tireless little bee, relentlessly slashing Bai Ye's ghost clones, but every single strike was in vain. Choi Jin-han almost won the match, because Bai Yi was nearly dying of laughter at his actions. It was the first time he'd seen such a stupid swordsman. Don't you know my ghost clones are endless? After he spoke, Bai Yi summoned dozens more clones, appearing before Choi Jin-han. Go ahead and guess, which clone is actually my real body? Bai Yi exhaled a mist toward Choi Jin-han. A warrior who can't even see his enemy is simply worthless, so you cannot win this match. At this moment, Choi Jin-han's gaze became incredibly sharp. Since those moves didn't work, then I have no choice but to use that move. The next second, Choi Jin-han took a strange stance, gripping his long blade firmly in front of him. His aura suddenly surged. Since you're so confident, do you have the guts to take this move? Updated. The latest chapter of Abyss Return is updated. After Dad went through several rounds and still couldn't win the match, he finally decided to use his strongest killing move. But the S-rank hunters of the Tiger Roar Guild wouldn't give Dad time to charge up. With two swift, swish sounds, Dad quickly struck two swords, shattering the incoming ghost shadows. Watching the battle in the arena, Athena felt that Dad had no chance of winning. However, one thing caught her attention, which was that Mom's expression remained calm and composed, not worrying about Dad at all. For someone of low status, her composure was almost excessive. It seems they must be hiding some trump card. Meanwhile, Dad took an offensive stance, which instantly piqued Bai Ye's interest. Seems you've come up with another new trick. At that moment, Athena's expression turned to shock, quickly warning Bai Ye to be careful. The moment Athena spoke, Bai Ye also sensed something was wrong. Suddenly, Dad vanished from his spot, taking 4 steps and appearing behind Bai Ye. Dad's eyes were practically spitting fire. The killing intent in his heart could no longer be suppressed. This is a skill Dad figured out on his own, called the 8-fold jump. It is a terrifying technique, jumping consecutively up to 8 times, and the speed of each jump increases exponentially. Dad used this move before to escape the spirit of vengeance. At this moment, Dad's feet charged up once again. With a whoosh, Dad's figure vanished instantly. The speed was simply too fast to see. When he reappeared, he had almost caught up to Bai Ye. The blade in his hand was ready to strike. Bai Ye was deeply shocked. What is with this guy? Why is he getting faster and faster? In this critical situation, Bai Ye quickly made his clone take the hit of that sword for him. Dad's gaze remained locked on Bai Ye. So, here you are. You can't escape. In another blink of an eye, Dad's figure appeared in front of Bai Ye. This was Dad's 5th jump. As he reached Bai Ye, he unleashed a sword strike. Unfortunately, this strike still hit the clone. It caused no damage to Bai Ye, but Dad quickly spotted Bai Ye's figure again. Almost the instant he sensed Bai Ye's location, he quickly slashed once more. This time, Bai Ye was truly terrified. If his speed hadn't been fast enough just now, he might have lost his head. But there was little time for him to react. Dad's 7th jump had already reached his back. The result remained the same. Dad missed once again. One can only say that Bai Ye's reaction speed is too fast. As for why Dad has this power, it was inherited from a hero. Now, he uses the speed advantage to shatter Bai Ye's soul completely, and finally cut off his head. Then, a loud clanging sound rang out. Their weapons collided, just as Dad expected. As long as his speed exceeds him, he won't have time to create ghost clones. As long as he keeps suppressing Bai Ye with speed, Dad will be able to win this match. At this moment, slowly behind Dad, the silhouette of a samurai appeared. This is his heroic inheritance. Athena's expression was currently very grim. No wonder, even though he isn't Ezra. He could be the guild master for so long. This power alone is enough to compete with other guilds. There are many speculations about the origin of the tower. The most well-known theory is that the tower is the manifestation of human history and mythology merged into one. History and mythology are inseparable. If gods are the symbols of mythology, then heroes are naturally the representatives of history. But inheriting a hero and being chosen by a god are two completely different things. If everyone's struggle is just to be chosen by a god, then inheriting a hero is more like a destined encounter. So in Athena's eyes, Dad is just a super lucky guy. A smirk appeared on Bai Ye's lips. Do you really think you can defeat me in close combat? A mere mortal body could never defeat the Scythe of Death. Although this is the Scythe of Death, Bai Ye's own combat power doesn't seem to be very strong. Dad is confident he can win. In terms of attack distance and range, Dad has the upper hand, while Bai Ye is at a disadvantage. However, since it is a divine artifact, it is certainly not something humans can easily master. Bai Ye swung the scythe in his hand with great power. Then he slashed down directly. But it was precisely this strike that left Bai Ye with a huge opening. A hint of mockery appeared in Dad's eyes. It seems no god taught you how to use that weapon. At this moment, Bai Ye also finally lost his composure. The next moment, Dad's sword pierced straight through his heart. Dad chuckled. You were planning to use that skill to dodge, weren't you? But too bad. This is my 8th jump. Seeing this, Han Taishan was overjoyed, as expected of the boss, to have won the match so quickly. But Mom's voice interrupted his joy. It's still a bit too early to claim victory. That strike didn't cause any damage to Bai Ye. Meanwhile, inside the battlefield, a strange laugh came from Bai Ye's mouth. He looked like he wanted to laugh. That look of yours, thinking victory is in sight, really makes me laugh my head off. This left Dad utterly shocked. I actually didn't hit him. Could it be that his ghost clones have no cooldown? Bai Ye laughed out loud. I never said I could only swap positions with a spirit. Everything was just your own guess. As he said this, his palm had already sunk deep into Dad's organs. With a powerful grip, he seized Dad's heart. As long as he solidifies his body, Dad is surely dead. My dad felt a huge sense of crisis rushing toward him. This situation seems very grim. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped back and left his position. This time, Dad was truly careless. With that last move, he had already been marked by the seal of the Lord of the Underworld. Bai Ye's killing move was also unexpected for Dad. He actually transformed into a void spirit. Even his own physical body could dissolve. At this moment, Bai Ye was like a grim reaper returned from hell. If you are marked by me 4 times, your soul will belong to me and become my servant. However, Bai Ye wouldn't give Dad a second chance to escape. Next hit, I'll crush your organs directly. After a while, Dad discovered a mark on his chest. This is the mark of Hades. Once it reaches the 4th level, he will become a ghost of Hades. Now Dad is locked in a bitter struggle. If he gets too close, he might touch his own body. Then, leaving a mark would be a simple matter. Even Dad, who is like a god of war, is struggling. At this moment, he felt Bai Ye's ability was truly too troublesome. Dad's hand gripping the sachet made a cracking sound. Now his 8-step blink is still on cooldown. He really wanted to unleash his killing move at this moment. Bai Ye chuckled and said, I admit you are very talented, but in the end, you're just a nobody. Having said that, his figure quickly flew toward Dad. Bai Ye is currently in a spirit state, so it continuously consumes mana, and takes more damage from magic attacks. But Bai Ye is very lucky. This time, the opponent only uses physical attacks, so he can be immune to all of Dad's attacks. As Bai Ye rushed forward, his claws had unconsciously reached toward Dad's shoulder. Dad's reaction speed was also very fast. After noticing this, he quickly retreated from the spot. Bai Ye laughed loudly. Your movements are quite fast, but it's all in vain. Then he quickly swung his scythe toward Dad's body. Dad didn't dodge this hit, so a mark was placed on his right shoulder. This is already the 2nd time. If you are hit by me twice more, you will never be able to escape. Dad was extremely anxious. If this continues, he'll be finished. Bai Ye continued to describe Dad's fate. Your body will burn, rot, and disintegrate in hell. Your bones will decay and shatter into powder. And finally, your soul will be bound by this chain, becoming my puppet. After he finished speaking, Bai Ye's figure moved again. Dad broke into a cold sweat at his action. Damn bastard. The next second, Bai Ye appeared behind Dad, and marked him once again. This is the 3rd time. Dad quickly retreated and swung his blade, but these physical attacks were completely futile. Then Dad changed his strategy, constantly keeping his distance from Bai Ye. This trick was seen through by Bai Ye. Do you want to drain my mana and force me out of spirit form? But unfortunately, Bai Ye felt this method wouldn't work. He could maintain the spirit form for at least 3 more minutes. And next, as long as he touches Dad once more, then he will win. In other words, the next round will be the final battle. Dad naturally knew this as well. He channeled all the strength of his body entirely into his sword. Bai Ye laughed loudly. You really are an idiot. Even in this state, you're still charging your sword. Aren't you afraid of being marked a 4th time? As soon as he spoke, he appeared behind Dad. But Dad slowly drew the blade out. The moment the blade left the scabbard, with every inch it was drawn, lightning flickered along the blade. Bai Ye thought he had won. Whether it was a sword technique or physical attack, nothing could touch him, and he only needed to hit Dad. As Bai Ye moved, Dad moved too. He remembered the sachet Mom had given him. Thank goodness. It played its part at this moment. And Dad had been preparing for this moment for a long time. He was absolutely certain this attack would kill Bai Ye. Dad's eyes were filled with killing intent. He unleashed the 8-fold jump, appeared before Bai Ye, and struck a blow. As Dad's blade slowly returned to its scabbard, Bai Ye's head fell from his neck on the spot. A direct throat strike, killing him instantly. Meanwhile, on the other side, the protagonist, who had been gone for so long, finally appeared, and he is now running for his life. He has already received the news that his parents are in danger, and the person waiting for him in the arena is also a very powerful SSS rank hunter. I really hope you get here quickly. Otherwise, it will end in such a boring way. Inside the battlefield, after Dad slew Bai Ye, he prepared to go back and celebrate. But Xiao Chauncey sensed something was wrong, because he felt the dark energy growing stronger and stronger. A huge surge of dark power erupted from Bai Ye's body. Dad turned his head, only to find that Bai Ye also had a terrified expression. At this moment, in Bai Ye's eyes, it seemed. He saw something that terrified him beyond measure. Right in front of him, a skeletal hand opened a rift in space, and a skeleton demon king emerged. You truly are pathetic. To be defeated so decisively. Dad immediately became alert. What on earth is this thing? Its magic is actually this powerful. And that skeleton demon king simply didn't take Dad seriously at all. He directly pinched Bai Ye's head with his bony fingers. I gave you power so you could win the match. But you lost. That proves you are worthless. With a squelching sound, Bai Ye's head was crushed instantly by the skeleton demon king. All your lives will end here. Father's eyes were filled with shock. Is this the skeleton demon king, Hades? Then, Father unleashed his final burst of strength and charged at the demon king. Han Taishan felt something was wrong. In the boss's current state, going up there is just suicide. Skeleton demon king Hades just gave a cold glance at Dad. Then Hades gave a light squeeze, and gripped Dad tightly in his hand. You damned human. You really have a death wish. Seeing this scene, the guild members wanted to do everything to save Dad. However, Athena's phantom blocked their path. It seems they are all in cahoots. This arena was also completely organized specifically to target them. Athena's tone was incredibly cold. From now on, no one is allowed to step into the domain of gods. Just after Athena's voice faded, a bolt of lightning struck behind her. Immediately after, her body was completely shattered. This left the two members of the Tiger Roar Guild utterly shocked. Look at the sky, quickly. It seems someone is coming. And that figure is me. I pierced through the protective shield with my weapon. Although I don't know what's happening right now, I know that I've probably arrived just in time. Everyone is still here. Seeing the tragic state of my family, I could guess what had happened. Now, it's my turn to challenge you. All of you, come at me. He's gone berserk. He's gone berserk. The male lead, who was gone for so long, has finally returned. His entrance is a solo fight against Tiger Roar. All the Esla members of the guild. The haughty Athena was directly beaten into disfigurement by Chui Ludao. Chui Ludao gripped the shield tightly, and frantically whipped it against Athena's face. Every heavy blow was delivered with full force. None of you are getting away today. All of you, just die here obediently. Just 3 minutes ago, Dad was grabbed by the skeleton demon king Hades. Mom shouted anxiously, now we can only rely on you. At the same time, an overwhelming killing intent erupted from my eyes. The lightning spear in my hand continued to condense. In the next moment, I struck Hades' head with lightning. Hades was furious about this. So what if you broke the barrier to barge in? Your father has now become my puppet. Han Taishan slammed the ground with his hammer. Don't worry about all that. Just save the boss first. As my body hit the ground, a stone pillar pushed my body high up again. Thank you so much, old man. I'll definitely thank you properly after I leave. I kicked off the ground forcefully. My target was the skeleton's arm. Now, even Demon King Hades completely panicked, because I shattered his arm with a single punch. This made Hades let out a scream of agony. You brat! How dare you break my arm? During this window of opportunity, I pried open his arm and rescued Dad. The killing intent emanating from me had become tangible. As long as I am here, I won't let anyone die, nor will I let any of you leave here alive. Hades let out a roar, but he was unable to cause me any harm. I didn't expect Dad to hold on until now. However, this skeleton in front of me cannot pose any threat to me. The real problem is the man guarding the outside. Outside the barrier, there's a guy who can fire lightning. That guy is definitely not simple. Ever since leaving the abyss, of all the people I've met, he is the strongest. But what puzzles me is, I don't know why the lightning from his attack didn't cause me any harm, and he even brazenly let me in. But that's not even the most puzzling part. The most unbelievable part is that after being hit by him, I actually mastered his ability, and that's exactly how I broke through the barrier. Soon, I brought my dad to my mom's side. Now is not the time to dwell on this. I stood up and looked at the figure in the sky. This guy is far too dangerous. I must deal with him first. Licht wore a smiling expression. What an interesting scene this is. Seeing you lose your loved ones in a moment. I find it amusing, but whether you can come before me depends on your skill. The next second, Feilong's voice shouted toward us. Since that damn Athena phantom has disappeared, then it means we no longer have to follow those damn rules, right? And the target of his shout was Xiao Chauncey. This time, he wants to fight Xiao Chauncey again to wash away his shame. Fei Long's figure quickly arrived in front of Xiao Chauncey. The second great battle is about to erupt. Meanwhile, Athena didn't move, but instead looked at Licht in the sky. She felt her boss was acting strange. Why didn't he stop Fei Long's rampage? But soon she figured it out. Could it be that the boss is testing that child's true strength? Thinking of this, Athena also summoned her own shield and long sword. If that's the case, then she cannot just stand by and watch. She also glanced at Haogu behind her. How long do you plan on being a spectator? You haven't said a single word since we entered. Haogu didn't even bother to respond to Athena. Just mind your own business. An assassin always appears at the perfect moment. The proud Athena was like a general leading warriors. Bai Yi, you only lost an arm. Get in there too. Bai Yi, transformed into the Skeleton King, didn't want to bother with Athena. I'll go even if you don't tell me. Please just mind yourself. Then, a terrifying aura emanated from the Skeleton King. No one can escape death from him. Hundreds of ghostly shadows rushed in our direction at this moment. But in my opinion, the Skeleton King's strength is far too weak. But I can't just leave it alone. Otherwise, they might attack my family. So I ordered Han Taishan behind me to protect my parents with rocks. After hearing the command, Han Taishan slammed his fist into the ground. Immediately, from the ground emerged a large amount of rocks enveloping the three of them. Not long after, Han Taishan created a defensive stone wall. With his level 75, he should be able to block the attack of anyone present. After all, their levels were reduced by 30 due to the curse. After my parents were protected by Han Taishan, I prepared to go all out. Since they dare touch my parents today, I will absolutely not let them leave alive. On the other side, the berserk Fei Long was engaged in a fierce battle with Xiao Chauncey. Due to the strength he had recovered, Xiao Chauncey was at a disadvantage. But just then, a look of shock appeared in Fei Long's eyes, because my figure appeared above him, and I was already in an attacking posture. I find you very eyesore. You'll be the first to fall. At the same time, 6 dragon mouths instantly condensed on Fei Long's hand. What's with this guy's speed? It's as if he teleported right in front of him. Attack me if you can. See if my dragon mouths don't bite you to death. The next second, my leg struck Fei Long's body, causing the bones inside his body to suffer a complete shatter. The previously arrogant Fei Long was kicked away by me. Fei Long's figure happened to fly past Athena. This left her utterly shocked. Just one hit, a simple kick defeated their SS rank powerhouse here. This made Athena curse loudly. You idiot, you couldn't even withstand one of his hits. After Fei Long was repelled, Xiao Chauncey was able to break free. I told him to hurry and deal with some spirits. After all, his karma is the bane of spirits. Xiao Chauncey quickly brought his palms together, quietly chanting a spell. Just fight with peace of mind. Leave the protection of your parents to me. Then, a golden light emanated from Xiao Chauncey, restraining these ghosts, attempting to purify all these ghosts. After seeing that everything was fine over there, I blocked Athena's path. At this moment, Athena was also getting anxious. Bai Ye's spirits were simply not that bald monk's match, so she had to settle this quickly. Athena threw her shield without hesitation, but I caught her shield with one hand. The moment I touched the shield, I didn't even recoil an inch. At this moment, Athena's eyes were filled with killing intent. She didn't actually want to fight a monster like me, but she had no other choice. In my eyes, Athena's attacks were like those of a primary schooler. Her attack was stopped by my hand. And now, it's my turn to counterattack. Now, Athena's body is pinned down by me, and I still have her shield in my hand. Now, she's in for some bad luck. Without any hesitation, I used the edge of the shield to break Athena's elbow. Then, I used the shield to violently slam into the bridge of Athena's nose. You gave me such a great weapon, so I must reward you properly. Then, I used the shield to frantically lash out at Athena's body. I don't know why, but this woman feels absolutely disgusting to me. So, I showed no mercy. Every strike was delivered with full force. After 3 minutes of a brutal beating, Athena's face had been disfigured by me. Just then, a voice echoed from the sky. You bunch of useless trash. You're completely worthless. Licht opened his hand, and a thunder bow appeared beside him. You idiots. Have you forgotten that you're still under a weakness curse? If that sorcerer doesn't die, our weakness curse will not disappear. This way, your combat level will remain suppressed at level 70. How could you possibly possibly defeat that 100+ level brat? Then, Licht focused his gaze inside the stone wall behind Shuzenji. Shuzenji was utterly shocked. He didn't expect him to possess such powerful divine strength. Most importantly, his target was Liudao's mother. Then, Shuzenji slowly removed his blindfold. He knew this action was very reckless, but he had no other choice. In the next second, he activated the heavenly eye again. He must, in the shortest time possible, activate the Dharma image to block Licht's attack. He's gone berserk. Gone berserk. In a fit of rage, Cui Ludao unleashed his full strength this time, facing Athena at her peak level 106. He shattered her shield with a single punch. All of you, just die. Just 3 minutes ago, Shuzenji opened the heavenly eye again. However, Licht above wouldn't give him time to chant. Watching that immense energy continuously gather, Shuzenji began to panic. Die, you ant. It is your blessing to die by my lightning. In the next moment, his thunder bow began to fire. The power was simply too exaggerated. Countless bolts of electricity converged on a single point. With a loud boom, that lightning struck heavily against the stone wall held up by Han Taishan. I was extremely anxious. I must block that lightning before the stone wall breaks lightning. However, that lightning was just too fast. Just as I was about to turn around, the wall had already been blasted to pieces. The stone wall shattered. This meant my parents were trapped under the rubble. I forced my eyes open at that moment. Then, I saw a hand appear through a gap in the ruins. That was my mother's hand. The hand waved slightly in the air, and then dropped powerlessly. My heart suddenly stopped. This can't be true. Then, I sprinted toward my mother. But just then, a shield flew toward me. It was Athena's shield. I threw a punch in rage. You damn woman, stop getting in my way. With a bang, her shield was sent spinning several times in midair. However, to my surprise, my arm was actually injured. It seems this woman's restriction has been lifted. Her strength has reached level 100. At this moment, Athena was beyond furious. Did you enjoy hitting me just now? Now it's my turn to counterattack. Now, Athena's actual level has risen from level 72 to level 106. With a bang, I heavily blocked Athena's fist, but I felt her current power was incredibly staggering. However, to my astonishment, the moment I collided with Athena, my body suddenly couldn't move. A flicker of fear rose in my heart. What on earth is happening? Athena chuckled. Do you know why my power is so great? It's because of what's on your mother's. The void curse has been broken. This means she is already dead. With a whoosh, I used all my strength to blow Athena away. Shut your mouth, you bastard. But in fact, my mother was not dead. This was just something Athena said casually to provoke me. This trick worked very well. I fell completely for her trap. Athena sneered. Her eyes were full of contempt. Those with weak wills are her perfect prey. Having said that, she pierced my body with a condensed arrow of light. Although my body was pierced, I felt it didn't cause me much damage. I must hurry to my mother now, so I have no time to mess around with Athena. This surprised Athena greatly. She clearly hit him, so why can he still move? So she activated her perception to search. She discovered that her attack actually caused me no damage at all. This made her feel something was very wrong. She is level 100 now. How could anyone ignore her attacks? It turns out his body contained divine power surpassing the gods. Moreover, it was as if there were a black hole inside him. Any attack that touched his divine power would be absorbed and converted into his own strength. Athena was completely bewildered. What kind of monster is he? He clearly possesses such terrifying power, yet he doesn't know how to use it. At this moment, I was anxious beyond words. Mom is still trapped under the ruins. I have to save her quickly. Behind me, Athena summoned her weapon again. No wonder the boss issued a kill order. He absolutely cannot be allowed to live. The next second, a spear and a shield appeared in her hands. Holy Halo! Physical attack and defense increased by 20%. Athena shouted loudly, Bai Yi, Hao Gu, I will deal with this man, but I need to borrow your strength. After her words fell, Bai Yi instantly summoned his weapon. I cursed under my breath. Damn it, why do they have to stop me at such a critical moment? Turning my head, I saw that person named Hao Gu, the assassin, also rushing towards me. In that instant, the three strongest of the Tiger Roar Guild surrounded me. They feared I had learned divine power to surpass them, or even surpass the gods, so they wanted to kill me before I could rise. A triumphant smile appeared on Athena's face. Your journey ends here. I stared intently at my mother's hand. The tears in my eyes could no longer be hidden. At that moment, Mom's hand seemed to wave in the air. To everyone's surprise, this woman was actually still alive. Athena shouted to the crowd, "We must restrict his movements." 3 ESLA members released chains, trying to bind me there. Mom's hand reached forward, as if wanting to pull me into her embrace once more. But before long, Mom's arm lost its strength, and as my mother's arm fell, I caught her. I shouted to my mother, hoping she could regain consciousness. She must not die here. But some people just didn't want me to have my wish. The 3 ESLA members launched their strongest attack, trapping me there. After the dust settled, the aftershock of their attack made the rubble on the ground fly up continuously. Then, I saw a sight I couldn't believe. I clutched my head, losing control of my emotions. This is impossible. This absolutely cannot be true. I just got back. How could you leave me like this? In front of me lay 3 corpses. Han Taishan, my father, and my mother, and I collapsed onto the ground, kneeling. Just as my spirit reached the brink of collapse, Mom's palm stroked my cheek. This scene left me stunned in place, unable to react for a moment. Mom told me not to cry, because crying wouldn't look good. "Lu Dao, my child, you must live on. Mom and Dad are leaving first." I wept uncontrollably. I absolutely could not accept my parents' passing. I stayed in the abyss for 500 years. I finally came back to be with you, only for you to leave me after just a few days. Mom is just barely clinging to life now. Stop worrying about us. Run away quickly. From now on, you must walk forward on your own 2 feet. I will always protect you from heaven. Behind me, 3 powerhouses from the guild approached one after another. Among the 3, the assassin seemed to have found a perfect opportunity for a sneak attack. He didn't want to miss it. With that thought, the assassin suddenly moved. In the blink of an eye, he was behind me, and I seemed completely unaware, not reacting at all. Just as that blade was about to pierce my heart, I suddenly turned around, my eyes filled with rage, and an overwhelming murderous intent. "Die, all of you. I'll make you accompany my parents in death." The assassin almost pissed himself in fear. My gaze was simply too terrifying, and the aura I had just released for a moment. His survival instinct told him that he must retreat immediately. But as he retreated, I threw a powerful punch. The power of this punch directly shattered. The blade forged from divine power, such terrifying striking power, was simply beyond his ability to handle. Thinking this, the assassin channeled all his divine power into his feet, wanting to increase his speed and flee immediately. I have to say, his speed was indeed fast. In less than a blink of an eye, he had reached the space behind Athena. He truly used all his strength to escape unscathed. Athena was also incredulous seeing this. "You've got to be kidding me." Shattering the blade with just 1 punch, Athena flapped her wings, continuously ascending, ordering everyone not to clash with me head-on. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know how they died. Just as my body vanished from the spot, Athena quickly swung her shield. With a loud boom, my fist struck the shield heavily. Athena felt an excruciating pain. It was as if she were an ordinary person being hit by a massive truck. It felt like every bone in her body was about to shatter. At this moment, I turned all the rage in my heart into combat power. Today, it's a fight to the death. With just 1 punch, the shield in Athena's hand shattered instantly. This shocked her greatly, but an even more violent attack followed. I grabbed her shield. With a slight squeeze of my fingers, the edges of her shield shattered again. "Just you wait. Today, I will kill every last one of you." A massive wave of shock surged in Athena's heart. How could a person be this terrifying? It's updated. The latest chapter of Return from the Abyss is finally here. Just as my mother was hanging on by her last breath, preparing to say goodbye to me, Athena of the Tiger Roar Guild wanted to use this chance to sneak attack me. As a result, I shattered her shield with a backhand strike. An overwhelming murderous intent erupted from my eyes. "Today, I want you dead." Athena was utterly shocked. He became even stronger after absorbing the divine power. The next moment, I used a grasping motion with both hands to blow Athena away. Athena warned the guild members absolutely not to use divine power. Otherwise, it would be absorbed and used by him. No sooner had Athena finished speaking than I appeared right in front of her. Athena thought to herself that things were bad. It seemed she couldn't dodge this attack. With a loud bang, I landed a heavy punch right on Athena's face. Her body was like an arrow leaving a bow, flying backward with incredible speed. After seeing this battle, the Tiger Roar Guild assassin could not calm down for a long time. What on earth is this person? Then, the the next second. I locked my gaze on him. His state felt strange to me, as if he were invisible, but he couldn't escape my perception at all. This caused the assassin's sense of crisis to spike. He actually noticed me. But how is that possible? He shouldn't be able to see me. But when my fist arrived in front of him, he had to accept one truth, which is that I not only absorbed his divine power, but also completely saw through his specialty. While I was fighting, my mother lay amidst the ruins. You seem to be enjoying the fight, but have you forgotten something? For the sake of battle, are you even willing to abandon your dying mother? What a shameful son. Having said that, the skeleton king's claw slowly reached for my mother. At the same time, the Zen monk wouldn't let this happen. He rushed toward the skeleton king at high speed. However, while he was running, the skeleton king's weapon had already struck toward him. With a squelch, the weapon slammed heavily into the Zen monk. The speed was so fast that the monk didn't even have time to scream. The skeleton king already hated bald monks, and now this bald monk dared to play the savior in front of him. No wonder he killed the monk. I sensed something was wrong. I didn't expect Xiao-Chan-Si wasn't the demon king's match either. And at this moment, I couldn't care about anything else. I kept running quickly toward my mother. The assassin praised secretly in his heart. This is going perfectly, Ziyi. At the same time, my figure had already arrived behind Bai Yi. He naturally noticed this, so he hurriedly released his energy and struck out. Right now, he wanted to outspeed me. I cursed under my breath. Damn it, why are these guys so troublesome? With a loud boom, Bai Yi directly unleashed his energy, but when the smoke cleared, he found that I was actually standing there. It seemed that the previous attack was completely blocked by me by sheer force. This made Ziyi feel very displeased. Xiao Zi, you can absorb divine power, right? In that case, then I want to see how much divine power you can withstand. His words left me stunned. Could it be that an attack like the previous one could be launched without a cooldown? The next second, Ziyi seemed to confirm my suspicion. A new round of death flames condensed in his palm. However, the power this time wasn't as great as before. I think I should still be able to block it. Athena was so angry by now she was almost spitting blood. This skeleton is not Bai Yi at all. He is simply an idiot, who just gives away experience points for free like this. But this wicked woman spotted a stone beneath her arm. Since divine power is useless, and melee is useless, putting those aside, she still had one more way. However, at this moment, I was blinded by bloodlust. If you have the guts, bring it on. Your attacks have long been useless against me. Then I mobilized all my strength to prepare for this move. But I soon realized something was wrong, because Athena actually launched a sneak attack on my mother. Soon, a pile of rubble pressed down on my mother's body. I have to say, Athena is a woman who is both wicked and calculating. Since divine power cannot hurt you, then I will wrap the stones in divine power. With that speed and power, they will be more lethal than bullets. Even if I can't kill you, I can still kill your dying mother. Stop me if you can. Hearing Athena's words, I immediately felt something was wrong. No matter how much damage these stones caused, I blocked them all with my own body. I felt some regret in my heart. Why, at the very beginning, didn't I kill this woman sooner? Athena laughed wildly at this moment. Just keep burning yourself. She ordered all the Esla members to attack together. More and more stones crashed toward us. Seeing this, I quickly smashed these flying stones. But the number of stones was simply too many. No matter how fast I was, I couldn't deal with all these stones. With a few bangs, those stones all hit my mother's face. My mother's tears flowed continuously. She felt that she was holding me back. Mom told me to leave this place quickly, but I flatly refused. Even if I die, I won't. If I can't even protect my family, then what is the point of me living in this world? At the same time, just as I said these words, a cold sneer came from the sky. What touching family affection. It truly inspires me to commit atrocities. Then Richter summoned his divine arrow once again. So what if you can absorb divine power? You will never be able to defeat us in this war. As soon as he finished speaking, the blade of Atropos appeared in his hand. It's time to put an end to this boring struggle. A sacred relic of the three goddesses. An existence capable of severing the threads of fate. A divine power that can cut through anything. Richter prepared to transform the blade of Atropos into an arrow. He firmly believed that even if I could absorb divine power, I couldn't absorb this thing. In the end, it would sever my fate along with it. Just then, Xiao-Chan-Si below suddenly woke up. He looked up and saw the divine lightning flashing in the sky. This gave him a huge fright. This divine power seemed capable of swallowing everything. If he continued to stay here, he would surely die. So he hurriedly stood up and shouted at me, "Lu Dao, get out of here quickly. No one can withstand the power of this move. Not even you are an exception." But Xiao Changxi was so focused on warning me that he completely ignored the assassin appearing behind him. "You damn bald monk. Do you still have time to worry about others' safety?" Although I heard Xiao Changxi's warning, I still didn't budge an inch. But that power truly terrified me. What on earth is this thing? I don't know if my body can withstand the power of this blow. Suddenly, I heard my mother calling me from behind. I quickly turned my head around. "Mother, we will definitely be okay. You have to believe in your son." However, when I turned my head, I found my mother handing me a sachet. Mother said with a face full of sadness, "We've only reunited for a day, and now we face this life and death separation. Mother has nothing to give you. Consider this sachet as my gift to you. Mom and Dad will always love you." The next second, a bolt of lightning crashed down from the sky. That was no ordinary lightning. It was lightning manifested from Atropos' blade. As the lightning struck down, the earth seemed to be swallowed whole. Everything was destroyed. High above, Licht saw this scene and was very satisfied. The arena below had been pierced through with a massive hole by him. He was certain that no one could have survived. Soon, a message appeared on his system. "Sacrifice to Zeus completed." The god was very pleased. After doing all this, Licht descended to the ground to meet Athena. Athena asked Licht, "Is that guy really dead?" Licht told her not to worry. "Zeus has already confirmed my sacrifice. This is not what you should be worried about right now." He told his subordinates to get ready. Today's operation just declared war on all other guilds. A hard battle may follow. At the same time, my body was slammed into a puddle. My body kept sinking into the deep water, and I was severely injured, completely unable to move my body. However, what I didn't know was that in these deep waters, there was actually a figure approaching me. The man simply reached out to take the sword handed to him, but it left him utterly shocked, because this sword represented the sword of inheritance, containing all the power of his father during his lifetime. But now, he couldn't use the power of this sword at all, because his divine power had been cut off. Having lost the divine blessing, he was nothing more than a mortal. Just 10 minutes ago, I was rescued by a mysterious hunter. While my consciousness was blurred, I slowly opened my eyes. What I saw was a hunter with a long sword on his back, dragging me by the leg through the cave. Now my mind is a complete blank. Suddenly, my mother's sad expression came to mind. My eyes widened suddenly. I remembered. I saw my parents die right before my eyes. This caused pain to surge in my heart. I clearly said I would protect them. But in the end, I failed. The hunter in front then spoke slowly. "You're finally awake. But as an adult, you shouldn't cry like a child." I looked up at him and asked who he was, and why he saved me. However, he didn't answer my question. His eyes were full of sharpness. Holding on to a last shred of hope, I asked him. "I fainted after being hit by lightning. Do you know where my parents are? Are they still alive?" But this hunter emitted a look of pure contempt as he stared at me. "You are, after all, the one chosen by that person. But what is with this weakness of yours? Just accept reality. Your parents died because of you." A look of shock appeared on my face. "I swear I will have my revenge. I must kill every single member of the Tiger Roar Guild completely." Just as I was preparing to go back for revenge, the hunter grabbed my hand, telling me to go somewhere with him. I immediately shook off his hand. "Let me go. I need to go back for revenge now." No matter what I said, he wouldn't let go. So I threw a punch at him. However, to my surprise, he caught my punch with ease. And I discovered that I couldn't use my strength. My actions were simply too much for the hunter to bear. "You actually dare to yell at me?" He punched me right in the face. "Is this how you treat your savior? You dare to throw a punch at me? Who do you think you are?" He told me with a grim expression. "Right now, I am stronger than you. Just as I saved you, I can just as easily take your life." Now my mind is a complete blank, completely unaware of how I became like this. The hunter spoke to clear my confusion. "Your connection to divine power has been severed by Atropos' blade. Without the divine blessing, you are nothing more than a mortal. Do you understand now, you little brat?" Having said that, he thrust the heavy sword from his back before my eyes. "From this moment on, that one will reconnect you with your inner divine power. Now, you're coming with me. Do you realize your current situation? Not only that, they will also teach you the correct way to use this power's method." "You idiot. You had such powerful power before. yet didn't know how to use it. To think you were defeated by a mere Ezra. He told me to get up quickly and follow him to a place. Only there can your power be restored. My fists clenched until they cracked. I was absolutely furious. I agreed without hesitation to go to that place with him. Besides, I had no other choice. I slowly stood up and thanked him. But his next words left me confused. He told me not to think of him as a good person. From now on, he is my enemy. He told me to be careful. However, at that moment, a voice interrupted our conversation. The newcomer was Xiao Chan-si. I won't let you take him away so easily, unless you reveal that person's true identity. Otherwise, I will absolutely not let you take away the child of my departed friend. Seeing that it was Xiao Chan-si, a flicker of joy rose in my heart. I didn't expect him to come to this place as well. He said he failed to protect my parents, and he was truly sorry. Because of the divine power's backlash, you were knocked underground and managed to survive. When he noticed this back then, he also jumped underground without hesitation, and thus, he saved his own life. Furthermore, he found my father's sword at the bottom of the water. This reminded him of a promise, that as long as he lived, he would definitely fulfill the promise to my parents. That is why Xiao Chan-si stepped forward to stop him now. If you attempt to use his divine power for personal gain, I will absolutely not forgive you. The man sneered. You, a half-dead monk, dare to act so superior. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Xiao Chan-si slowly removed his blindfold. I do not fear death. Mere survival is the true shame. I cannot use that as an excuse. But if he fails to fulfill the promise to my parents, in the afterlife, he will not be able to face them. Seeing Xiao Chan-si's fighting intent, he also placed his hand on the scabbard. So, what do you want to do now? If you want to fight, I'm happy to oblige, but the one who dies will definitely be you. However, as the tension reached its peak, my voice interrupted them. Xiao Chan-si, I am willing to go with him. I need revenge, but right now, I have no power, so going with him is my last resort. If I can eventually awaken, then I don't care if someone exploits me. I will simply accept it. Hearing this, Xiao Chan-si was shocked. How could you say such a thing? If you are like this, how can I face your parents? Xiao Chan-si struggled for a while. Lu Dao, have you thought it through? If you have, I will not stop you anymore. After receiving my answer, he slowly took the sword off his body. Since you have made your decision, you must keep this sword with you. Never discard it, no matter what, because this is the last thing your parents left for you. The moment I touched the blade, I felt a sense of familiarity. This sword was left by my father. It contains all of my father's power and legacy. This is a hero's sword. Xiao Chan-si glanced at the sword in my hand, and said solemnly, this is a weapon passed down through generations of heroes. Every wielder has left their record, but to fully decipher it, you need divine power. In your current state, you cannot use it. The sword, a sword that carries records, recording everything about its wielders. This sword was entrusted by my dad to Xiao Chan-si to be given to me. He said that one day I would need it, and that I must take good care of it. I nodded. This was the wish of my father and mother. They used their precognition for this sword. It seems this sword is truly important. The hunter behind me reminded me it was time to go. Stop wasting time here. Every single minute and second now is crucial. So we headed deeper into this cave. Somehow, I entered that strange tower, and then I escaped. Then I saw my father and mother again, only to lose them once more. I don't know where exactly I am headed, nor do I know what awaits me ahead, but the place I am heading to now is definitely a place